sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we get ready to get into day 2 of this European Cricket Series. First time we've been here since 2025. Now, we'll say those aren't live pictures. There's some stock pictures we took over the weekend here at the beautiful Caravan National Cricket Ground just out of Helsinki. Can tell you it was a bit of overnight rain. Actually started around about the time that we finished play last night. But it has forced a slight delay to this game, but it's only a slight one. And it looks like we'll be getting underway very, very shortly. So conditions today, we are expected to have the occasional shower. Currently, we are at the expected maximum of 14 degrees. So maybe not the kind of summer that you'd get in other places around Europe, but we are so thrilled to be here. Let's go back and have a look at yesterday's 5 matches before we look at match 6 this morning. Now, match 1 was an ECN classic, and it was worthy of the wait to come back to Finland. 129, the game was tied. The game was broken out, opened by Jabir Hussain Moon. 77 not out, plus 6 off the golden ball to pull off a dramatic win. That was despite the efforts of Faraz Abbas with his 60 in the first innings. It went awry for Abbas with the ball in the 10th over, though, for the Rapids. Gymkhana Gladiators, of course, from the Helsinki Gymkhana organisation. They came out and actually hit a very, very decent score, 155 for 1, including 110 not out from Huzaifa Fahim, the first century ever in ECS cricket in Finland. But it wasn't enough as the BTCC Dark Knights continued their golden run. Shahid Alam ends up stealing the Player of the Match trophy, 90 not out of 36. Afsal Hussain with the Lightning, 49 to get the innings started. And the Dark Knights would pull off the chase in the 10th over, winning that one with just 3 balls to spare. So it was back-to-back wins for the Dark Knights to start their tournament, put them in a great position. Remember, each team only plays 4 matches before the cut is made. And only 2 of the 5 teams in the group will make it to finals on Friday. Hadley's Empire 11, of course, from Empire Cricket Club, played their first match in match number 3, taking on the Rapids. Jordan O'Brien led the way with 71 off 27 balls, and the Rapids, they were brave in response. Couldn't get anyone to get that half century or more. Abbas top scoring once again with 43, but they fell 23 runs short. Sudhanshu Pandey, I thought, bowled really, really well, 4 for 16. He wasn't the only one. Sangrula, 3 wickets for the youngster as well in a pretty impressive opening as we went into match 4. And this was a little bit of a fizzer, unfortunately. Gladiators a little bit undermanned, ended up with 50 and only 50 in the first innings. Mohammad Imran, the only player to reach double figures. Shinwari, the left arm, was excellent, 2 for 3 off his over. Adnan Saeed with a couple of wickets. Titans took only 2.5 overs to knock it off. Zahidullah Kamal with 30 off 8, doing most of the heavy lifting there. So it's a bit of a shocker for the Gladiators, who went away pointless. The Titans took 4 points out of match 4, but then it was back to earth with a thud. The 2 ECL representatives from Finland doing battle in match number 5. Helsinki Titans with an early loss of Ghulam Abbas, but just never kind of ahead in that first innings. Ended up with 122 with Puste, the top scorer, 33. Zaki Kamal with 29 and Zahidullah Kamal with 22. Amjad Chair, the wild thing, with 3 wickets, and Sangrula with the player of the match performance, 3 for 20, with the Hadley's Empire 11 knocking it off quite easily in end, although they had to settle for the 3 points. So this is what the table looks like first up. And you can see, it's a very quick look at the table, but we'll come back to that in a moment. Hadley's Empire 11 are on top, with BT Knights not far behind, and then Helsinki Titans behind them. This is match 6, first up this morning. Gymkhana Gladiators had a tough day yesterday despite the efforts of Huzaifa Fahim, and the news from the toss is that Hadley's Empire 11 have won the toss and elected to bowl. So yeah, just because of the weather, we're not able to do some of our normal introductions, etc. But the main thing is that we're underway, and we will remain a 10-over match. We're starting 5 minutes behind schedule. We can hopefully make that up later in the day. So yeah, the Gladiators, they had a bit of a shocker last time out, but we know this guy Fahim, he was absolutely brilliant, wasn't he, in that century. Sangrula, well, he's had a breakout day yesterday. He was going to be careful with young players as well. They got second day blues, where maybe they don't have quite the same adrenaline as they might have had the first day. So, I say very good morning to everyone in the chat. Hello to Scotty, loved your content by the way. Let's get going with Sangrula to Fahim. gets kind of tied up with this one. And yeah, Moon yesterday this time was something else. I know the Moon chat is still very, very strong, but he's a guy, we never really seen him in his, ever. It was some debut, wasn't it? So yeah, hello to Maji Saksi in the chat. Hello to you. Hello to Jules Udabridge. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Mustafa. Leg side, this doesn't get anything. Good swing though. I'll be interested about the conditions. It is a fairly damp outfield. It rained kind of never that heavily, but it kind of drizzled from around about 8 o'clock last night to, let's say, 8 o'clock this morning. And it was pretty constant, but not heavy. Now, this ground does drain very, very well. I think this is good evidence of it so far. Again, bites back slightly. It won't be a wide. But he's out of here, Mr. Maximo, joining me for day 2. An honorary Finn, I think, in his own right. It's Andrew Ryan. Rhino, good morning to you.
Day of play here for the T10 competition here in Finland. That ball's gone up high. Fahim's knocked it a long way in the air, and despite the best efforts of, I think, Vishal Verma coming in from the outfield, unfortunately the catch has gone down, and if Fahim goes on to knock up a big score, Vinny, they might be regretting that error in the outfield.
A little bit of the morning after the night before, really, for Fahim. Hasn't quite hit his straps yet. But yeah, that would have been an amazing catch, given the conditions. But it goes to ground, yep. Humenta to all of our Finnish viewers as well. Yeah, great to have you back.
The ball from Saint Gurula just holds up in the deck, popped straight. I'll take the single. Danapani coming through to, can't stop the one.
Confidence boosters and confidence busters in cricket. You feel that Sangrula, he should have his confidence up after a good first day at the level yesterday, but the Gymkhana Gladiators just had such a shocking innings with the bat yesterday, and it kind of all fell apart with Fahim going cheaply. So he feels there's a big price on his wicket.
It's a wide ball from Sangrul. Talking to a few of my local intelligence sources around Finnish cricket early this morning, Vinny, and there was some amazement at Fahim launching what he did yesterday. Hasn't been in great form in recent times in the Finnish domestic competition, but absolutely unleashed in Game 2 yesterday.
He sure did. Change of format, change of conditions as well. You've got the license in this game, don't you? Don't be too nervous about getting out.
There's the in-swinger from Sangrula. Ball gets whipped over the leg side. Doesn't quite carry the boundary, but nice start from Fahim. Suddenly gets his innings rocking and rolling. Well, Sangrula, no wicket set, but only 8 runs off the first 5 overs, so he's kept things under control in the early stages. Not an easy day for fast bowlers with the slippery ball.
No, definitely not, and even the approach, it's probably not an easy approach. I want to say good morning to us. You definitely can. Get in the chat. Hello to Kai Bay, and hello to Christopher Ward as well. Thanks for saying good morning.
Wide ball.
He's kind of an ambiguous swinger, isn't he? Sangrula, I'd say it looks to me like he's got an in-swing action, but the occasional one like that just kind of goes the other way, and it's a very good skill to have. The top bowlers, Jimmy Anderson's one, Pat Cummins is another. That you just don't have that predictability of someone that has a stock ball. I will say Sangrula, yeah, like it's mostly in-swing, but his action allows him to move it the other way as well. It's a bit of natural variation more than anything.
There's that in-swinger. It's nicely pushed away from Fahim. He'll manage to take the single, so he'll retain the strike for the start of the second over. The Gladiators 10 for 9. Interesting point you made there, Vinny, because Sangrula's wrist does sort of collapse a little bit to the offside, which doesn't provide that much difference between when he's trying to bowl the big hooping in-swinger versus the one where he's just rolling the fingers over the top of it. And he's mixed it up nicely so far in the games that the Empire team has played.
Yeah, he's an awkward hitting pace as well. It's not a huge pace on, but just it's quite accurate most of the time. Let's have a look at yesterday. Over 1,200 runs. Run rate of the day, 13.4. It's kind of round about where I expected it, around about the 13 mark. Wicket rate was pretty high, 6.5 wickets per 10 overs. Normally it would be about 5.5. But yeah, plenty of action in the day, over 100 maximos. more 6s than 4s. Of course, we're only just getting started. This is the statistics from the first 5 games. We have 24 matches in the men's and then 9 matches in our first ever ECSW. Finland come the weekend. I know you'll be here at least for Saturday for that. I don't think you have to head off on Saturday, but on Sunday, we're looking forward to it. Here's Wild Thing. I'm Judge Share.
Geez, that's a nice ball. It's the typical Share shape, just moving away late. He's got a nice side on action, doesn't he, Vinny? Very classical bowler.
And he's not really putting a lot of effort in here. He's just trying to get it right. He's not going to overextend himself. Who knows, Fahim prefers a bit of pace on the ball as well. So, good start from Amjad.
Another swing and a miss. You don't really need a huge amount of intel to work out what Share is going to do on most deliveries. It is just that consistent line on off stump, and you can see that Fahim shaping up to try to hit on the leg side on both occasions, and the movement has done him in.
Amjad's got more of a predictable out movement. He's still got to play it, and these are classical swing conditions, aren't they, with the grey skies?
See if Fahim goes on the charge at some point. There we go. Trying to subdue the sideways movement of Share. That ball's up high, and a second catch has gone down for Empire. The second time the run-scoring machine, Fahim, has been dropped.
Now, there's a bit of movement as well with Jordan O'Brien out in the field. Matthias Brazier is actually doing the job behind the stumps. That's because Jordan had a bit of an issue with his back when he was keeping yesterday, probably for all the celebrating. So, yeah.
Plenty of opportunities to celebrate with
even
6
with
scalps in game 1.
Yeah, true. Even with the dodgy back, maybe he's got to call the other fielder off that one. Hindsight's 20/20, as they say in the classics, but that was a genuine chance to get a man that did score a century yesterday.
It's looking very casual at the non-striker's crease. We talked yesterday about the cocked foot stance.
Yeah, it's a very good. Any youngsters out there, this is kind of going out of the game. This is how you meant to stand at the non-striker's end. One hand on your hip, cross your ankles. Even a little tap going as well.
Backing up occasionally.
Oh yeah,
may not be the worst.
Once the ball's bowled, I'd say it's definitely not by the book. But
there's not a huge amount of intent for the quick single.
It's a good look, isn't it? Body language, in all seriousness, body language is something I used to think about a lot when I used to play first grade cricket, because it's a dog-eat-dog kind of an environment. It's probably one of the most competitive levels, i.e. very few proportionally get to go to the next level, which is professional cricket. End of the second over here, it's 11 without loss. So kind of just looking the part and looking like you belong is important, and you can do that. Just certain mannerisms when you come to the crease, you're owning the game rather than being maybe intimidated by a situation. So
that feels like a cricket thing more than a lot of other sport.
Yeah.
You will watch the way that a batter takes guard. You will watch how aggressive they are with using the spikes in the shoe to create their guard, what they do in between balls, and just see how much they look the part.
Yeah, and calling's another one. They're confident calling, in the voice that you know what you're doing. So Grula gets the ball out.
Jammed in the block hole. It's driven pretty nicely from Fahim too. Plays a shot on the offside. Shows he's got capability all around the wicket. That's a nice boundary, and Gladiators move up 15 for none.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot actually. This is one that kind of counteracts that in movement, keeps it all the way along the carpet.
Wide of off stump. Fahim out of control with the shot again. It's gone to that same area. And it's an astounding effort from Verma. Jordan O'Brien can scarcely believe that after 2 dropped catches in that region, he's suddenly taken the hardest of the lot. What a grab.
That's an unbelievable catch at this time of the morning to get a guy who scored a century yesterday. He has to turn back. He just kind of reaches and hopes. He puts the hands out there. And Jordan O'Brien, well, the reaction says everything. Third time's a charm for Verma. And somehow Fahim has been caught. He probably won't believe it, but he's out for 11. Never got going here on the second morning. And it's 15 for 1.
Unbelievable stuff. Oh, the reaction from
we
Jordan.
We got to see that again. That was an unbelievable catch. Just anticipation. And we say he kind of had a ticket in the raffle, didn't he, there? That he's put the hands out and, yeah, it was reachable, but very difficult to catch.
Catches, aren't
yeah,
they?
running
Very tough catches.
coming out of a greyish sky, balls a similar colour to that, and blowing around, but
It's wet, it's cold.
and everything was against that catch.
The form guide.
Yes, exactly.
Mustafa comes to the crease. Big hooping in swinger. That was an excellent delivery to a new batter from Sangrula. Swung much later than some of his earlier deliveries.
Wow, it's going to take a bit of getting over, isn't it? But yeah, welcome to the second one. We actually, let's be honest, we thought we'd struggle to get on at all this morning with the forecast. But this ground does drain well because there's a break in the rain. Here we are.
Just nicely nibbled away on the offside, but Mustafa elects not to push the single. It's a huge wicket for Empire, isn't it, Vinny?
It's huge. Yeah, definitely. When you consider how things disintegrated after he got out yesterday for him.
Needs the rest of his team to dig in here, see if they can put some sort of total on the board and let their cagey bowling attack defend strongly. It's a nice little bit of in movement from Sangrula again. As you say, he's not particularly sharp by any stretch, Vinny, but doesn't bowl too many bad balls, does he? Rarely gets into the slot, and even when he does, there's normally something happening there.
Yeah, exactly right.
Good young bowler.
It was great to unearth new prospects, something we do regularly here on ECN.
Well, he's backed us up there by bowling his worst ball of the tournament
But
so
I
far.
think he's got the charm in a way of not really understanding what's going to happen when the ball leaves his hand. So that can be quite disconcerting as a batter in its own way. I mean, if someone's bowling, testing outswing, but you know it's outswing, you can kind of formulate a strategy. But a lot of his bowling is the element of surprise about what the ball might do sideways, one way or the other, when the ball leaves his hand.
Another big hooping in swinger. And after some slight deliberation, the batters decide to rotate the strike. And perhaps annoyance from the non-striker that his partner is farming it in time for the start of the fourth over. So that's the end of a fairly, I wouldn't say completely dire power play, but certainly an underwhelming one in terms of the run scoring for the Gymkhana Gladiators. They are 17 for 1 after 3.
HCL Software Player of the Day voting's already been shut after that catch by Verma in that over actually to get Fahim for just 11. The other two batters combined for 2 off 8 so far. A few issues with wides. Okay, 4 wides in the power play, not the worst. But yeah, Gymkhana Gladiators from their Helsinki Gymkhana organisation. Hadley's Empire 11 named in honour of Joe Hadley. Mentioned that yesterday. He founded Empire Cricket Club. Of course, Empire have been to the ECL twice. Fortunately, one of those times was this year where they had the complete washout group in Group E. Pandey bowled well yesterday. Gets the ball now in the 4th.
Boy, not his best for a man who had the radar on for both games yesterday. That's an absolute shocker to start his spell.
Proper looseners this morning.
You say loosener, Vinny. He's done the cagey thing, though, that it immediately has looked down at the popping crease, just to suggest that feet didn't grip quite the way I wanted. Look at that. Next ball on the button, lofted, not with a great deal of control, and it's an easy catch for Dandapani coming around on the offside. That's a nice piece of bowling from Pandey after a fairly ordinary first delivery in the second wicket down.
Yeah, good to see Hariharan Dandapani in the lineup as well. Again, he's kind of fighting himself here. The bat play doesn't come through straight. It's kind of almost a broken helicopter. Can't go to the leg side and then tries to correct, but Mustafa never got going either. It's a wicket for Pandey. I can't blame the footing that time. He gets his man. It's 18 for 2.
It's Pandey party at the moment. This is a nice little piece of bowling, particularly after there would be a few nerves after that first ball was dragged way across to the offside. He's been a wicket taker for Empire Cricket Club during the course of this T10 event.
See if Junaid Khan can step up here. coming in at number 4, 3%, maybe generous at the moment for the Gladiators. Need someone to play a rearguard innings. Nev came yesterday, and they were rock and rolled for 50.
I'll tell you what, Anwar and Khan back in the early 90s would have sent shudders into opponents.
Too right.
See if the Gladiators can have the same thing. Well, Khan has at least managed to turn over the strike there.
And it's interesting they've gone with Brassier as the backup keeper. I've got to admit, I haven't really ever seen him keeping. He's a pretty handy bowler.
I'd love to see him at the bowling.
Yeah, I maybe took a wicket in the ECL against Byron of Greece. We only got 2 overs.
That's a big heave over to the leg side. Oh, and it's been fumbled over the boundary. Tejas Prajapati, first time he's been involved in the game. It was a pretty nice swing from Anwar, but didn't get a full piece of the ball. Probably a catch that should have been taken.
Just was never set, was he? He was kind of came in, had to go back. If he'd stayed put, probably would have had a better play on it. But a bit of luck there for Anwar, gets him going.
Don't they need it, the Gladiators? Swing to a ball that was wide of off stump.
I will say Brassier has 1 wicket at the Cardham Oval, but he also has a famous dot ball. He bowled the famous bouncer to Vanraj in the power over, as I recall it. So if you weren't aware, when Empire were at the ECL this year, because their entire 3-day group was washed out, the field was unplayable. I mean, unplayable.
Swung over to cover, and
Oh,
by the fact that
I think he caught.
Jordan's looking at his hands, I
I
think he's fumbled it. We didn't get a great look at it from
It's
our
the-
vantage point.
It's the most understated celebration you've ever seen. There's just curves on him a bit. I don't know if we even got it, but it must have just popped out here, and then yeah, we just rolled. But the next ball, we'll have to give you a replay. It has been hit, and it's been hit for 6. A Maximo. This is the next ball. Got taken off stump, Cowboy style, on a grey rainy day. That'll be another 6 runs. So in the end, it doesn't end that badly for the Gladiators, with Anwar whacking a couple of 6s in the over. After 4, it's 33 for 2. But yeah, you got to say, a couple of catches going down in the over as well.
Yeah, it certainly did. We talked about Jordan carrying a bit of an injury from his wicket keeping yesterday. It probably hasn't helped him on that occasion, but player of his class, you'd expect to take that snare. But either way, still Empire feel like they're in a pretty good position, I should say, at the moment. 33 for 2, the Gladiators, 4 overs down. So the run rate well under control. Bit of a change at the bowling crease here too. Rahul Agarwal coming on for his first over of the tournament.
Yeah.
So some new personnel on show for the Hadley's Empire 11.
And Empire's a big club, so a few players they can rotate through, also working around work commitments and these kind of things. So yeah, Agarwal to get going. Yeah, so that power over was what decided Group E. We'll tell you about that in a second.
Well, that's an awful first ball, but the shot really wasn't that much better. I suspect this will be called no
I
ball.
think you're going to have to see this from side on. With it was out of his crease a bit. I feel he hits it quite a bit above. I feel that probably is going to be a no ball, and it gets called now. So free hit coming up. An opportunity once again for Anwar, who has hit a couple of 6s in the last over. He's given chances as well.
So am I getting the benefit of the free hit here? Agarwal steams in. Short, wide ball.
So in that power over, it was devised especially for this circumstance where you couldn't have competitive cricket, but we had what was basically it's like a bash off. you had 6 bowlers and 6 batters. You had to use 12 players in your team. You couldn't do both. You had to choose. So you had 6 pairs go out there, and your teammate bowls to your teammate.
Swung over to the leg side, and should have been straight in the hands. Well, Prajapati has basically scored 10 runs for the Gladiators despite being at cow corner. So that's the second catch that's gone straight through his hands. Probably a little bit more difficult than the first. Had to run in and make some ground 5-10 metres in from the boundary, but again didn't get well set. Got into an awkward spot.
Yeah, having a rough run of it at the moment. Another own goal, really. Well, I won't say it's the kind of ball that really deserved a wicket. In fact, he's getting the drag now. It's like getting retired out in the field. Prajapati goes to the safety of third, but of course the ball's going to go his way straight away. And well, can't really blame him for this one, but he will have to pick it off the fence for more.
Always the way for bowlers, isn't it, Vinny? You get a drop, catch the ball before. How often do you see the next one go to the boundary? That's not the prettiest shot from the cricketing textbook, but it's still effective. Little mini fight back here from the Gladiators.
By the way, Empire did finish second in that power over. I know that the Voorburg of Netherlands aren't winning it, but they carried a bit of prize money.
Oh, swung helpfully across to the leg side. It's nice timing, and Anwar is actually playing a pretty good little innings here. 28 off 11 now. That's his third Maximo. Another full toss from Agarwal. So if you were playing in the power over, Vinny, leaving aside that the ball needed to bounce on the pitch, you couldn't ask for much better bowling.
That is true. That is true. I mean, bit of a gift from Agarwal. Rearguard action gone from 3% to 25% now, Gladiators.
A huge swing. Nice change of pace from Agarwal, but Anwar keeping his team in this contest. One ball left before we reach the halfway point.
Yeah, so it was a strange thing. I hope we never have to see another power over again, although the concept was quite novel and well received given the circumstances, but it was so wet there at Cardamore Oval.
I guess what made it particularly hard for both batters and bowlers in that situation too was the pitch was still very wet.
Yeah.
And using wet, heavy balls as part of that process.
And you had no frame of reference to create a strategy. You just had to go with a hunch.
Oh, he's cleaned up his leg stump. That's a lovely piece of bowling from Agarwal. His head shakes all round. Who knows what's going out there in the middle. But anyway, after what has not been the tidiest over, he ends up with figures of 1 for 16 and third wicket down for the Gladiators, 3 for 49.
Yeah. Knocks the leg stump out of the ground.
From Agarwal.
Yeah, well, for the first time, we might actually be able to welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, but Andrew Ryan with me. Hopefully you're enjoying the morning so far. It's not necessarily the summer conditions you might expect, but still, it's nice that we're on the field, and all the crew here do such a great job keeping this field in good shape for play. So,
well, I think you mentioned, Vinny, that we currently have winter back in Australia. We're in summer here in Helsinki, and yet the conditions between Helsinki and Perth at the moment probably slightly more favourable in Perth.
That's true. We'll come actually with that Australian link. We'll talk a bit about what we got up to last night, perhaps during this game as well. But yeah, good morning to all of you. Great to have Ryan with me. And of course, Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo, with you. So get ready for over at number 6, and it looks like we will have Dandapani having a bowl.
I quite like Dandapani.
Yeah.
There's a certain pizzazz about his cricket, to be honest, and feels like there's always something happening in the game when he's in the middle. Dragged a little bit short, not particularly well timed by Khan, but they get the one. Very tall man for spinner. High release point. Gets it right. He's quite a tricky customer to face.
Yeah, for sure. Make your own pace against him. 50's up for Gladiators. That's all they scored yesterday, don't forget. He's gone. He won't give it straight away, but I'm telling you, he's out. And Malik's been sold down the rhythm a bit. He got absolute donuts from his partner. We'll see it from side on. But the square leg umpire and me has given this one out. Throw came back. Wasn't nothing special. The good hits Prajapati with the throw. Let's see if I'm in good form. Yeah, that one's just out. Wicketkeeper instinct never goes away. That's going to be a tough one for Malik to swallow. Run out for a golden. It's 50 for 4.
That's not really great running. But tell you what, credit to Tejas Prajapati. After having a shocker in the field already today, he's come up with the run out after his manoeuvring into the infield in the last over.
Yeah, true. He's ball magnet. I mean,
can't keep him out of the game.
I've been doing this a long time. I have seen one fielder, it was Lovepreet Singh of Jandra Brescia, in Brescia 3 years ago. He dropped 5 catches in 5 different positions, such as they continue to move him. also known as doing a love treat. No worries for Ali, for Tejas Prajapati as Ali took off, got turned around again. Not the easiest surface to turn on. Generally 60 seconds here for Bilawal Hussain.
As Dandapani's coming in to bowl this ball, I want everyone to focus on Khan and his actions as the non-striker for a moment.
Or lack thereof.
The lack thereof, not to mention where he is holding the bat, choking it on the lowest part, which, you know, I am no scientist, Maximo, but I would feel that if you're holding that bat at the top of the handle, that will give you the greatest and longest reach
Also,
when you're sliding in.
That's assuming you're trying to run.
That is true.
He's not leaving his crease at all.
Dealing in boundaries.
Let me show a replay of that ball from that angle. And just, again, watch number 90, Junaid Khan here. He's a statue. Maybe we won't have time for the replay.
Possibly actually going backwards rather than forwards. He's watching the bowler very intently. There we go. There's some forward propulsion. But
if there was ever anyone I was confident was not a risk of getting man-catted, it would be Junaid in this situation. He didn't actually move that time. Never actually leaves the crease. It's just
not even doesn't leave it. He's safely a good foot behind it. Dandapani bowling a good over. Drops onto the back foot. Hussain coming to the crease to join Khan. So they take the one, but the score just trickling upwards at present. 52 for 4. One ball left in this 6th over.
Yeah, that Sajid Anwar wicket was a big one, wasn't it? To snuff out that mode of attack.
Oh, Gladiator ready is Khan. Absolutely pumps Dandapani. Well, who needs to run between the wickets when you're hitting the Grizzly 85 metres over into the meadow? Magnificent shot to end the over, and score races along to 58 for 4.
3-2-1, blow the whistle. That one was absolutely out of the screws from Junaid. So, yeah, conserved his energy to perfection in that over. 6 over check-in. What are they going? Kind of almost 10 and over. What's it? I said this the other day as well. What's the best case scenario? Maybe you can go 15 and over from here realistically. If you get a big partnership going, you're looking at 118. Still looks a bit light on, but yeah, it's different kind of conditions here on the second morning.
Well, we've got a treat coming up. The man who has changed the game in a few ways, some both positive and negative for his team so far. Tejas Prajapati being brought along to the bowling crease. So he'll deliver the 7th over. The Empire trying to share the bowling load around to the team. Important to involve plenty of players and also spread some of that physical workload. Oh, it's a pretty good seed from Prajapati coming in, first ball.
Yeah.
Tidy action.
High on confidence after that run out. It's kind of gifted up on a platter though, wasn't it?
It certainly was, but still have to complete the dismissal. Oh, swung straight, just whipped around with the wrists. Unfortunately, absolutely no carrying it whatsoever, and the fielding superstar Vishal Verma completes another catch.
Now this one's child's play really for Verma. After he took that hanger early, this time he has to come in just a couple of steps, but it's a classic case of all the weight going away from the intended area of the shot. If you look at this one, he's kind of backing away, he's kind of reaching and poking almost, hoping that it will get the power to go over the boundary, but it's never going to make it. Just have a look, see, backing the way to leg, then has to kind of throw the hands at it. I think Prajapati was pretty confident that was going to get caught. As soon as it went up, Verma didn't let him down.
So casual and confident in the field, isn't he, Verma?
He is now.
Wasn't so much.
Might have been a different story, even if you dropped that unbelievable catch. Probably still would have had zero confidence under that one.
And right at the crease, nibbled away on the offside, and they'll take a single.
Tough one for the Gladiators, because if they lose this, which is looking more than likely at the moment, they kind of know that their finals ambitions are gone. Having said that, they will play later on, weather permitting. They play the second game of the day actually against the Rapids, so they'll hope at least to pull off a win somewhere along the way.
nicely struck out to the offside, but it is also very well taken. The big mitts of Dandapani safely snare the catch, and Prajapati's had a nice introduction to the bowling crease. 2 wickets in this over.
It shows you how quickly morning can turn around. Prajapati, we saw grass a couple that went over into the boundary. Now it comes back with 2 wickets. And we saw that with Moon yesterday, who had an inauspicious start but came back to be the hero. Right now, unfortunately for the Gladiators, it's more of the same as the dangerous Junaid Khan will go. Jennifer Page will probably go down as a one-hit wonder in that innings. Out for 9. It's 59 for 6.
Is that a Jennifer Page music reference?
It was.
That is going niche.
Crush. Good song.
Oh,
Why did she not get more?
there was a great quote from Jennifer Page, and I don't know how I remember this at the time that she released that single. She went on radio and did an interview and said, "Yeah, I want this to be my career. I don't want to just be remembered for one song." And unfortunately, that's precisely what turned out to be her
100%.
career.
She's the one-hit wonder that first comes to mind for me.
Yep. Nice ball from Prajapati, angled down to third. There's no single, and that's the end of the over. And the Gladiators 59 for 6 after 7.
I'll give you another one. Vanessa Carlton, who did
1,000 miles.
1,000 miles. I saw an interesting little video on that. Apparently it's a song she had been kind of mucking around with since she was very young, kind of 5 or 6. Last ball is 7th here.
It's a good ball. Great over from Prajapati. Well bowled from him. Finishes figures of 2 for 1 off that over. Was this I think it was a Vox Music retrospective on the creation of that song?
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, interesting. There's also a very good one about Rick Astley in there, about the story behind Never Gonna Give You Up, in the context of Rick rolling being a phenomenon. Here we are in Finland, and we are loving our time here. We'll actually get to talk a little bit, hopefully, about our exciting Monday night at the Aussie Bar. The responses of Empire last night. I would say it wasn't a whole bunch of a hero's welcome, but it wasn't far off, actually, when
I think
when we
the
walked
crowd were boisterous when we made our entrance. As Agarwal gets a second over, big appeal, and this one's just drifting down the leg side.
I would have been tempted to give this, but I think it's probably the right decision. See, just on the wall. I mean, hits him probably in line with leg, is still moving. It's not the perfect angle either for the camera here in Finland. Benefit of the doubt.
Good call.
Yeah, as a bowler.
Cut,
And you should say that.
and beats the fielder. Behind point, Agarwal just dropping a little bit short, not getting too much zip off the pitch, and that's well played.
Yeah, nice shot. Let it come to him that time. Had a bit more width to work with and found the gap despite the best efforts of the fielder. Yeah, the Aussie Bar last night was quite fun. You introduced me.
I think you had a few cultural experiences, or you learnt a
definitely
lot
did.
about Finnish culture during our visit.
Actually, we'll come back to what Jeffrey is saying in the chat as well. Hey, Jeff. So he said, did we get to Kylie last night? Well, we didn't. Time didn't really allow.
Nor did anyone offer us any free tickets.
Yeah, that would have been handy. We did mix it with some people that did go to Kylie, though, because we went to the Aussie Bar. So the next best thing is we went to the Aussie Bar, called the Aussie Bar. You can actually see the logo on some of the Empire shirts. Try and focus on one of those in a moment. But let's have a look. Can you see on the bowler's shirt here? See the Aussie is upside down, which I think is very clever.
It is
because
clever,
it's down
actually.
under.
Very clever.
Yeah. So we went there, and you introduced me to a Finnish drink that I'd never heard of, which was kind of ironic because we were in an Aussie bar.
Just drops short. Absolutely no pace on it. And
Sounded like a bat breaker, to be honest.
Didn't
It wasn't off the middle at all. And where do we start? So the closest we got to Kylie was with some of the, friends of friends, I suppose. We got the barman to put on a Kylie playlist.
swung straight down the ground, and be another broken bat single. It's the end of a scintillating over from Agarwal. He finishes with figures of 1 for 23, and the Gladiators have managed to get off the Devil's number, skipped ahead to 67 for 6.
Better the devil you know, as we talked about
Nice
yesterday.
segue.
Yeah, and spluttering along here, aren't they?
Should we have it? The long Kero, I think, is an interesting topic because you'd said quite rightly that you'd never heard of the drink. So it was. There's two things about it. So it's basically a premix of gin and grapefruit soda, but you can mix it with some other sort of fruity soda flavours. But they actually developed it, I'm pretty sure, for the 1952 Summer Olympics that were held in Helsinki.
Is that? Yeah,
Yep.
That's fascinating. There's Dandapani bowls a gundy ball down the leg side. Brasia does pretty well to partially block it. It tasted like lemonade, basically.
Which is quite dangerous.
If you just tipped a can of lemonade in a glass, I wouldn't. Is that what they're doing? It'd be a good way to save a bit of money.
So the story goes that as we see Dandapani come in to make his way through his second over, nicely bowled, a little bit of loop, bit of bounce off the deck. And once again, just the single. So because there were so many foreign visitors that were coming over for the Olympics, Finland was had, let's just say, a not very liberal alcohol policy in place back at that time. So actually the national alcohol sort of retailer or monopoly provider, Alco, amusingly named Alco, which is far more funny for foreigners than it is for Finnish people. I think they created this as an option to have an alcoholic product available for sale at the time, and it's just turned into probably the nation's favourite drink.
It's very summery.
Swing across to the leg side. Will just be a single, but it's very, very nice and refreshing, particularly in the sort of 2 months of warmer weather that happens here in Finland.
Yeah. So yeah, we even had a meat pie at one stage. Taste of home.
Got to meet some New Zealand friends at the
we did.
at the table, which was always lovely.
It was
a
quite
highly
confrontational.
intellectual
I welcomed the New Zealanders with open arms. They kind of little brother syndrome, I suppose.
A little bit.
I love all my New Zealand friends.
Bit chippy.
Dandapani tried to make a case for the why the one before wasn't a wide. As he turned around, he talked himself out of it, probably because it was a wide by about this much. Just got to straighten it up.
Good man, though, looking at his hands, suggesting it's just slipped out. It's not a technical failure. Much better ball. And that foot, I don't think it's been behind the line, and the square leg umpire puts the finger up. It's a lovely piece of bowling from Dandapani. A perfect leg spinner's wicket, really.
Yeah, well done to Brasia. It has to be his first stumping on the network, and it's not one the umpire really had to even go upstairs for. So
Tidy take.
yeah, very nice. I think he's got one more stumping than Jordan O'Brien now, Brasia. I just got to say that. But Sabia, he wasn't able to move the needle too much. He's out for 6, just the one boundary in there. And in the 9th over, it is 74 for 7.
Well, as dry as they might, the Gladiators just cannot get this innings out of first gear.
It's actually genuinely a good take because those ones over and around the stumps and slightly leg side of the stumps, even that are between the batter's body and the stumps, often keepers just kind of watch those. They don't, or they get distracted or they assume it's going to hit something. But that's actually quite a good bit of keeping. Matthias has good instincts there.
Does move well. He's a man who's light on his feet. Actually couldn't get across to cleanly glove. That ball speared down the leg side by Dandapani. Slow leg spinner. Just heaved across for seemingly an endless barrage of ones here.
Well, much like a concerned parent in the 21st century, I've done my own research as well on the Finnish long drink, the Lonkero. There's another wide. Just can't quite get it right all the time, Dandapani. So you're right. And they weren't enough bartenders or facilities to serve cocktails quickly, so they wanted a ready-made, quick alcoholic drink.
Tremendous cricket all round as Modasham gets the ball wedged somewhere. And it's the end of the 9th over. Well, it didn't all happen in the 9th, but we got to see a Brasia stumping, which was lovely to see. So 78 for 7 with 6 balls left. Vinny, if they can get this anywhere near 90, I suspect they'd probably be happy.
Dandapani's 1 for 19, maybe a bit generous compared to, I think, how well he actually bowled. On another day, he could have gone the journey. I wonder who they bowled in the last over.
It's got to go back to Prajapati, surely.
Yeah, we had 2 for 1. Elsie's come in for the game.
You'd be feeling a bit gypped if you were Tejas and you didn't get a second over. He's been trusted with the responsibility of the pressure 10th. Imran will take the strike to start this final 6 balls. So Prajapati steaming in. Outside off stump, big strike, felt like the bottom of the bat, and it's neatly taken out there in Prajapati corner, but fortunately for him, there is a much safer pair of hands out on the boundary. I think that's a Sapkota.
Haven't found the middle of the bat often enough in this innings, have they? Basic thing with the Gladiators. And so, yeah, well taken out there. 3 for 1, Prajapati, unbelievable. Sapkota takes it without too many dramas, 78 for 8.
How quickly can one's T10 game turn around? 4 overs into this contest, 5 overs into the contest. He had his head in his hands. He'd fumbled 2 catches. And yet here he is with probably the best figures of the event so far.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Good ball. Getting some heat through to the keeper now too.
Yeah, if you're ever going to pick up a 5-for, you've got 10 and 11 to bowl out here potentially. You got, what's that, 4 balls left. I mean, that missed by a bit more than that suggests, but
becomes the pressure there of just getting it on the pegs, because you know if you do, you got a pretty good chance of picking up a bowler, an LBW, and he's as much as he's, I suspect, trying to hit off stump.
good footwork. This reminds me of me in my early days. Get forward at all costs. Anyway, no credit to Ariel. So let's see if he can get off the donut here.
Nice stance at the crease. He gets the edge, beats Brazier, and it runs down for a single.
Uh-oh. Jeez.
He wanted to get back on strike, didn't he?
He's feeling confident. Well, he's winning a great catch for Brazier. I'm not even sure it's realistic a chance, but maybe if he'd stepped up a little bit more left, he could have launched at that. As he was, he's a bit flat-footed. I know he's not in the position very often. That was a good catch, but the first one is probably the one I was looking at.
Full ball. Prajapati has managed to get it in the block hole, and it's up being a 4 out there. Jordan O'Brien continues his first-class display.
He's getting good slidage there. And yeah, when you've got a slightly sore back.
Looked like a turtle on his back for a moment. Wasn't
Came
sure
out
he was
of
going to get
nowhere.
up.
Look at those slip and slides on a hot summer's day. Right, last ball coming up.
Rajapati outside off stump again. Ball goes up, and Dandapani just walks past it. O'Brien fires the ball in, and they take the 1. So an eventful end to a stunning 10 overs from the Gymkhana Gladiators. They end up with 84 on the board, rolling 8 wickets down. It was a bit of a stop-start innings, to say the least, Vinny. And I have the feeling that Empire will go in with some confidence in this chase.
Yeah, stop-start, but to be honest, it was flatline most of the time with the occasional sign of life. Let's go back and have a look. We knew that Huzaifa Fahim held the key. He's got 110 this time yesterday, but it's been all downhill for his team since there. They didn't defend it. They lost the next game badly. That was an unbelievable catch by Verma, who was tested in so many ways in these 10 overs. It was a key moment in this game. He got Fahim out for 11, and really, despite the occasional bash back from the Gladiators, it was pretty miserable viewing.
Yeah, certainly was. Empire helped them out on a few occasions. Prajapati, his day started woefully. 2 dropped catches, and then it was compounded by the ball flying off the outside edge on occasion. Agarwal served up a nice diet of full tosses, probably didn't get punished as much as he could, and then eventually landed one, and Anwar played all around it and had his leg stumped decapitated.
Yeah, that was another big moment, wasn't it? Then this made it even worse. You know, he puts the bat up as the universal sign of turn around. It wasn't enough, and he's run out by inches, but it was enough. Brazier, yeah, I think he did a pretty good job behind the stumps. We'll see him stumping in a moment. That was absolutely crunched by Junaid. Unfortunately, it would be a pretty rare sign of life in this Gladiators innings. That was a nice catch by Verma as well, a bit more of a regulation one. This was well held again, probably saved 6 runs there as well, down to Pani on the boundary. And so, yeah, only the openers getting double figures here. Nobody else was able to. And Brazier with the first ever stumping on ECN. I think, 84 on the board. That's basically 12 and over. You get the 4 points. That's what Empire are looking at, and kind of sewing up top spot heading into Friday.
Yeah. great look at that magical bit of work in the outfield from O'Brien. Not his greatest day in the field, but fortunately it hasn't cost them too much, and getting that early wicket of Huzaifa Fahim was number one on the clear objectives of the Empire Cricket Club side. Jimkana Gladiators 84 for 8 after their 10 overs. They were powered along by Sajid Anwar, who played a pretty good innings. Lusty couple of blows over the leg side before he was eventually cleaned up by Agarwal and only one other batter, the form for him, making it double figures. So pretty disappointing effort all round. They have struggled with batting depth, I think it's fair to say, Vinny.
Yeah, definitely true. Looking at the bowlers, we had 5 individual wicket takers. 3 for 7 though, Tejas Prajapati from his struggles in the field. He then came good with the ball with a brilliant triple strike. Wickets also to Sangrul, who's having a good tournament. Pandey, Agarwal and Dandapani. Amjad Sher didn't take a wicket, but only went for a single run in his single over. So yeah, I mean, the Empire 11, if they can get the 4 points here, puts them in good placement, good position for top spot. But don't forget, they still have to play the Dark Knights, who are also undefeated later in the day. So there's plenty to play for here. 85 will be the victory target for Hadley's Empire 11 when we return. Swinny Sound here, Mr. Maxim on day 2 with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you shortly live from Finland for more European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us here on day 2 of this European Cricket Series in Finland. We are at the Caravan National Cricket Centre, just around about 25-30 minutes out of the centre of Helsinki. And right now, I'd love to say the weather looks as good as it did when we took those pictures. It's probably not ideal, but still, of course, this is Finnish cricket and keep playing as long as you can. It's light rain falling at the moment. 84 on the board for the Gymkhana Gladiators, who have had a bit of a struggle since the first game. They actually saw them put 155 on the board, but unfortunately since then it's been downhill. They weren't able to defend that. They got rolled in their second match yesterday, and right now that 84 is looking pretty light on total against an undefeated Hadley's Empire 11. I want to give a warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with you. Rhino, he will be back pretty shortly here. And it's our pleasure to bring you the cricket, our first trip to Finland since 2020. I just can't believe it's that long. It's actually my first time here. Of course, I joined the tour full-time in 2021 after a tumultuous 2020. It's certainly, I'm sure people remember for the wrong reasons, but I suppose a rare positive was the emergence of the European Cricket Network and our ability to stream cricket and produce cricket that has entertained people all around the world. So let's see what Gladiators can get out of this. I mean, it's hard to imagine any other scenario than the 4 points. So maybe if they can even get a point, they'll feel they've taken something out, and that probably ends their aspirations. O'Brien on strike, Sabir with the ball. First one's down the leg side and be left alone for a wide in the end. Keep the chat coming. I had the question about whether we went to Kylie Minogue last night. Kylie was actually in Helsinki for a concert last night. But we didn't quite make it live, but we did mix with a few people that had gone. We went to the Aussie bar. Oh, belts this, Jordan O'Brien. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Up and out of here. They're not even right off the middle. They just wanted to check to see if this one's 6 or 4. I can tell you it's gone over by about a metre. It's pretty close to us. And yeah, there's the confirmation. So you can see what kind of a mood O'Brien's in. I often wonder if he encountered these conditions too often when he was plying his trade in Australia for many years. I think he would have adapted by now. So 7 off the first ball effectively. Respects this one. Jordan O'Brien out there with the wild thing. I'm Judge Shert. No Nick Salonen in the lineup this morning for Hadley's Empire 11. Apparently it's not even the only Aussie bar in Helsinki. Good expat population here. Goes after this, lured into it. He's going to get just enough to get it over. And that one has gone for another 6. Maximo. Again, I'd say it's right out of the meat of the bat. Kind of fighting himself a little bit there. Similar area to that ridiculous Verma catch earlier, but again, will get over by a metre. He's one of those players, O'Brien, that he can miss hit sixes. It's just something I've noticed with some players that are even more dangerous in the format. I think either one of those was not right out of the middle. Goes after what would have been a wide this time. O'Brien off the end of the bat, has to hustle, gets there. Well, I know some people want to christen Jordan with a nickname Rory for run out risky. But that time he gets home. Here's a wild thing, Amjad Sher. He's going to have one thing on his mind. That's finishing this pretty quickly. Wild swing first up. In fact, missed by the keeper. Jordan alert to it. These are the things that good players and players that played at a good level tend to do. I mean, Jordan's looking for a run, even though 99 times out of 100, this is just a regulation take for the keeper. That's actually pretty well bowled. I think if we look at it on the replay, it goes straight over the line. I think umpires have made a bit of adjustment here. You've got to understand the regulations. Is it completely outside the line? I think it's probably getting a piece of it. Yeah, good umpiring. Gets the outside of the zone, as we'd say in baseball. And that will take us to the end of the first over. So it's 15 without loss after one. 4 matches since the golden ball, and it's exactly, more or less, 24 hours ago that we had that golden ball, which involved the SKK Rappers, but it was the BTCC Dark Knights that got the win, and it was Moonball that got him there. The SKK Rapids still without a win. They are coming up next against the Gladiators. Here's Faisal Shahzad. First one's a fraction short and is put down. So it's flat and not particularly comfortable one. It's Shah Mustafa who did the keeping yesterday for the Gladiators. Judge says not the kind of guy you want to drop. They've had the results on the field, Gladiators, but I do love their outfit. A bit high, I think. Brian tries to pull away. Seemed the kind of length that would have taken the ball over the bails. Be the judge, yeah. It's going over the top. It's had a fair bit to travel. It's already probably over the bails when it impacts him. The charge this time, the wild thing. Oh, and it's not exactly the best bit of infielding I've ever seen. In the end, it's probably a run either way. The old stomp method. O'Brien. Halfway through the power play. Faisal Shahzad. Love a highlight here. Again, swinger. Muscles it, takes on the arm, gets there. O'Brien get another one that wasn't particularly out of the middle of that bat. This time he just kind of escorts it, wrists it over mid-wicket and the fence, if you don't mind. Maximo for the wild thing. Amjad Sher. He's one guy, when he lets his wings fly, he is a different kind of proposition. He can just do some things that you don't normally see. Shahzad leaves the arena for the first time. 25 already, not even out of the second over yet. Andrew Ryan joins me back in the commentary box. Who knows for how long? So right now, Empire making light work of this 85 target.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's pretty scrappy conditions. I've just been for a walk around the ground, just checking to see that the field is still in a good playable state. There are a few questions from the umpires before we came on from this, but very much in European cricket tradition. Everyone gets out on the field and plays the game that they love. And it's probably being loved a little bit more by Empire here today on the way to chasing this target. 60 off 31 needed for the bonus point. Last ball for Shahzad in this over. Nicely cut, powerfully struck too. Good effort in the outfield from Asad Sabir, but he cannot stop that ball from careering over the boundary rope. It's a good finish to the over, and Vinny, you'd have to say that Empire 29 for none after 2. That's exactly what they were after from this opening partnership.
Yeah, certainly. I might have a quick look at the table and just seeing kind of where we're at with Empire taking 3 and 3 yesterday, so they could get up to 10 if they win with 4 points here. Then the Dark Knights, who, let's assume they get 3 points of the next game, 10-9. I'm just trying to work out, it could come down to those last 2 games, assuming we don't have any weather interruptions. So the Dark Knights will take on Helsinki Titans and take on Empire. So certainly it's a case of the haves and the have-nots here, as 3 teams with wins and 2 without. The 2 teams without wins will do battle in the game after this.
Set up nicely, isn't it? Obviously, this looks like a fairly one-sided contest. Tell you what, with Empire Cricket Club, we talk about the unpredictability of T10 cricket as Imran is coming on to bowl this third over. It feels like they have gotten into their groove of how to win these games consistently. Flanked it up on leg stump, driven. O'Brien will scoot through for the 1. Direct hit might have had him in trouble, but it just feels like they understand the flow of the game now. They know how to both put totals on the board and chase in a way in which they can consistently win games. You don't see them upset too often. They generally win games that they should win.
Yeah, it's a good point. Winning's a habit, as they say in the classics. He's got a feeling Amjad's really going to attack this over, last over the power play.
Not well struck. The ball just blooped off his bat, but he will scoot through for the 1.
And one thing that is relevant, it is definitely raining heavier than earlier, and this game isn't official until the end of this over. 3 over minimum to constitute a contest in ECN cricket. Imagine they'll get there, but Empire would be pretty keen to see the end of this third over pretty quickly and guarantee the win, assuming they don't fall over.
Lofted out to the offside. Open up the blades. Pretty good shot from O'Brien. And a nice technique when he hits over covers. Certainly a lot of the bowlers targeting wide of off stump for him, trying to keep it out of his strong hitting range to leg. And particularly he's got a great pull shot, but shows that he can hit some runs over cover as well. That is that pull shot on display. Well, you may have been hit for 6 the last ball with the wide half volley. That one was always going to be dispatched. Not a great ball from Imran whatsoever, but O'Brien rushes along to 27 off 10, and Empire 43 for none. 2 balls left in the power play. Just such nice natural timing. He gets good elevation on that pull shot very easily. Well balanced at the crease. Not easy to bat in these conditions, not just the rain falling down in front of your face, but ball skidding on from the deck a touch more. That's beautifully struck, but it's an incredible catch. Junaid Khan, he didn't move particularly running between the wickets. He hasn't had to move there, but it's been wedged in his hands. What a catch.
Well, Jordan might have spent a couple of years in the clink if this had gone wrong for 3rd-degree manslaughter, because that has almost taken his head off. But somehow Junaid's taken it. Given the game situation, I'm just blown away with the bravery there. That's one I think I'm weaving out the way of when they're rocking towards this target.
Putting the arm up for the sweeper to control.
Gee whiz. That was an unbelievable catch. Different sort of a catch. I think now he may actually need to leave the field. I'm not sure. I have to count his fingers.
Shaking his hand as though he had a bucket of salt in there.
Genuinely, it's the first ball I think that Jordan's middled in the innings. And it's still on the way up when it reaches Junaid Khan, who, for a guy that's probably going to be a losing team, has had a couple of big highlights. He smacked a huge 6 in the first innings. He's taken an unbelievable catch there. Second one of the day, really.
Some great fielding, as you said, Vinny. Tough conditions this morning. But nonetheless, great catch from Verma earlier. And that was very different, but just as good in its own way. Trace a bullet off the O'Brien bat.
Palmer, the new batter.
Plays and misses outside off stump. So we've got a completed game now at the very least. So Empire 43 for 1 after 3 overs. Suggest even with our mathematical capabilities that we'd believe that they're ahead of the required run rate at this time.
I know that you're generally ahead of the curve when it comes to technological advancements. Do you see a day where, rather than having to go to DLS, we'll just decide games by supercomputer percentage?
Not based on some of the predictions that I've seen from the supercomputer over the years, but
just saying,
who knows?
It's a live tracker. Actually, in all seriousness, the supercomputer is a very good guide to know who's ahead on DLS. Typically, they will match up. Well, there'll definitely be a strong correlation because DLS is meant to tell you who's winning the game at a particular
point in time. True.
Anyway, Sabir gets the second over.
I love that at this point we've now lost the supercomputer for a moment.
It's coming back.
It's gotten nervous.
99-1.
There's still a chance.
Because then you could do it even, okay, as, I know it sounds a bit rough, but you could even, you don't need for a 3 over minimum anymore. You don't even have to play a ball. You have a group like
Why even
Group
bother
E.
playing? Let's just run simulations. That swung to the leg side by Cher. Pretty good contact. He is a man who plays uncomplicated cricket shots, I think is the best description, but he's got easy natural power. That's just a whip of the wrist to the leg side and carried the boundary quite comfortably.
Yeah, it did. He's not really even out of second year, I'm Judge Cher. Feels he doesn't have to at this stage. 36 off 22 for the bonus point. Empire searching for all 4.
Big swing. Hits him in the back as he runs, or it might have been actually the forearm.
Yeah, it was maybe the forearm or the back arm. Let's have a look. Yeah, see, it's back elbow. Ooh, this goes down the stumps actually, but that took off.
Have you ever been hit on the point of the elbow?
It happened once, and it was unforgettable. It was in the nets, and it was with a brand new ball.
Oh, it's horrific. Absolutely horrific place to get hit by a cricket ball.
I got hit in the nets with, first grade bowler, bit of a seam. I actually tried to leave it, seam back, and came back, hit me on the point of the elbow. But it was pins and needles, and yeah, I just couldn't bend my fingers for a few moments, maybe a couple of minutes, but you couldn't actually grip the bat. It's one thing to say be tough, and it wasn't a game situation, admittedly. But yeah, you had to even, I couldn't grip my bat for about 5 minutes. So I was in the game, what would you do? Would you retire hurt? Would you wait to be able to bend your fingers? I mean, it was pretty nasty. I mean, that was the only pain I got out of it. Then I was fine after a few minutes. But yeah, you feel the kind of electricity in your fingertips. It's happened to you?
Once when I was opening in, I think, under 12, so slightly less quick bowler back in the day, but it was a young chap who was noted as probably one of the quicker pace bowlers in Brisbane at the time.
Were there young Andrew
there
Ryan
weren't
tears?
tears, but I did retire hurt.
Oof.
I literally couldn't hold the bat up, and then the next 3 or 4 days couldn't do much
Really?
with that elbow. But it was back in the days before in junior cricket you were required to wear a helmet, so I just went out to open with the cap and saw this ball rise at me quite quickly, and was thinking, sure the bat's going to get up there, so we're going to put the arm up.
I mean,
there.
I played in an era as well where helmets weren't compulsory. They were starting to come into the game. I think they actually then made a rule that wicketkeepers had to wear helmets even before batters, funnily enough, in my competition.
Oh, that's roasted by Cher. Lovely strike over the leg side. That ball was just in his hitting zone, and he's taken an almighty swipe and sent it flying.
Now, a day where, who knows, you might have some shortened games. The ability to get a 4-pointer is probably worth a fair bit. That will take us to the end of the over, so it's 58 for 1 after 4. Actually, I never thought about this till now, but one of my teammates in under 12s, which is the first hardball cricket level that in Australia, and definitely in West Australia where I played, and I played probably a year up as well that age. I think I played when I was 10. But it was one of my teammates who was encouraged to get into wicket keeping by his dad, who was the coach, which has kind of stopped me keeping. I never really wanted to do it back then because I thought there's only one wicket keeper. It's going to be too hard to play for Australia.
It's just not cool.
Rather, I thought of it more like I want to play for Australia. As a keeper, you've only got one spot, whereas if you bat or you bowl, you've got multiple spots. That was my thinking. But anyway, they used to field first slip, and I remember that my friend Sam, he was the wicket keeper. He is the reason they brought in the rule that wicket keepers had to wear helmets in juniors, even if they're keeping back. Because I remember, let's just say he had an unscheduled visit from the Tooth Fairy after a rising ball hit him. And that was my first time ever keeping, substituting for him.
So essentially,
and they tried to put his mouth back together. They were the 144 gram balls. So I think they're the balls that are used in women's cricket.
Yes, they are.
That we were using at that stage, but it still packed a bit of a punch.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt his dentist had a little bit of work to do.
And he kept all the way through high school. So that was where I bowled, I batted, but in some more informal cricket I started keeping. I started enjoying my teens. Then when I got to senior cricket, I thought, okay, judging on what I'm enjoying and also what I seem to be good at, that's the kind of skill I want to go with. But I mean, we've mucked around the nets before. I mean, and indoor cricket, which we played a lot of in Australia as well. Everyone has to bowl and everyone has to bat. So I still can bowl a bit.
It's just not your forte.
It's just not, it's not my. And also, I think I learned in senior cricket in Australia, it's a long day to not be involved in the game that much. Have the odd ball hit to you when you're out in the sun for 6 hours and 40 degrees, and occasionally getting a ball.
Yanked across the leg side. Will just be a single. So you never had the ignominy of being struck in the face by a ball, struck in the mouth?
Not in the mouth. Probably my funniest one, and it is quite funny, is I was keeping, again, in a first grade game, and the ball got driven down. I was keeping up to a medium pacer. The ball got driven down the ground for 4 into the sight screen at the bowler's end. Okay, fine. And I was wearing a helmet. I got really used to wearing a helmet, keeping up to the stumps as well. And it gave me a lot more confidence, actually, even retrieving throws from the outfield and things like that, if I hit something unexpected. But my helmet, I needed to adjust something. So with the ball was coming back to the bowler, I took my helmet off. I had it in my hands. I was adjusting one of the little screws on the side. And then someone threw it back to me and it hit me in the head as I was holding my helmet in my hands.
Nice little in-swinger.
I heard a bit of the first bit of a watch out, and the ball it crashed into my head. But of course, he didn't know what happened. And in the end,
sometimes watch out can be the worst thing because you automatically turn your head to what is probably the direction of danger.
Hit me in the skull, but I was fine. Just got on with it. A couple of times, indoor cricket, occasional one hit me in the face, but I took great pride in trying not to show pain from that school. And then to the point that I did get hit in the face. Top edge hit me in the face in the indoor cricket national championships playing for Western Australia. And I was like, I kind of wanted some brownie points being tough, but I had to tell everyone I got hit in the face because I didn't actually notice.
Didn't see the difference.
I just ran off and tried to field the ball. No, face, not really. Couple of glancing blows as a junior. A couple of glancing blows, I think. But nothing too much damage. Luckily.
Beautiful outside edge, and that will run away for a 4. So Cher continues to knock up a pretty decent total here. He moves along to 30, and Empire are moving their way reasonably swiftly.
So you can't go up if you haven't been down. So again, he's kind of flat-footed there. That's why keepers are told to get low, because you can think about if I had to say without taking a run up, how I can jump. There used to be an Olympic event called standing high jump. And they'd start really low and they'd spring up. And that's why Ali Malik wasn't able to get too close to that one.
Swung to the leg side. Nice looking pull shot from Cher, but it will just be the one. So halfway through this 10 over reply from Empire, 66 for 1, and they need 19 off the next 2 overs to get the bonus point.
Quick look at what's coming up with the Bulgarian trip starting in only 6 days' time. I know that Rico Fool will be over there, and actually Shoban will be there, not for the very start, but he'll be there for the weekend and then going into the T20s in week 2 of Bulgaria, which coincides with Belgium, which will have a men's and women's European cricket series. Krefeld will be great to be back in Germany there at the National Performance Centre. It's just a shame that... in fact, that's the one that Tina can do, actually. She can't do a home series in Kiel because she's got World Cup qualifiers. She's selfishly qualified for the next round with the German national team.
Priorities.
To take her off that. But then Stockholm, I know it's one that you're planning to do. Rhino, I know you've got potentially some surgery coming up, but hopefully the waiting list pushes you back to August so we can get you over there with that. Phil G actually is listed on that one. And then the Budapest Cup is a bonus one, T20, for 3 days through late July. Here's Bilal Hussain.
Short ball, not well timed by Cher, but they will scoot through for the single. So back to that topic of conversation. I did get struck in the face once in, I think it must have been late teenage years. And this was on a run of, I think I had surgery on my front teeth on 5 separate occasions. One from crashing into a curb on my bike and going face first. The second one.
Sorry to interrupt you, Rhino, but this one's going to annoy me because that's definitely hit the line. I mean, it couldn't have hit the line more, and it still gets given a wide again.
Pretty good ball from Hussain.
Bowler killer, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you ate the curb.
So I ate the curb first. The second one, I'll tell you about the second one, which is cricket related, but then went on a run of managing to lift a dumbbell into my teeth, which cracked them. The fourth time was, not a word of a lie, a karaoke-related injury where my two co-singers were fighting over a microphone. Lifted.
What?
It was at a friend's 6th birthday party.
Hold on, so you were adults?
Adult, yeah.
Okay, so I need to hear more about this karaoke one.
Okay, so
The karaoke-related injury, face injury.
we had 2 microphones, 3 of us on stage, as Cher whips that ball out to the offside boundary for a 4. So 3 singers on stage, 2 microphones. I just had one to myself, and then my 2 friends on either side decided that they wanted to fight for a single microphone, and almost cartoon-like, the hands went up, the hands went down, the hands went up, and the second time it went up, went straight into my teeth and chipped the bottom of the tooth. What made it even worse was that I had to travel one day later to go to New York for work, and spent a month and a half in New York with a crescent-shaped point missing out of my front tooth.
Looking like Alfred E. Newman. No way. That's the
was
first
awful.
karaoke-related injury, physical injury I've ever heard.
Mate, it was incredible. Smashed that ball. Beautiful shot. Like a traceable it over the leg side. But anyway, so the cricket one was probably, my teammates love to tell the story that I just dropped a catch at point. My version of the story was on a slightly shady Brisbane field that I stepped into a depression when I was trying to catch a cut shot, and the hands went down at a very inopportune moment and sort of hit the top of the fingers straight into the teeth.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hockey, I took a short corner of a teammate in the eyebrow. It's probably the closest I got hard ball. This game could be over before you know it. In fact, this will be it, I think. If he doesn't stop it. In fact, he does stop it, so it won't be the end of the game. Yeah, that was a bit of friendly fire from a teammate in Perth. I was 21, and just kind of running in. I worked out it was the equivalent if Brett Lee bowled you a bouncer from half the pitch straight into your head. Just they glued it up. Get on with the game. Anyway, Palmer on strike, 3 to win.
Gets hit in the midsection. They will scoot a 1. Probably just to finish off this story.
Yeah.
Remarkably, the game where I got hit in the teeth from trying to take a catch for a cut shot was not the most embarrassing thing someone did that day. One of my teammates, who I won't mention his name on commentary, was fielding out at, I think, fine leg. Decided he didn't have enough time to wait for the break to take a toilet break.
No way.
Decided to relieve himself over the boundary and had a very unfortunate gust of wind the time that he did it. What? It was like watching a comedy, like a Jim Carrey comedy film.
What is a gust of
His efforts to do it over the boundary didn't fulfill his main objective.
Where was the splash zone then?
He came back towards his traps. So it's a hit out to over the boundary. So a magnificent way from Cher to bring a conclusion to what has been an epic contest here at the Kerava Cricket Ground here in Helsinki. Empire 11, Hadley's Empire 11, beating Gladiators by 9 wickets, and that's a pretty comprehensive first up win for today, and they continue rolling through this ECS Finland event for 2025, and Vinny, they'd be pretty happy racking up their 3rd victory and getting the bonus point along with it.
No doubt about that. Well, Zay, ask you more follow-up questions on that. We'll look ahead to match 7, which is coming in around about half an hour's time. Hopefully the rain stays away and we have no interruptions. If there is anything happening, we'll let you know. But they're battle the 2 teams without a win so far. Gladiators winning the toss and bowling, so at least they'll be on the chase, maybe. And they'll know exactly what they need to do. But the Rapids, I mean, they got about as close to win as you can get without picking one up about this time yesterday when they went down in the Golden Ball. Let's have a look at this innings then. Jordan O'Brien came out and knew that he was in a hurry. They were thinking 7 overs. They were thinking 4 points. Empire, and ultimately they would get it with Amjad Sher. Bit of work as well. 48 not out in the end for the Finnish national skipper.
Yeah, pretty good innings from him. He's got an unorthodox approach to his batting, but boy oh boy can he hit a ball. Jordan O'Brien, speaking of hitting them, made the batting look very easy in difficult conditions out there. until he somehow managed to drill a bullet straight at the chin of Junaid Khan, and he saved himself from a trip to the hospital by pouching the catch. Lovely bit of fielding. But then Cher took up the attack and absolutely monstered a couple of Maximos across this Kerava field. He is a sweet striker. Great timing with the highlight there and the outside edge flying down to the boundary, but most things came off the middle of the bat for him. It was an excellent innings, and he'll feel like he's found some batting form now. 48 of 19 with 5 Maximos in that innings, and including the winning runs. Palmer didn't get too much strike. He ended up 3 not out off 6, and Hadley's Empire 11 chasing the target down in an even 6 overs.
And up with 10 points off 3 games now. Hadley's Empire 11, and looking good spot for that top 2. Yes, pretty much assured. Although to lock up first place, I think they likely have to get over the Dark Knights later on, depending on how the Dark Knights go in their other game. Just of course, might affect things as well. Amjad Cher with 48 off just 19 balls, opening the batting with 5 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Jordan O'Brien with 27 to set things up, and Drew Palmer came out and was present to watch those winning runs get hit. Wicket to Imran, but he can give a vote of thanks to Junaid Khan, who caught what seemed physically impossible. Malik Modasham, I think, has had a reasonably good series as well for the Gladiators. He kept his over to 8, but of course, they were fighting a losing battle. And the Gladiators, I think they know they're playing just for pride now. 1 single point out of their first 3 matches. But I suppose they know they've got their final in a way coming up next against the SKK Rapids. Maybe they can still pull out that win and go off on a high. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes, take you into match number 7 as the Gladiators will take on SKK Rapids. Vinny Sanding and Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a break. Hopefully back soon with more cricket action here from Kerava in Finland. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for more play. Unfortunately, we won't be coming too soon because we have rain at the moment here in Helsinki. So there has been a notice there won't be play for at least 30 minutes, possibly longer, as those are live pictures from the ground right now. We'll say this ground drains well and the pitch is pretty well covered as well with those high quality covers. So if there's any stop in the rain, probably it'll be maybe a 15 to 20 minute period where they get the ground ready and hopefully we get some play underway. Of course, meant to be match number 7 between the Gymkhana Gladiators and SKK Rapids. News from the toss is the Gladiators have won the toss and elected to bowl. But like I said, won't only play for a little while. So what we'll do, not going to keep with Andy Cricket, we'll take you back to a classic match. Now this is one from just last year, actually in October 2024. The Euros of Cricket, the Dream 11 ECC Premier Division, where the Finnish national team were taking on Spain in a match at the Kartama Oval. This was Thursday, the 10th of October, match 7 of Group C. Now, this is an absolute banger of a game. With Spain batting first, it'll be Mohamed Ihsan facing up to Amjad Sher, the Wild Thing. So enjoy this classic match and hopefully see you soon for live action. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive preview of Game 2 here on Day 2 of Group C at the European Cricket Championship 2024, and pretty interesting contest. The big guns from Spain, they have put down some pretty good performances on day 1. Their absolute gun at the top of the order, DDC, Daniel Dorkai, punted up there, usually with Yasir Ali. We'll see if there's any changes to the sort of traditional batting lineup that they've rolled out, because they'd love to get some balls delivered to some of the middle order just to make sure that they're prepared for finals day, when things may not be quite so easy. But the Finns, they are very keen for a win today. They got their tournament back on track after a slow start against Belgium, with a very, very good win against the Swiss yesterday. The supercomputer's not giving them a huge amount of support here. 12% chance of victory. Maybe the supercomputer has looked at who has gone out to bat there, because it is that man, Mohamed Ihsan. As Vinny mentioned, doesn't require too many runs to take him to quite a cracking milestone. Finns will be desperately hoping that he's not going to reach that milestone today. In particular, the skipper, Amjad Sher, who's taking the new ball and are ready to steam in, get this game underway. We'll be in a moment anyway. As soon as the umpire puts his arm down to let play go. Here we are, ball 1. Slightly short of a length, Ihsan not reading the outswing, trying to swing it over to square leg. Well, that's a dot to start. Probably good position for Sher to bowl. Ihsan very powerful over square and mid-wicket region. He's starting the ball outside off, swinging away. Force Ihsan to go to his non-preferred side. 2 outfielders just dead straight here. Long off and long on. Oh, that's an ordinary delivery. Tried a bit of a change of pace, but sat up in the wicket right on the hip of Ihsan. And you don't need to give him a second invitation to dispatch that sort of delivery for a maximum. Such a dynamic swing of the bat. It's already brought about a field change as Finns is trying to retrieve the Grizzly. Spanish, 2 balls in. First to Maximo. Very good for the Spanish to get Ihsan some time at the crease. He's such a key player in their batting lineup. And they have ambitions to take themselves through to finals week. And if so, he's such a key cog of that lineup. Short of a length, and it's collected well by Ihsan. Swings it over for a second consecutive Maximo. Armjud Share tried short of a length, probably just a touch outside off stump, moved away a little bit, but Isan picked up the length early. Clean strike. Just such natural elevation on his shots. Swung onto leg, too easy. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Isan swivels like he's on an office chair. Elevates the ball backward of square, and that's 3 consecutive Maximos. Finnish captain under a lot of pressure. Taking a bit of advice from Nikola Salinen there at the mid-off position. Needs to find his Yorker. That's better, right up in the toes. You want to force Isan to drive straight if you can. He's got so much power out to that leg side. Gets in a good crouch position and then just uncoils. Bat coming from slightly wide of the straight position. Good ball from Cher. Another one, that's a big appeal. Swinging back and he's got him. Excellent bowling by the Finnish captain. Looked like it was straying down leg side, but got it to swing away to off stump. Isan comes across the front of his pegs, and that is a good call, I think, from umpire Azar. That's clearly going to strike the wickets. So the first wicket down, and Isan goes 18 off 6 balls at the end of the first, and 1 for 18. Yeah, that's pitched on leg, swinging across to off stump nicely, probably hitting there or thereabouts, middle stump. Good decision, and after going for a few through that over, it's a good comeback from the skipper. Does bring for the second over. DDC on to strike as Isan making his way back to the pavilion. So 3 dots, 3 Maximos. Very Mohammed Isan innings, and a man who's seen plenty of those innings over the last couple of years. Bring back to the commentary box, Mr. Vidi Sandhu.
Yeah, he actually started that innings 90 off being the first ECN cricketer to 5,000 runs. He gets 18 closer. Means he needs 72 more. It's Raz Mohammed bowling to Daniel Dorkaya. Straight over middle stump. Probably a little bit too full to pull. You see Finland, they've got the sense of belief in their cricket after that good 4-point win yesterday. They took over Switzerland. They had the early finish, and they're the lucky team that get the 24-hour break, I call it, which is that they have the early finish on the first day, and then first game off next day. That's nicely guided away by DDC. That's going to be 4. Yeah, Spanish supporters are out in force, as you'd expect. And don't forget, that wicket of Mohammed Isan. It's the first wicket that Spain have lost in the tournament.
A good start from the Finns. It's actually been a good start to the over from Raz Mohammed. It's a slippery customer. He's not tall, so the ball skids a bit more than most bowlers here. There was actually a good seed, but such class from DDC.
Stand corrected. They did lose 1 wicket last night. Yeah, they still cruised to victory. Another one that he's looking for that pull shot. A bit carried away with it, and a bit luck. He survives a couple of false shots here. Okay.
I was trying to think last night, Vinny, where I would try to bowl to DDC, and it probably really is just a small window of opportunity that you've got, just hitting the top of the stumps on or about off. He does tend to go back to that pull shot and get himself in a slightly awkward position, but it's a very, very small window. Too short, and he's just so good swiveling to mid-wicket.
Now this is going to be played very delicately. I think this is quite deliberate. He lets the ball come to him. It's quite close to him, but he's still able to manoeuvre it to the vacant third region for 4 runs.
Maximo, I'm going to give a little bit of credit to Raz here. I think it's a pretty decent ball, and certainly looked to play it late, but a little bit more outside edgy. Probably. And not far away from that man at the 45.
I'll give you semi-deliberate then. As you can see, the wind causing a few hassles in the fan zone as well.
Tonic water's gone flying.
Now this has drifted away onto the pads. That's going to be 4. This time I think Raz does stray. And Yeah. They do have the early wicket of Easton, but the run's also flowing pretty thick and fast.
You've been a bit unlucky, Raz. It's probably the first poor ball of the over, drifting onto Gorkaya's pads. Otherwise, it's been a pretty sharp collection of balls, but Spain, even with a slightly shaky start, 30 for 1 ball to go in the second.
Well, I think all things considered is a pretty good over. It goes for 12, but no wickets fall in the second. The score continues to climb. It's 30 for 1 after 2 overs. Have a look at the table, and look, Switzerland, they do get 1 point, but they're still in what I would call the drop zone, going into a clash with Malta later on. Okay, what we also saw is Belgium now clear at the top of the table, 3-0. Spain are hoping to have that record as well after this game with Finland, who certainly did improve in their second outing.
Yeah, that's why I think this is an interesting game, Vinny. Obviously, the Spanish hot favourites, but Finland much improved in their second contest last night. A lot of players here have plenty of experience in this T10 format. And they'll be looking to push the Spanish and probably get a marker of where they sit, the top teams in this tournament. There's Cher coming on for his second.
Yeah, once a successful bowler. Hamza Salim Dar works this off the hip. He's going to get 4 runs. Maybe a little bit of a loose one, or maybe Amjad deliberately trying to cramp Hamza Salim Dar, but it ends with 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Cher's line here has got to be starting from outside off stump and trying to bring it back. The left-hander just over the top of off. Salim Dar is not a man you want to get some early rhythm from a few balls on the hip. Just a little bit of breeze around to help Cher with his swing.
Yeah, he basically unloads on this one, but it's straight to Salomon. And it's the end of Hamza Salim Dar. Cher with the double strike. The Wild Thing's on fire. Hamza has to go. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, the double strike. You must have been listening to Uncle Andrew in the commentary box. That ball started outside off, just cramped Salim Dar, and he's decided to try to take on the fielder, Salomon, who's an excellent set of hands, good athlete, and couldn't have hit it any more down his throat. And the second wicket down, and Spanish 34 for 2. It's not often that they have 2 wickets down this early in the game. And this plan of trying to give a few more players some time at the crease. Well, DDC's still there, but Nissan and Salim Dar back in the pavilion already.
Yeah, just took on the long on there. I think he was probably trying to get it a bit more towards mid-wicket, but that's the way it goes. And I know, obviously, we get a unique insight with Corey being part of our commentary team regularly. But he talks about just getting the batters in the mindset to not worry about that wickets column at all. When you look at their lineup, they've got batting all the way down to, what have they got? Sherry Iqbal has ECN centuries, he's at number 8. Alec Davidson-Soler, very handy with the bat, he's number 9. Different kind of a player. Mohamed Atif, I mean, he's got an ECN 50. I think his batting's been improving all the time. And you've got the youngster, William Lopez, who's in the side for the first time. So, yeah, I won't worry about it too much. Here's Christian Munoz Mills, the Spanish skipper. Happy just to work this first one, but yeah, Finland, this is what they were missing. Just some of this X factor, I think. This energy in the field and the accuracy of the bowling. Let's be honest, the accuracy of the bowling has been a lot better first up today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, good block hole bowling from Cher. Hasn't drifted short in this over. Been a pretty tidy one so far. 3 balls to go.
Another nice little controlled cut. Well, this one is quite deliberate, I think, from DDC. Moves to 16.
Yeah, lovely shot. It's one of the reasons why he's so hard to bowl at, Vinny. He doesn't tend to premeditate too much. Just lifts off the back foot. Lovely cut shot, good timing. Threads the needle, races away to the boundary. Exquisite cricket.
Yeah, it is. And you've seen him kind of going to the pool, probably over going to the pool a couple of times. It's a better option, I think, for balls outside off stump. There's value there. Now he gets one slightly slower, turns it round towards the leg side. It's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4. Well, that's just good timing, isn't it, from Daniel Dornkaya?
It's good timing. It's playing the ball on its merits too. Vinny didn't try to overhit it. Knew where the gap was. It's a fast outfield here at Kardama. And he just manipulates his wrist to whip it much squarer than probably was comfortable. Once again, tremendous batsmanship.
Pass ball for the Wild thing. Get a bit careful with it. It's a very tight run. Oh, I wonder if the captain was in jeopardy here. It'll be the end of the power play. 44 for 2.
Yeah, I suspect if you'd said to the Finns, 44 for 2 after 3 overs, they'd take that, especially seeing 2 of the big guns back in the pavilion. A tidy pair of overs there for Cher. Might have been
I think he would have been out.
trouble.
Let's have a look. Well, wasn't even in the picture.
We'll never know.
I think he would have been out if you look at that. But Christian, he does call it. He's backing up. Has everything in his favour. It had to be a perfect piece of fielding. Pick up, throw, and direct hit.
So what do you think of this call, Vinny?
Go on.
Pretty good first over from Raz Mohammed. Probably created some discomfort for DDC that he's not used to. They're going to hold him back and bring Kushi, the leg spinner, on.
Well, I mean, I do like that it's creates something different. But I would have been tempted. I think the wicket of DDC is pretty significant. You've already got Hamza out the way. Yeah, I probably would have gone back to him, but let's see what Kuchi is able to do. That's the first one through, and he's gone. He's caught behind, and that changes as good as a holiday. Daniel Dorkaya caught behind for 21. Nice take as well from Chanaka Jayasinghe, and the Finns are flying. They've got Spain 44 for 3.
Yeah, sensational captaincy. What do we know here in the commentary box? Kushi's landed a delightful leg spinner and a fantastic snare by the keeper. Huge wicket. So Spanish 3 down, or 1 ball into the 4th over. Now the middle order is somewhat exposed, particularly early in the innings. Hasn't spun a huge amount, just deviated slightly and been outside edge, but very nicely gloved. The keeper stayed in good position, soft hands. Vinny Sandhu would be mightily impressed with that work behind the sticks.
Yep. So
the pressure rolls back onto the Spanish.
He takes it very well, doesn't he, Jayasinghe? And credit to DDC, he walks. He doesn't stick around. So straight away, yep, I've nicked that. And this will be a good view of it. The revs coming out, a hint of spin, maybe a little bottom edge there, well handled. No, real window of opportunity. Here's Always Army, who's a late replacement in this Spanish lineup for this match. He's getting opportunity with the bat. And he steps and he hits his first ball into oblivion. Maximo, that's getting your iron, ECN style.
Yeah, message to Coach Rutgers in the dugout. Put me in the side full time. That's a lovely shot. Just easy power from Awais, and he sends the ball away from the Cardamom centre.
Yeah, and they like it in the crowd.
The Spanish natives, they're pumped seeing their national team here at Cardamom Oval.
Very proud of Spain's performance over the last couple of years. Kuchi. Climbing over the top of the stumps. He might get 2 here, although it's a pretty good chase from Raz to come across and make sure it's only going to be a single. Leg by call.
Yeah, Waste would have been running to the danger end. Probably a smart call. Start from Kushi. It's the way of T10, isn't it, Vinny? Pretty good ball. The second one got launched for 6. That one, half tracker on the hip. Just goes for the 1.
Gets good location. It does get through the infielder, but probably doesn't cost him a run. Always going to be a single. 50's up as well during this over for Spain. There's Corey over there with the Spanish players that aren't on the field right now. Obviously, they've got ambitions of getting even better, I'm sure, than they were able to manage last year.
Incredible learning experience for those players, getting to drink from the well of Rutgers knowledge.
More eloquently put than I think Corey would have put it. But obviously he's forged his team culture, and Corey does think of the game a little bit differently than other players. He's seen a lot of it, probably got that advantage over some other coaches as well.
Looking resplendent, his Spanish top here today.
Takes the bait and gone. Probably swings it wide there, Always Ahmed, and the Finns get a 4th wicket now, 52 for 4.
Well, the call of bringing Kushi on for the fourth. It has worked a treat. 2 wickets in the over, only costing them 7. And 4 wickets down, so they're at a rate of 1 wicket per over. And the Finns could not have hoped for a much better start than this.
And this is one that, I just think this is where in baseball we say, you got to have your have a good eye of what to swing at, what to leave alone. That was one he could have taken the wide. His body weight wasn't really over there. Simple catch for Raz Muhammad. And so our ways will go for just that 6. After 4 overs, 52 for 4.
Yes, it's getting tasty, Vinny Sandhu. Didn't expect that the Finns would put up a pretty good fight in this game, but they're really into the Spanish order now. Obviously, still some class in this lineup and plenty of hitters.
Yeah, definitely. Yasser Ali gets about at 6, of course, and we've seen him opening the batting, and I think the plan is for him to open normally. But yeah,
different thing coming in the middle order when you've already got a number of wickets down.
Yeah, it's a cracking shot from Munoz Mills. He's going to put that up and into the jungle. Maximo! He's quite a great story, Christian Munoz Mills. He had a lot of time out with quite a serious knee injury, but he's a guy, he's, in a lot of ways he's the poster boy. I think literally is the poster boy because we see him, see his face on the billboard when we come in every day. But Spanish born and bred player, very good player. He's not a token selection. And he's actually able to bat anywhere in the top 7, really. One of the best fielders in Europe, I think, as well. He's a bit of a repair job to do in this innings. Tambe comes on and gets dispatched first ball. He's put more of a check drive for a single. Yeah, but that's the thing with Yasser coming out. The idea was for him to just pretend that this is the first ball innings. So forget the 4 wickets down. That would be the instruction.
Facing Tambe, who probably feel a little bit dudded. That first ball was around the top of off. It's a beautiful shot from Munoz Mills, but he's got the fresh batter out there now.
Cracked away, and Yasser is going to start with a bang. Almost took out Kristaps over there, who's on our roving camera, but the result's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Tambe just guilty of dropping a little bit short onto the hip. It's an easy shot for a player of Yasser Ali's class. As Vinny said, very accustomed to opening the batting, so coming out in this stage, be an interesting experience for him, but good start. Dynamic hitter.
Oh, that would have been gone. Would have been gone. Tambe was actually heading that way in his follow-through. Puts down a spicy one.
Yeah, it was probably one of those ones where it's just slicing away from his left hand. First view, thought it was probably one that he should have taken, but in the end did well to get a good piece of his hand on it.
Oh, gee, that's really close.
Change of pace from Tambe, dropped late. Look at this on the replay, probably just going down leg side.
Yeah, maybe just. And the reason I said that's really close is he got so far across the stumps, but probably good to see it started to drift a little bit, but not impossible. It might have clipped a little bit of it. Good Yorker here from Tambe, who battles back into the over, ends up going for 14, and a very fascinating first 5 overs of this one. Spain are 67 for 4 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. Well, as they say in Finland, how's that? 4 wickets in the first 5 overs.
Not sure how's that's a direct translation, but certainly they'd be saying Kitos for a couple of those poor shots earlier in the innings. Not the most disciplined display from the Spanish, but as you say, they're a team that likes to rocket their way through the whole innings. Not actually bad for them in the context of this tournament to have a little bit of pressure at this stage. Just put the boys into a different situation. I don't think Coach Rutgers will mind this.
The benefit that the Spanish team have over some other teams as well is that they do play a lot of the format. It's a good start to a new over. Kuche's come back. And, yeah, we liked him yesterday. Sometimes results don't necessarily match performance. We know that for bowlers in this format, especially spinners, who are kind of often throwing down challenges, hoping for miss hits, knowing that a few balls could disappear out of the park. He's been great here today. And he's well bowled again, right on the money, just a single.
North Mills just say he's taking his time, just getting a look at Kusha. I wonder if they've identified this is a bit of a danger over. They can get away with sort of 10 or 12. They'll be okay as long as they don't lose another wicket.
Another wrong end. Typically that's what he's bowling. He's bowling either over spinners or he bowls quite a few out of the back of the hand. But he does bowl the leg spinner as well. He's quite a clever bowler.
Quick learner too, Vinny. Didn't bowl badly in that first game, but probably just giving the ball a little too much air, drifting onto middle and leg stump. He's got his line a little bit more just outside off stump now. Pushing it a bit quicker through the air. Oh, wasn't that far, and inside tickle. I think the arms went up for a moment as Kushi thought he might have threaded one underneath the bat of Nunes Mills.
Two balls going. It's been a really impressive spell. And we thought it's worth going back to Raz or not. He's stepped up. But yeah, the cricket gods or the luck factor, whatever you want to call it. I mean, Dorkaya gets a little scratch on one. Who knows if he just misses that and survives to continue on. Maybe he's able to get hold of the over. But yeah, all you can do is try and do your job. And Kuchi's done it really well.
Certainly has. Typical crafty leg spinner. Trying to walk back to his fielding position so he doesn't have to bowl the sixth ball. But it's been a good spell so far. 2 for 11. His last delivery.
Wow, last one is a little bit gundy, and he's going to pay the price. Over the roof and far away. Come again another day. End of Kuche. It's Maximo to finish it, and it's walking stick 77 for 4.
It's probably a good reason why he didn't want to bowl that sixth ball. It's a poor delivery at the end of what's been a very good spell. A drag down from the leg spinner. Not the first or the last time we'll see it at Cardamom this week. And look at the raging support there is for the Spanish national team here at Cardamom Oval. Crowds coming in from the surrounding areas. And I know Vinny and I have gotten mobbed at the petrol station over the last couple of days with the locals very, very keen to keep up with how things are going.
And we absolutely love it. An interesting one for Finland, not bowling a single wide or no ball in this first 6 overs. That was a bit of a pain for them, especially that the first game they played yesterday. Struggled a lot with left-hand, right-hand combinations, particularly left-hander. That's one thing that's look at this order. You've only got one left-hander there in Hamza Srindar. He got out second ball. That's certainly something that normally Corey likes to have, but he's just, with the squad available, it's quite right-hand dominant. Right, this is up in the air, and it's catchable. It's Ghulam Abbas-Bhat, and he'll take it. So Yasser Ali goes now. The Spain batting lineup with the Staggers here on day 2. Salonen strikes with his first ball. It's 77 for 5.
Yeah, definitely. But I actually like Salonen bowling in this part of the innings a little bit more than starting him early. He's capable of hitting the pitch hard, and you can see an example of it there. Reasonably full ball, but just jumps off the deck, hits a little bit high on the splice, and Ali just swings it straight into the air. Butt takes an easy catch. So 5 wickets down for the Spanish. Still plenty of balls to go, and a lot's going to be asked of the lower order. And if the Finns can pick up a couple more, might be able to keep this total around the sort of 110 mark, and that would give them a great chance of chasing it down.
Also gives the Spanish bowlers some pressure, which isn't really something they've had to deal with so far. And Spain cruised through the first day, and yeah, it can kind of, I'm not saying that they're taking this easy or anything like that. I mean, credit has to go to the Finns, but I also think, you know, that the Finns had adversity which sharpened their game, kind of heightened their game, I think. And with Spain, this is the first real pushback they've had in the series. Sharaz Iqbal is going to come out to bat, and I mentioned that he's a guy with a very good record as well. Facing Salonen. work the first one down. Well, long throw. Took a bit off the throw, actually. But Shahraz Iqbal, he's a guy. He has an ECN century. He's got it right here, actually, for Catalonia CC versus Gracia back in 2022. It was a domestic game, though. It's a guy that averages 33 in this format with a strike rate of 213. So it gives you an idea of what he's able to deliver, potentially. That's an absolute bomb from Christian Munoz-Mills, pitched up. I suppose you could call it in the slot, but that one is out of here. Adios, pelota.
The velocity of that ball exiting the arena was something else, Vinny. Almost felt a little bit more like just a short arm jab from Munoz-Mills, but he sent it flying straight in the direction of our camera team.
So Christian's quite an interesting case because he's still, I think he's quite young in cricketing terms. He's 33 years old. Salonen gets a comeback ball at him right here. Slow ball. Yeah, clever bowling. Just got to mistime the attempted clip. Leg by signalled. But when we first saw Christian, there was a thinking about, you know, is he really suited to this format as far as the way he bats? He's quite a technical player, but good players find a way. You know, he's really turned into an excellent T10 batter, and really the skills required are cricket skills. This is a game where you can hit sixes all around the park, need to extend your strokes. You can just see the power that he's got as Iqbal swings straight through this one. And that straight six was probably the biggest six we've seen today.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Other than that, though, it's been a good over from Salonen here. Only the 7 runs off it, almost all of them coming off that straight Maximo from the bat of Munoz-Mills. Love to get another dot ball here, or maybe even just a 1 to have Iqbal on strike at the start of the next over.
Salonen battled well. It's going to be called a wide. I don't know about this one. I know the umpires a slightly different perspective than we do, being so far back. For me, I felt it got some of the line. The umpires aren't sure, though. They'll call it a wide, and let's see if it ends up costing Nick. Bowlers' thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with that one being called. It did started wide, started to swing to the offside.
It's a hard one. You're trying to picture when it goes over the popping crease. It's very hard to know when it was. Not the response I expected, but this one could work out. Well, it won't, because it's just out of the grasp of the fielder there at mid-wicket. Didn't offer the dive. That's Kuche, who I think was a bit worried about what might be coming the other way, but still a very good over from Salonen. 1 for 9. 7 overs down. It's 87 for 5.
Yeah, really good over from Salonen. Had a good day so far. Cracking catch out in the boundary earlier, but speaking of cracking contests, Vinny, haven't we got a few things to look forward to in the coming week?
Group D starts on Saturday. Let's have a look at that. It's the only group we haven't seen so far, obviously. Netherlands, 11, Jersey, Italy, Sweden and Norway. Got some breaking news. Jersey already had a fairly inexperienced squad, but Asa Tribe was in there, I suppose, providing some of that experience and class. But Asa has been ruled out of the tournament.
No.
So Asa Tribe won't be here. That's a big blow to Jersey. I know Jersey have been playing 50 over cricket a bit like Denmark have been, and it's impacted their selection. All right, up in the air. Bermuda Triangle forms, but it's going to fall safely. Another little pop-up. Well, Iqbal hasn't really found his strap so far. Big responsibility here, I think, on Christian Munoz-Mills to get his side to something competitive.
Does go to show, Vinny, when you get to the middle and lower order, particularly the lower part of middle order, hitting those hard lengths on either just short or on a good length, batters down the order find it so much harder to hit those for Maximo. Obviously, you've got your class batters up top, more adept at it, but Finland's bowling very disciplined now.
It's not a run either, edged under the pad. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, discipline, that's probably the good word. Just doing, you can have all the plans that you like in the world. If you don't execute them, they're worthless. And Finland have really executed well. Christian loves to get the front foot and drive straight over cover. And he gets a good Yorker here, and just has to take his medicine, only a single.
Munoz-Mills done a bit of damage on a few occasions, but Finns, given he's been out there for 13 balls, probably be pretty happy, but only hit 25. They'd love to see Iqbal on strike.
Iqbal's a good batter, but he needs to get one out of the screws to get him going. If he doesn't, then as you can see, he's burgling balls. But they're bowling well at him. Again, this is down towards the bottom of the bat. Oh, almost a run-out opportunity. Iqbal didn't want the single. Mills has to stay at the non-striker's end.
Tell you what, it did shudder there for a moment that there was an overthrow coming, which would have got Munoz Bills back on to strike.
Excellent bowling, though, from Tumbe. 16 conceded off 10 bowled. Now he goes that kind of heavy length up in the air. Well, Amjad Sher's going to come in, and he'll take the catch. Excellent, excellent outfielding from the skipper as Tumbe strikes. It's another wicket down. Iqbal goes for only 3. Used up 6 balls while he was there as well. And Spain, 89 for 6.
Good discipline from Tumbe. Kept on hitting a good length. Eventually, Iqbal was going to sky one. And as you said, Vinny, tremendous catch. That ball landed well inside the 30-metre circle. So Sher had to get his skates on coming from long on. Ball's just held up, and he's taken an excellent catch.
Yeah, the wild thing, all the way protects the ball here as well. Make sure he breaks his fall with his left hand, which he takes off the ball. Yeah, you're right. Ends up catching it in the infield. That's how high it went. And
just noticed, Vinny.
Yeah.
Good to see some of the teams wearing matching shoes with their jersey colour.
Yeah.
We saw Jason with his Swiss red trainers on earlier today. Now we've seen a couple of Finnish boys with the Royal Finnish blue.
They put a lot of thought into their shoe choices. Don't worry about that, a bit like I do. And here's Alec Davidson-Soler wearing his magnificent Equipo Rojo Zapatos. The red shoes here from Alec, who'll do the keeping in this game. He's a bit more of a deflector in this format. Let's see what he does here. Last ball, the 8th. There you go, tries. This might have gone over the stumps. That's why it's not been called a wide. If it went over the stumps, it only just went over the stumps. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yeah, it did. It went straight over. Straight over from that length. That's quite surprising. But anyway, it's 89 for 6 after 8. I'm curious to see what the supercomputer thinks, because we do know that Spain have a very, very strong bowling attack. We know that Finland got some good batters in there. But I think even 100 or something like that probably isn't a walk in the park against this Spanish attack.
It won't, but you've also had Gulmar Baspat, who hasn't really fired at the top of the order. He will go hard. It's looking almost 50-50 at the moment.
Finland are ahead for the first time now. Supercomputer's starting to believe.
What this will allow them to do, if they keep this sort of around the 105-110 region, is allow Jordan O'Brien to just take a few balls to get himself in rather than having to go from the start.
Yeah,
and
true.
he could really anchor this chase for the Finns.
All right. Here we go with over 9. Well, this is almost a run out. As Christian didn't fancy the run. Mid-wicket was quite tight there.
Pretty good call, I think, from Munoz Mills. He needs to face the majority of the balls here, as we saw a pensive Alistair Priddle.
Mr. Baywatch, as he's known by the viewers.
Just thinking when he's going to do his next crunching session in the gym.
Raz has been brought back in the 9th. Remember, they kept him on ice, and he's going to get blasted out of the ground. Maximo! 95 now, 10 balls to go. If you get these 10 balls for, say, 25, 120, I think that's when we're talking 50-50 kind of a game for me.
It's interesting watching Munoz Mills. That feels like the worst length to bowl to him. He's almost got a slightly swatty stroke, but very comfortable on that length.
It's just powerful. I'd love to know who spends more time in the gym out of Alistair Priddle and Christian Munoz Mills. And Raz, very good overs, troubling DDC early. No, that's that length again. That's crunched, absolutely crunched. Maximo back-to-back for El Capitan.
Yep, I think that's not the length to bowl, Raz. I'd be trying to get it much more, not even necessarily you have to get it right in the block hole, even just up near the toes. And I think Munoz Mills will have much more trouble with that at the moment. He's quite enjoying this, which is almost slot bowling, but just his swing plane means it's just so easy for him to hit with power.
You look at what's bothered, I say bothered, but what has slowed Christian down so far, Yorkers. They block hold liveries. Raz didn't want to turn around and see where that one went. He knew it was out of the park. Tries the Yorker, and it's closer to the mark. Will only be a single. Now, Alec Davidson-Soler. If there's no fine leg, he will try to ramp. Maybe it's one you'd want to encourage as well. Sometimes you leave gaps strategically. I'll be curious to see how they decide to set the field in. Now, they are going to put the fine leg back. So they're basically saying, well, there's no real value in that shot, so hit the ball somewhere else. 2 balls left in this over. Interesting as well, because, won't be looking just to take a single, I think, because there's only 1 ball left for Munoz Mills to face after that. Ras Mohammed, 2 to go in his spell as well, of course. Holding it for a cross seamer, I think. Across, and he's just heading down the leg side, so it'll be a leg by.
Tell you what, after scooting across to off stump for his first ball, I was expecting a little bit more from Davidson-Soler on that. Just played a conventional attempted flick.
Yeah, just not getting too crazy with the shot selections. It was kind of cramped for room there. I think that was the strategy. But last ball of the over. Ras Mohammed would love to get Munoz Mills out the way. Well bowled. Got to take the one there. They are going to take it now. Don't know why there was hesitation. But brilliant finish. Great awareness from Ras just to adjust that length to Christian Munoz Mills, and he holds his own in the battle in the end. It's 104 for 6 after 9.
Great adjustment. You can hear our commentary booming out across the entire venue at the moment, Maximo. So maybe he's taking some tips from the television coverage, but either way, great stuff from Ras. Another good pair of overs from him. And Nicholas Sullivan will come on to bowl the 10th. As you said, he's got Munoz Mills on strike. And certainly the Spanish probably won't be taking too many quick singles here. They'll back Munoz Mills to find the boundary on a couple of occasions.
All right. So, yeah, this 10th over seems big, doesn't it? Well, it is big. You go magical, you're looking kind of 125, 130. If you can get Munoz Mills early and maybe get into guys that haven't had a hit, man, maybe even looking at kind of 110, something like that. It's a big differential. Nick Salonen coming back to bowl the last. It was kind of slightly paced off, I think, clipped away. They want 2 here. Don't think it's on, though. Oh, now it will be on. Now it will be on. There might be a run at the other end. There's no one home. It's a crazy ECN2. And there's all happening out there in the middle.
I can't fathom of how much went wrong in that ball. I'm not sure quite why the Spanish were looking to take a single to begin with.
No ball called as well. I just spotted that a no ball call late. So can't have been for front foot. I don't know. Maybe it's not. No, it definitely isn't front foot, but I wonder if it was for a field.
Whoever it was an absolute calamity.
I haven't got a score as a no ball, mate. So, just going back, Christian wanted the 2, but then he saw that he was definitely going to get run out, so he thought. So he basically puts Alec on the barbecue, but then it wasn't gathered by the keeper. Yeah, it was called a no ball. It had to be for 6 outfielders. It had to be. So it's a free hit coming up for Christian Munoz Mills. And it's going to be a huge wide. The free hit will stay in play. So actually it was quite clever thinking by Christian to pull out of it, but then obviously then he had to run. The other option there is Alec Davidson-Soler can kind of hold that end safe and give himself up to get the captain back on strike. But this has turned into a pretty handy first ball. So now we're actually at 4 in the over. We haven't had a ball bowled yet.
Just bowl a Yorker, Nicholas. It's a pretty simple equation. He's also bowled that short ball, so he can't go back to it later in the over.
Well, free hit, skews it up, again wants 2, realises quite late, they're going to take it on. Oh, now, oh, you'd never believe it could happen twice, but it has. And for some reason, the keeper, Jai Singer, was a spectator, maybe forgot it was a free hit, and there's nobody home there at the keeper's end.
What was he doing, Vinny? This ball was in the air for an eternity. He's just daydreaming.
Thinks it's out. And he's like, uh-oh. And then kind of tells him to hold it. He says, what are you talking about? He really should have run him out there. Now, the next one is going to cost him because that is going, and gone. Maximal Saint Mas.
Well, Nicholas, I'd be turning around and giving a gigantic death stare to the wicketkeeper because you should have been facing the number 8 batsman for that delivery. As it is, Munoz Mills has punished the Finns, smashed straight down the ground.
And Christian, to be fair, also made a slight error because I think he jogged the first couple of steps. Then he realised, hold on, I can get 2 here. And he moves to 49. Well, Salonen, such a nice guy, but he's got to be dirty on the inside. This is going to be hit down the ground into the gap. That's going to be 4. It's 50 for Christian Munoz Mills. The captain stepping up and getting his side to something that they can bowl at. Brings up his half century in 22 balls.
Clean striking from the big man. Proudly carrying this Spanish team, and after a good first over, things turning far more difficult. Have a look at that wagon wheel. Very heavy straight, isn't it?
That's the zone in front of the wicket. All right. Still time to spare. That's going to be a wide. So yeah, 3 to come, 121. It's kind of what we mentioned at the beginning of the over. You get a magical here, go kind of 125 to 130. That's what it's looking now.
I'm going to lose control here, Finland. Still 3 balls to go in the innings. Another couple of maximos from Munoz Mills, and this target's starting to look a lot more difficult.
Still within range no matter what happens though for the Finns. Just they're going to have to bat very well. Crunch. 6 runs, Maximo. Well, there you go. That was kind of in the slot. Salonen can't find the block hole and disappears.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great over when it comes to his length, Salonen. Just right into that spot that Munoz Mills eats up. That's a beautiful strike. Such a strong man. And just opens his body, crunches it over the offside. And good partnership between these two. Not happening much from Davidson Soler, but Munoz Mills.
You used the word discipline for Finland earlier in a positive way, but they kind of the ill-disciplined the last over. The illegal field no ball, not the run-out executions been botched, and now it's costing him runs. That's another 6 to Munoz Mills. Maximal to take him into the 60s.
Oh, Salonen, he's come back with a vengeance in his first over today, but he's getting pumped in this second. Now gone for 38 with still 1 ball to go.
This is going to go supersonic. I think it's 29 off the over. This is the ball that he shouldn't have had to bowl because of that no ball for 6 outfielders. First ball of the over. 133 plus this for Spain. Oh, and they're going to get lucky. They'll get 4. French cut 4. Munoz Mills probably gives him a little fist bump saying, look, you got me there. Could have easily sent the stumps flying, but instead the ball flies to the boundary, and Spain are going to finish 137 for 6. Thanks to that man on your screen, Christian Munoz Mills, who finishes with 69 not out of 25, including 8 maximos and 2 fours.
Oh, they were so good for most of that innings, the Finns, and have really let themselves down with the 10th over. Cracking innings towards the end there for Munoz Mills.
Lucky little,
powerfully.
Lucky little 0 not out for Alec Davidson. So they sprinted off to get his keeping stuff on. But yeah, Christian will get a good ovation here. Again, had to think quite strategically there. But again, the Spanish philosophy of attacking all the way through pays off pretty well to get to 137.
Yep, good stuff from the Spanish towards the end, but it was an excellent performance from Finland early on. Spanish flag was flying high, but they managed to lower their colours despite Isan getting off to an absolute flyer. A couple of poor balls from Amjad Sher early in the over, but he came back and sent Isan packing. LBW, good call from the umpires. Isan tried to whip him over the leg side. And it was an excellent start for the Finns. They managed to carry that momentum on. Raz Mohammed came on and bowled very good second over. Actually troubled DDC quite a lot. DDC still managed to get his boundaries. And, well, the wickets were flying, the wind was flying, and the hair and the hat all over the place. Maybe there wasn't too much of that tonic water left, but one man who did have to leave, Hamza Salim Dar. Tidy catch from Nicholas Salonen down there at the long on position. And that was when the Finns really started to get some momentum. And when Kushi came on to bowl, are in a position of ascendancy. And with his first ball, DDC outside edge, well taken by the keeper, Jayasinger. wasn't he happy?
Yeah, well, that time he found himself in the right spot at the right time. Probably see something a little bit later on where it wasn't quite the case. But yeah, got to say, Kuche bowled really well. Raz bowled a good first over as well. And Amjad Sher obviously bowled really well. Just they did a lot of their good work towards the end. At least they had some good work to undo. I mean, if they had lost the plot earlier, Finland, they're probably chasing 160, 170, 180. It's probably game over. But yeah, they did, in this phase of the game at least, kind of hold their catches, execute their plans, and had that middle order turning over pretty quickly for Spain.
Yeah, certainly. The Finns will feel like they've let themselves down in those later stages, though. They had an opportunity to really turn the screws, and after that excellent over in the middle of the innings from Salonen, you got the feeling that they could have kept this at a very, very gettable total. I mean, we were looking at potentially 110, 115 at one stage, Vinny, and when Cher took a good catch coming in from long on, that looked very likely. Tumbe with a pair of pretty solid overs in the middle of the innings, but my word, Munoz Mills then just went ballistic.
Yeah, well, that moment the catch was taken, 89 for 6 with 13 balls left. Then we had this kind of comical one, wicket keeper or wicket breaker, and then this one should have been run out. There's never two. Their keeper again watched the catch, then realised, oh, it's free hit. They'd pretty much given up, and then the throw went to where the keeper should have been, Joe Singer, and to rub salt into the wound, Munoz Mills then kind of turned around and started launching balls in this 10th over out of the ground. In fact, every single ball he faced from that point went to the boundary, 6-4, 6, 6-4. So, yeah, it costs you 26 runs. And we don't know what the
error.
We don't know what the replacement batter would have scored, but yeah, it hurts. Last over went supersonic, 33 coming off Salonen, and included the illegal field no ball as well. So, well, we'll say this: if you offered Finland 138 to chase at the beginning of the game, they probably would have taken it. They know they have to bat well, and they're going to take on some pretty good bowlers, but that's what they're here for. And they've got a quality top order who will fancy the chase. Great innings from Christian Munoz Mills, by the way. 69 of 25 with 8 maximos and 2 fours in there. Little bit of a cameo from Dorkaya, 21 early, including some nice strokes, and Isan was sent up the top. Did whack 3 sixes before he got out. No one else reaching double figures. 137, game on.
Yeah, precariously poised. Feel like Spain's probably just ahead, but the Finns will give them a reasonable shot of chasing this down. The bowling attack did really well. 2 wickets from Cher at the top, obviously facing some of the brutes at the top of the Spanish order, so his economy rate's okay. Raz actually bowled better than none for 26, but it was Kushi with the 2 wickets with his leg spin, bowled very nicely. And then Salonen, good first over, but hammered in his second.
And Tumbe, I think, bowled a really good spell as well. So, I mean, yeah, all the bowlers bowled well at times in that innings. Some of them did kind of lose the handle to an extent as well, including Salonen in that last over. We'll take a break then, back in just a few minutes. 138 for Finland to go back-to-back wins, or Spain, well, they can go a pretty impressive 3-0 and lock up that double chance. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a quick break, see you shortly here in Spain for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Welcome back to the Cartermore Oval, our dedicated European cricket fans. We've got a fantastic contest underway here between Finland and the undefeated Spanish team. So 137 put on the board by the Spanish, taking the first innings. Probably it was only a late flourish that got them up there, but the Finns can get a bonus point if they chase this down in 7 overs. But I suspect, Mr. Vinny Sandu, that Finland will be aiming to chase this down in the regulation 10, and it's still a pretty tough task with this Spanish lineup.
Win is a win for Finland. I think same applies to Spain. We'll see how the game plays out. Looks like it's going to be Shiraz Iqbal to get us going. Alec Davidson-Soler doing the keeping in this game for Spain. They do have Always in the lineup, but he's in the outfield. Here we go. Right off the end of the bat. Couldn't do that if you tried. Dylan Hollis back off the mark.
Haven't seen the best of him in the tournament so far, Abbas Butt. He's a lifeful striker of the ball when he's in rhythm. Same for this man, Jordan O'Brien.
You mentioned something about O'Brien in particular, that the score isn't out of sight, so that he could probably afford to just get himself in a little bit. That's probably when we thought it'd be 120-ish. So a few more than that. That's kind of what he does here. Just has a look at Iqbal, what he's delivering, a little bit of outswing there. There's Christian Munoz-Mills, batted so well, 69 not out. In a pressure situation, that's what you want from your middle order batters and your senior players.
Yeah, it was great innings from Munoz-Mills. I think O'Brien here just feels like he just needs to get one off the middle of the bat to get in rhythm. It's been a challenging start, slightly unlucky with his dismissal. The second game yesterday.
Been pretty strongly behind Shiraz. Comes in, it's miles in the air, but it is catchable. It's gone down. Well, it's the youngster. That's Chris William Lopez. Well, welcome to the big time. He got a real steepler there up in the clouds. It was always drifting away from him. In the end, saves the boundary, but he can't take the catch. O'Brien gets a life.
That is perhaps the stroke of luck that O'Brien needed. He actually did really well tracking this down, William Lopez, but can't complete the catch. Looks like he had it 95% of the way.
Yeah, he did very well to at least give himself a chance. We talked about this earlier in the week. Even 1-2 centimetres from the middle of the hand. Catch like that, probably not going to stick. This time, he does get a bit more of it. Jordan O'Brien, he pulls it firmly over the fence. Maximo. Decent start this now for the Finns.
Yeah, certainly was. Got into good position here, O'Brien. Just having a look at the bottom of his bat. Carry for a 6, but probably not rocketing off quite as he might have imagined. But he's got good footwork and particularly strong square of the wicket.
Yeah, but it's actually a front foot pull shot. It's not a shot you see very often, but yeah, he got in that front foot and was perfectly balanced to send it away. Now slightly slower shorter ball, I think, and well, I know it's going to end up with 4 runs. So Iqbal just kind of losing the handle on his first over. We might have seen the end of O'Brien. Instead, he moves to 12 in pretty quick time.
I did say the young man needed a little bit of luck. I'm not sure that's the length to be bowling to him. Munoz Mills coming back and having a word to Shiraz. But good to see the Finns get off to an excellent start. If they can get through this power play and keep the run rate up around 15, 16, put themselves in a very good position.
Again, just kind of front foot flat bats that for a single, and that will take us to the end of the first over. So let's call that one a draw. 14 with that loss after one. Jordan O'Brien, by the way, has certainly enjoyed his time at the ECN this year. He was actually playing at ECS Estonia, where he scored a high score of 128 not out. His first ever ECN century. Speaking of centuries, we're 186 matches without a golden ball. That just means in 3 days or so we're going to hit 200. And let's try and make that go back to 0.
I don't want to reach the double ton, Vinny. I want a golden ball. I want it soon. You never know. This could be the contest.
Golden ball 0 is a really exciting place to be. So maybe you're the man to get us there. Here's Hamza Saleem Dar. The ball over number 2. First one skied again. Another steepler up in the clouds, in the air, and taken. Very, very well judged catch. Murad Ali out there at mid-wicket. Had forever and a day to think about it, but he was perfectly positioned. So O'Brien, his luck runs out on 13 and is 14 for 1.
O'Brien very keen to pull that ball probably a little wide outside off stump. Steepling bounce from the pace of Saleem Dar. Got into an awkward position. A pretty good catch with the swirling wind here at Cardamar. Could have done with a bit more out of the gun opener. But as it is, he's walking back to the pavilion, and a lot now rests on the shoulders of Abbas Butt.
I actually like this strategy for this kind of ball when it's so high. You're almost lying down and creating like a mattress for it, saying, all right, well, I want the ball to be landing on my chest, and then, yeah, fall into the ground that way. It just gives you a little bit of extra time as well to react to when the ball comes back within your field of vision.
Is that how Maximo jumps onto the bed at night at the Sunset Beach Club?
Yeah, so I can watch the replay of all the games.
Backside
but even when I was
first.
keeping, because keeping you don't take those normally fingers up, that's how I would have done it. Great catch by Murad. Pretty good ball first up to Salonen, who plays and missed. And, yeah, Spain just seemed to be losing a grip on the power play, but that wicket's changed things.
Excellent seed from Saleem Dar. Just angling in. He sort of falls away in his action at touch.
Position.
Look at that. Just nibbling away on a slightly short of a good length.
That was a great slow-mo. That's bolt upright seam. It even stayed upright after it bounced.
Love the slow-mo.
All right, throws the hands at this. That's going to be 6. Maximal. Salonen, well, he copped a few. It's time for him to give a few back. He might have ended his spell with a French cut that went for 4, but now he's going to nick a 6. Take that.
Interesting, isn't it, Vinny? Early days of T10, that was a pretty safe place to bowl. If nothing else, you're probably going to get no more than a 1, but actually the players become so adept at thrashing the hands, opening up the wrists, that they can generally carry that boundary wide of third man.
Absolutely. Oh, very good ball. That's one of the, I think it's like a leg cut, or he drags the left-hand side of the ball. Look at this. See? And just rolls out and definitely isn't picked. He's miles through the shot before the ball
I reckon
arrives.
there's even a bit of split finger in that.
Yeah.
Just when you see his hands come over the top, looks like a gap between the 2 primary fingers. Really, really sat in the deck.
Smart cricketer Hamza also holds the highest score record on ECN, 193 not out. Now he goes pace on, same kind of length. So, yeah, Spain, obviously, with their bowlers very experienced. They've got a lot of tricks they can use, and quite often the game is the mental game as well, of getting the batter second-guessing what's coming.
Tactically, I think Salonen probably really needed to focus getting Butt on strike this over. He's so good when the field's up in the power play. He's only faced 1 ball so far.
Good ball, though, really takes off. And Davidson's all there. Had to get off his feet to reel that one in.
That was pacey, wasn't it, Vinny?
Yeah.
Just jump off the deck, big swing across the line. Good disciplined bowling from the Spanish too, as we have a quick look at the standings here in Group C. Belgium sitting pretty at the top, but if Spain can complete a victory here, then they will join them and potentially surpass them, particularly with their excellent net run rate. Finns sitting there in third position, so they should be fairly comfortable of making it through to knockout stages tomorrow on finals day. Big swing again from Sullivan, and the pace battery here of the Spanish causing a few problems. The Finns, Sullivan continuing to try to hit hard straight down the ground, need to respect the length, play the ball on its merits. Ball going for a few runs in the first, but start with the dot, start his second. Another good length ball. Sullivan displays the front leg, trying to go over mid-wicket long on area, but another dot, and all of a sudden he's 7 off 6, and Finland falling behind the rate.
Yeah, power play is always going to be huge here, and right now Finns finding it tough going. This will help though, because that is going to be hit with the movement up and over the fence. Maximal 6 to Salonen.
Yeah, he was a little bit more disciplined for that ball. Salonen didn't preempt the swing so much. Floated outside off stump by Iqbal, and just got his hands in the right position. Got his body weight moving across. Lovely cricket shot.
Yeah, kind of swung from the hand a little bit from Shiraz. Interesting, they did decide to bowl him out here. Bowled an okay first over, I suppose. Did have O'Brien dropped. This is hit pretty hard, and Munoz Mills just has to kind of eat it, put the body in the way. I'll get a single.
Tell you what, might want to check the condition of that ball. It's just hit Munoz Mills' backside at some speed, and suspect that's a fairly hard bit of rump that the ball's just made contact with.
Yeah, like 2 boiled eggs in a handkerchief. It's yeah, the captain's fine, and the ball must be fine. All right, skied again. This is getting away from Davidson Soler. Oh, it does get away from him in the end. He got 2 hands to it. He's always chasing it. It had the wind taking it further and further away from him. Tough one, but it goes down.
Oh, tough one. I was hoping he'd hold on to that catch, Vinny. That would have been an absolute classic. As the young keeper goes flying through the air, would have been a wonderful snare, but in the end, it's a life for Abbas Butt, and boy, the Finns can do with some luck. You see, he's just elevated. Unfortunately, it's contact with the ground that's jolted it out of his gloves.
Bit of a hot zone, that one. Oh, this time the pull is timed up. Heads up in the fan zone. Maximal for Salonen, who moves to 20. End of the power play. Game on here in match number 7, 35 for 1.
Yeah, the Finns just there or thereabouts at the moment, almost going at 12 runs and over, so they'll need a couple of big ones in the middle, but Sullivan feels like he's found his range, just staying somewhat more stable at the crease. It's a nice shot to finish off the power play. Some good chat from the fans in the fan zone. The Finns 35 for 1. Good chance for us to turn to the YouTube chat, Vinny. Great to, surprised to see Dave B in there. He's on the chat quite frequently, looking after things, and plenty of other of our favourites, Johnny He and Paul Kemper and Rafiq. Great to have you all joining in with the community on YouTube.
We absolutely love it, don't we? So, yeah, big hello to everyone. And, yeah, bet you're enjoying this one. Yeah, the Golden Butt only faces 3 balls in the power play. Imagine if you face the first ball, statistically you are likely to face more. This is an exception because he did face the first ball.
I can't believe he's faced 3 balls in 3 overs.
Yeah, crazy. Ahmed Atif, left armour, comes on and starts with one of those kind of like, not a full cutter, but he does have a natural little bit of hand down the left side of the ball. Just watch this, and it bounces a lot. See, that's that rotation of the ball. Very tough to drive back down the ground.
Geez, he disguises it well though, Vinny. You see his second last stride, it still looks like it's going to be a regulation seam-up ball. So hard for the batters to pick.
Does it again. It's a almost trampoline bounce there. It's a very good start
You know what I love about
over
the
Spain.
Teef's slower balls? I always think the best slower balls are the ones that even if the batter picks it, it is still a difficult ball to play. And the fact that he gets so much juice off the deck, and you've described it as trampoline bounce, and it's an excellent description, it's still a tough ball, even if you get a read of it.
Yeah, very, very good. Good comment there. One thing to pick it, nothing to deal with it. Good, I'm struggling early. This time he does pick it and he throws the hands at it and he's going to get 6. Maximal. Yeah, I think Ghulam, if I was him, I'd be saying wait, 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 wait. He probably knew it was going to be the same one again. And let's see what Atif goes to next. But yeah, 6 valuable runs for the Finns.
Yeah, he's such a good batter, Arbus Butt. I think he's almost been a little bit disconcerting. Some of the speed that's come from the Spanish opening bowlers. Just needs to stay steady, get his hands moving, because he's such a sweet striker of the ball. And his country needs him.
Now he goes for the same ball but a bit fuller, but Ghulam, he saw it once, he sees it twice, he sees it thrice, and the 4th one goes out of the ground as well.
Well, it's a pretty amazing shot when you think about it, Vinny. He's gotten down into a crouch position and deliberately elevated that ball. There was a little bit of consternation, a bit of silence around the ground as the Finns were waiting to see if it would comfortably carry the boundary, but an amazing shot from Arbus Butt.
Yeah, because he had to generate the pace. This would be a good shot of it, actually. Throws the hands. There's a fielder out there. He has 0 qualms about taking him on. Good battle.
Slow motion cameras from Spring Productions, just phenomenal stuff.
Best in the biz. Change of angle. This one just misses the mark. See what he's trying to do there. He's trying to get one over the tram line. Thing is, Atif, even though he's been hit for a couple of 6s over there, he still feels, look, it's a solid tactic. He's got a deep backward point back. He's got a 3rd back as well. So he feels it's a way he could probably get Ghulam out. He's kind of sticking to his guns here. Now this angle works for Ghulam as it comes into him and he's able to go leg side for 4. So the 50 comes up to Finland, who have fought back in this 4th over.
Yeah, this is why I don't like with that field, Vinny, that he's coming around the wicket, because the trajectory of the ball is inevitably always coming into the batter, even if that one's sitting a little bit outside off stump. Arbus Butt's picked the length really quickly and he's essentially just helping it on, and there's very little protection on that leg side. It's like Atif is going to potentially move. Yes, coming back over the wicket. I think this is the line that he should be bowling to Butt. I'm not saying Butt got lucky with those 2 shots, but sometimes you've just got to not worry about the outcome. His method was right. 1 ball left in the over.
Oh, that's cracked. Very, very good shot. Atif went back to what he started with. And this time Ghulam was ready to pounce. And that's what we were missing from the golden button, the power play. There he goes, Maximal to finish. And the 4th goes magical, 23 off it.
Oh, Vinny, I can't believe he's come up with an on-speed ball there. Had so much success earlier in the over with the change of pace, getting it to just jump off this Kardama turf. But Arbus Butt spotted the on-speed ball, got the hands through it, and hasn't he come to life in this innings? The big opener from Finland. I say big, nuggety big, but pocket rocket of power.
Yeah. However you describe him, he's got Finland ahead of the rate. Thanks to that 23-run 4th over, 58 for 1 after 4. Now we are going to see some spin. And what a big moment for this man to come on for the first time. This is Chris William Lopez. He plays his cricket in the UK. Spanish citizenship. First ball ever that he will bowl in a Spanish shirt. Here it is. Now it's fractured short and Salmon's cracked it onto the roof. Maximal. It's going to be sink or swim time for young Chris here in the 5th over.
Yeah, not the greatest start for him. It was an unceremoniously dispatched over the leg side as Sullivan's picked up the short ball. Beautifully struck. And a fair bit of pressure on this young man. This over goes for plus 20. Then Finland's really on target to chase down this total. They've only lost the 1 wicket. Still plenty of batting to go. We saw how effective Cher was the previous game.
Back on top. Statistically, we saw them even about 5 minutes ago. They were around 30-35%. Shows you how quickly things can change. They can change back as well. They've got a lot of young left-arm spinners coming through Spain. We've seen Charlie Ramistrovic. We've seen Sebastian Hughes-Pignan as well. He tosses this one up, but he overcorrects. It's miles high, and it's going to fly. Maximo back-to-back. So, yeah, the overcorrection. And Finland now really getting into quite a strong position in this game.
Certainly are. Sullivan's come out, and after a bit of a shaky start against pace, he has hammered a succession of boundaries. Now up to 32, and the way he's striking this, he could get them a long way towards this total.
Yeah, would be feeling like he's in charge of this over, Sallinen. There's not a lot of pressure. He's just going to play what he sees here. Better ball, much better ball. And he won't actually get a run. I don't mind that with Sallinen kind of winning the battle with William Lopez. Could have been a risky run there, but he'll get to take strike again.
Good bowling from the young man. Continuing to give it a bit of air.
Good ball. That's two really good balls in a row. And quickly gets back to his mark.
Gutsy stuff from the youngster. He's got a rampaging Sullivan there at the batting crease, who's swinging hard. Gotten it fallen into the block hole. Just a little bit of dip. It's good stuff.
18 years old, Chris. And he sneaks this one through. He's found his feet now. It's a very, very good comeback.
I like that, dropping back the length too.
And yeah, he's able to mix up his pace. Obviously, to an extent, he's mixed up his length. Probably not always by plan, but yeah, it's turned into a decent over. This one sneaks through as well, but it might be off the leg, and it might be heading for 4 runs. In fact, there's a little bit of bat in there. But Sallinen will take the 4. Finland 74 for 1 after 5.
Yep, good stuff from the left arm orthodox spinner Sullivan, coming out with a couple of Maximos, but good finish from him.
Yeah, just a little inside edge. Took it past the keeper, and well, luck was with Sallinen, who certainly remembers the last ball of the first innings, I'm sure. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Great to have your company here as we take you through Day 2 of Group C. We'll say Rico's on a little bit of a mini break, but he'll be back with us before too long. And I know he'll be watching. He's a huge fan of really all the teams, particularly Spain, though, having lived there for so long. So I'm sure he's watching with interest. Anyway, we're back, and it's going to start with a ball that's catchable for Munoz Mills, and it's gone. So there you go, Gulamabas, but he gave you that one big over, and that's all he's really given Finland in this. Murad Ali comes along and takes a wicket first ball. And the score now, 74 for 2. Well, there's Corey. He's got plenty to think about right now. The Spanish team, though, celebrate the wicket of Gulam.
Yeah, big wicket, because Albus Butt started to find his range in that previous over. Muhammad Atif smacked him for a few boundaries, and excellent catch. And tell you what, nice start from Ali. Took a good catch earlier in this game. And so some of the lesser heralded players from the Spanish squad really stepping up when they need their depth to come in.
Yeah, well, Gulam has to go for 24. Well judged by Christian Munoz Mills out there. Just knew where the boundary was, made sure that if he was going to go anywhere, he was going to go forwards. But he's very, very experienced out there, and he's quite a straight, long on, almost what we'd call the Southern Cross field, with the kind of 3 outfielders, a wideish long on and long off, and then Christian in the middle as the Southern start. Murad, first ECC for him. So, yeah, really excited to see him out here at the Cardimer Oval. Plays his cricket for Royal Barcelona. And we've always thought there's a little bit of something about him, the way that he's able to generate a lot of pace, all arms and legs coming in. And that is not what was in the plan. Davison Soler does very well, actually, to get a glove on this, to stop it going for a minimo.
Davison Soler does well to get a glove on it. Cher's done well to get his head out of the way. This was on target, and pretty ordinary ball from Ali, and will result in a free hit.
Yeah, bear in mind that was on the full. This is pretty scary for a keeper to have to react.
I love the sympathy that's coming from Maximo to the wicket keeper as opposed to the ball batsman, who's
he's got a helmet
22
on
yards in between
and he gets a
him
free
and the ball.
hit. Think of the poor keeper. All right, slow ball. Doesn't get all of it. Needs to, oh, well, that's going to go on, I think that's actually gone for 6.
Tell you what, I reckon Shiraz is going to be doing laps after this game. Goes up with the one hand, left-handed. Probably could have taken one more step to get himself in position.
It's actually 4, but yeah, I mean, need to get, even if you don't catch it, 2 hands, scoop it back inside. You know, that was all about just saving the boundary. Was a free hit, so it didn't matter if it was caught or not. Good game, this. This one goes upstairs. And, yeah, probably be the one for the over.
Tell you what, he can generate some heat, Ali, can't he? You wouldn't say it's a picture-perfect bowling action, but such long, wiry arms, and when he gets it right.
Probably actually wasn't above the shoulder. But then he's got this is the wind. It's right behind Murad right now, I should say as well. But look at that left arm just before he releases the ball. It kind of shoots out to the side. It's very unusual. Well bowled. So step away from Salmon probably isn't the tactic.
He's got one of the longest follow-throughs I think I've seen of a player playing ECS cricket. See him landing almost 2/3 of the way down the pitch. He's putting everything into this.
He needs the follow-through, a bit like an A380 pulling up after landing. But yeah, he's all arms and legs, isn't he, Murad?
Could easily be blown off course here with this crosswind.
Misses the mark this time. That's the slow ball. I'll take one. That's actually very good running as well. Saw this a little bit in the last group. Zima's deployed, did it very well. As soon as you see that ball's going to bounce a second time to the keeper, you could probably take off as long as your partner's on the same page.
2 good athletes out there, Sharon Sullivan, both pretty quick between the wickets. So he just needs to reset himself. 82 for 2, 56 off 26. So
great game. Is the wild thing on strike, I'm Judge Share. And he's going to launch one, and he's going to get the result. Heads up in the fan zone, Maximo. That's one way to get off the mark. And some of the youngsters protected by the Swiss team over there.
Wow, Chris Lodge coming out with a spectacular piece of fielding. A Swiss coach maybe making a bid to throw himself into the 11 for the next match, but Amjad Sher, he's a clean striker of a cricket ball.
Yeah, that was a good take. It was a very good take from Chris. Wisely let it hit the ground first.
There's an athlete trapped in that body, I'll guarantee it.
I've seen him playing in the ECS before. Last ball of 6. Goes upstairs, and that will be the one for the over that they use on the last ball. So 6 overs down, Finland 88 for 2. This game could go either way.
Certainly could. Nice over from Ali.
Even that, actually, I don't think it was above the shoulder. He's found that length very well of about armpit height. That, yeah, it does everything a bouncer does do, but it doesn't count as one in the over.
So many limbs moving that action. He must be slightly disconcerting to face for the first time. It's such an unorthodox approach, and as you say, that left arm goes distinctly where you don't expect it to, but he just generates some tremendous forward momentum.
Yeah, very interesting game coming up. Switzerland got in a winning position earlier on a chase in what would have been an upset, and they couldn't make it count. Finland, they've been in a winning position here. We've seen them above 50%, but really, it's make or break next 4 overs.
Tell you what, won't they be ruining that final over from Nicholas Salonen in the Spanish innings? The Finns, they could have been chasing something which would be very comfortable from this point. As it is, an even 50 needed over the last 4.
Down leg side. You get a little bit of a scratch on this. He must have got a bit of glove on it. And so that's why it's not a wide. Salonen has annoyed at himself. Let's have a look.
More off-speed one coming rolling the fingers over the top.
Little touch on the glove. And that's why it's not a wide.
Pretty frustrating because it wasn't a great ball. You've either got to hit that for 4 or take the wide.
This one, he has to muscle off the back foot, but only get a single. Let's have a look at that rate. At the moment, they're slightly ahead of it. When it hits 14, it means they're slightly behind. There's the giant ECN ball. Always a great tactic. A great target, I should say, for batters to aim at.
Certainly is. I'll actually tell you what, I know Salen's been out there for a long time, but Amjad Sher, he's the man who can break the back of this target.
There's the rolling cutter again. Mid-off's up. Could be trouble. It's a good dive, I think, that saves him. They'll check it.
Yeah, you see, it went very conservative with the throw. Not necessarily the worst play. You don't want to give away 4 overthrows, but soft throw coming in gave Teef the chance to come back. I think he knocks the bail off with his hands when this is coming in.
He did. He knocks it off anyway. By the time he hits it with the ball, maybe there's a bail on, but the batter was in anyway. But I think that's a classic case. Salmon just didn't realise that mid-off was up. Spain will do that sometimes. This is going to be edged away. This is something that Spain will do. Actually, it's a bit of a grey area with fielding. When the ball's bowled, the mid-off will walk backwards out of the circle, which...
Is it a grey area?
Well, it's technically, you're only meant to move if you're reacting to the batter's shot, but you could also make the argument that the batter's going to try and hit it over your head.
I find it strange that there's that expectation. I genuinely, morally, do not have a problem with the fielder pushing back.
Yeah, I agree. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Fielder has to watch it. It's a waste down there. Deep third, very fine. But Salonen, he's had his share of edges when he's been bowling and batting. This one gets him 6.
Came top edge. He's continuing good innings, this young man. You know he'll continue to swing hard. Absolute guarantee and a waste. Did his best, but unfortunately no chance of taking a catch or stopping the Maximo. Pretty good up until that point from a Teef.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'll come back to it in a minute. But a Teef, the ball's last ball here. There's full, bottom of the bat. They'll get 1. That'll be the end of 7, 97 for 2. Yeah, but I don't really have a problem with it either. It's just the laws of cricket do talk about what movement you can do. But I think that as long as you're in the circle, when the ball's bowled, then, you know, if you want to pinch a metre or 2, walking back, I don't think it's a huge deal. The other thing you could make the rule that you can't move out of the circle until the ball's received. Probably the other thing you do. Anyway, Malta versus Switzerland in what is actually a huge game for both those teams because they're both in the relegation zone right now. And one team will get the win there in match 8. We have the extended break coming up after this, so we're starting in around about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yep. Big clash there. Seen the Swiss boys a little bit disappointed, but certainly buoyed by their performance earlier today. Almost took down the Belgians in game 1. Good to see both them and Finland really, really pressuring these top 2 teams.
Salonen on 48. And he will get 1 here. Should push for 2. He slips, and so he turns it down. High drama. Shades of the first innings when we saw Spain getting away with a couple of 2s. Always gets the body down and blocks the boundary.
Yeah, certainly does well. Moved swiftly to his right-hand side. That ball was travelling at some speed across the cut of the turf.
He wanted the 2 there, but Salonen actually slipped as he took off, and that's why he turned his partner around. It was actually pretty good by Amjad Sher. He watches his partner, and that's how he sees him slip and sees, okay, we won't run then, but that could have easily gone wrong for Finland. Right, Wild Thing takes it on, catching opportunity, and taken. Daniel Dorkaya doesn't drop too many. That's his zone out there. So the Wild Thing goes. The game probably swings slightly towards the Spanish. It's 98 for 3.
I'd agree with you, Vinny. I think that's a huge wicket for the Spanish. Sher is such a good Maximo hitter. But if he was out there until the end, you'd almost guarantee the Finns were going to chase down this target. As it is, he's heading on the way back to the dressing room. Salonen. Feels like he's batted most of the way through this innings. He is still there, 1 short of his 50, but he needs some support, and it looks like the big biceps of Nell and Cherry coming out to join him.
Yeah, nice catch by DDC. That's the way he plays, Amjad. Goes down swinging. Hamza has his wicket. It's 98 for 3. This will bring Fahim Nelancherry to the crease. And yeah, we saw him batting 3 yesterday in the first campaign, and he's a big unit for him, as you can tell.
He makes the bat look quite small, doesn't he?
Yes, that's true. Looks like he might just kind of crush the handle if he gripped it too tightly. Salonen batting at the other end on 49. It's been a good knock from him. 2 wickets for Hamza. Fahim gets attacking straight away, but he'll only get a single.
He's not what you'd call a touch player, Nolan Cherry, is he? He takes a big swipe at everything that comes his way. But anyway, Nicholas Salonen, 49 runs on the board. It's been a very good innings from him to date. Finland one short of the ton as well. Still 15 balls to go, 39 runs required.
That goes in at the body, and Salonen will be really annoyed. There's no fine leg. If he gets any sort of out on that, that's flying away for an easy boundary. Be a leg by, so we'll stay on 49 for now.
Right, Hamza Salim Dar, it's quietly gone about his business with the ball, but it's been an excellent spell from him. Took one of the power play overs. Figures of 2 for 9, so 2 balls to go. His 2 over spell, but he's been excellent.
This over's gone 1 wicket, 1 leg by. So just 3 or 4 balls. And the asking rate was up at, 15, 16. All right, so this is to the skies again. Big moment. Shiraz gets another chance, and he takes it. So Nolan Cherry falls, and Spain firming now. The big man can't get it out of the park. He's well caught by Shiraz Iqbal. It's a 3rd wicket for Hamza Salim Dar. It's 100 for 4.
Well, he's normally a match winner with the bat, Salim Dar, but it might be with the ball today. 3 wickets, and he's kept the runs down. And the Finns just are struggling to keep up with this rate. Nolan Cherry, they could have done with a few big bombs off his bat. But as it is, yet another wicket down, and it just feels like they're stuttering at the wrong time.
Yeah, and Salonen, who's been the kind of main playmaker, just hasn't been able to get too much of the strike in the last few balls as well. When he hasn't been able to do too much with it. Again, sliding doors moment. If Salonen hits that leg glance with any of the bat, it's 4, and he's facing up instead. They take a leg by, and then the next ball's skied. Nolan Cherry out. Mahesh Tambe comes out to bat. 13 balls left to get 38, and that 10th over of the Spanish innings starting to look pretty important. That's really well bowled wide. Yorker. Tambe doesn't move the feet. Brilliant over in the end. There were just 3 runs off it, but only 2 off the bat, and it's 100 for 4.
Brilliant spell from Salim Dar. Gotten the Spanish right in control of this contest. 38, certainly not impossible, and thrown the ball, showed some confidence in the young orthodox spinner, William Lopez, who will come on to bowl his second. Skipper Munoz Mills going to take him through his fielding structure. It's good to see them showing some confidence in the young man. Let's have a look at the worm, as Means have just started to drop behind that key line. They've generally been there or thereabouts for most of the innings.
But you know what? They're like working in parallel, aren't they? Those two lines in sync. All right, here's the youngster, William Lopez. And this is going to be cracked away for 4. It's 50 for Salonen. Well, he's the last great hope, I think. And he'll feel that it's personal as well. If he can chase these runs down, he's probably your player of the match. Brings up his 50 of 25 balls.
It's great context, isn't he, Vinny? He's almost chasing the runs now that he leaked in that last over. Great shot. Gave his body a bit of turn. Wanted to find that gap square.
This one pushed through a bit quicker. He's not full toss, not able to get it. Only a dot, basically. William Lopez. Like the look of him so far. I mean, you can't judge too much on one game and a couple of overs. There's fantastic medical staff. Hopefully won't be required too often. Rates crept out past 20. Cracking shot. Excellent batting from Salonen. Maximo! He was brave. He uses the feet, but he holds his shape. He holds his balance. And that was a banging, elevated cover drive for 6.
You said it, Vinny. It was actually a pretty good response. I think that William Lopez has seen him moving down the track. He's tried to drop it a touch shorter, but Salonen has carried on, stroked the hands through the ball beautifully, and Finland 28 off 9. This is a proper contest.
Maybe back in the crease this time. No, goes again. This is very, very close. I think it could be stumped.
Beautiful bowling again. He saw Salonen trying to charge down the wicket. Have a look at this from side on. Foot's down, he's safe. Well, it's actually a pretty good stretch from Salonen because he had his body weight going forward.
Yeah, it was very quick work. Let's check it here. But really, there's a bit of movement there. But I think it's more of a slide than a lift. So whenever you see the foot moving around as a keeper, you always feel, okay, was it in the air? But, yeah, I mean, dot ball's a good ball, though.
Certainly is. Look to charge the last two. See if he throws a bit of a fake in here and sits back and tries to
That's
crack
what I
one
thought he
through
might have done, thinking that it might be a bit shorter. And he sets himself, and he's going to get 4 here. Again, uses the pace. So dragged under edge, but it'll do for Salonen, playing a fantastic hand for the Finns here.
Yeah, smart batting from Salonen as well. It doesn't always have to be about Maximo's taking a big stride across, probably almost 2 feet outside off. He knows he's only got to beat the man at 45 inside the circle, and it's a guaranteed boundary.
And also it's kind of with the wind. I know it wasn't in the air, but just it's going to race away. Last ball of the 9th. Oh, it's wide only just. Actually, it's probably not a bad run to take.
I agree.
Because okay, Tambe gets a free crack. He can do whatever he likes here. I don't think you're taking a 1 here. Because we have last ball the over, it means that Salonen will face up in the 10th.
If I was Tambe, I'd be sitting deep in the crease here. I reckon he's going to get one length short of a length. Try to crack it over mid-wicket.
Oh, it's been called a wide. It's a very tight call. But again, we got another question to the 3rd umpire. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, again, I think he's just back.
Boy, he's got quick hands, though.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't he?
He's almost made something out of nothing. And so, yeah, not out is the decision.
Was the wide, though, so
The wide
one
was
ball to go.
The wide was 50-50, I thought. But anyway, went against the bowler. Lopez, who has to deliver it one more time. Tambe wants to put him out of the park. And he will go to the skies. 2 fielders coming around. It's taken by Iqbal. Yassir just basically makes his own 2nd row in the end. So it will be a duck to Tambe. He can't clear the rope. And well done to Chris William Lopez, who had his 1st wicket ever in a Spanish shirt. Certainly was put to the test in his 1st match for Spain. Finland now 117 for 5 off 9. There's 6 balls left in this game. Salonen will be facing up. They'll need something magical. 21 required.
Yeah, as you said, Vinny, it was basically a free hit there from Tambe. Yassir did his best to run interference. Iqbal's actually done a pretty good job taking the catch.
Yeah, it was a funny old one. He probably called it. Don't know if the call was heard, but Yassir at least saw the fielder in front of him. So Tambe will go for a 2-baller. There's Derek. 21 required off 6. We certainly have seen that many pulled off a last over. Let's see who gets. Looks like Murad's going to get it.
Murad's got it. Interesting. J.S. Singer is the man who's brought to the crease, so he's not a power player, but we saw him play a few creative shots behind the wicket. Let's see if the Spanish were watching yesterday. At the moment,
to be honest,
no protection on the boundary behind the wicket, but it'll be interesting to see if they keep that when J.S. Singer's around.
If there's I don't think I'm running first ball if I'm Salonen. I think then the most likely result is you might get the strike back, you might not. I think you'd even almost say he's got to face all 6 here. Maybe you can get creative, try to get back on strike, pushing for an impossible 2. Let's see. Here's Murad, 21 to defend in the last over. First one is back for... well, that's a release, and it's probably very smart. And they've taken 1, and that's a disastrous result, really.
Well, as you say, Vinny, Salonen needed to stay on strike.
Yeah, look, have a look at it. Is he inside? He is, and then... Oh, is that touching the rope at 6? He is touching the rope just a little bit. Then he released. It is a great result. Oh, well, always maybe has wider feet than the average human, and it cost him on that occasion. Oh, that's a huge one. 15 off 5 now. I thought it was smart because, you really don't mind giving up 1 at this stage. or even 0.
Incredible stuff, Vinny. It's a game of absolute inches.
Just kissed the rope. Salonen survives to 69, 15 off 5. Hits it, 6 more. Maximo. The Finns fly again as Salonen moves to 75, and they are very much alive.
What a shot from Nicholas Salonen. Not actually a bad ball from Ali. Made him reach, but he's cracked it off the middle of his stick. And that's consecutive Maximos to start the 10th.
ECN Classic loading here. Murad, remember when he first played for Spain? As we look at the golden ball graphic, of course, this could be a golden ball. We haven't had one since the 1st of September. If it is a tie, batting team get 1 more ball. They need 2 or more to win the game. If they don't get it, they lose. But Murad came into the side for the series with Italy, where, let's just say, all the bowlers went the journey. 9 off 4. Goes for it again, and he's going to get it. Maximo! Well, you talk about a game of inches. This has been a game of millimetres. We thought Salonen would have to watch the next phase of the game from the other end, or might even be out. But he's very much there, and he's just cracked another 6. Just 3 to win now.
That's a sensational strike. Ali, I thought he was going to be the match winner here. So difficult to get away. But Salonen is playing a gem of an innings.
Here's
3 off 3.
Question now, do you take a single this ball or not? It's going to be a funny one. He wants 6. Boundary wins it for Finland to get Salonen to the other end. I would be pushing at least 1 each side in, because, yeah, if you can go a dot here, or you can force a run out, then 1 won't be good enough. Last ball for Finland. I mean, 1 would be a tie.
1 would be a tie.
Yeah, 1 would be a tie. Wouldn't be enough for the win. Let's see the field here.
Vinny, if you're Salonen, are you running almost no matter what?
I'm running no matter what. And if you need to chat to your partner. If you miss it, you need to hold that end safe. You don't want Salonen run out. He's so valuable. Let's see if Jayasinghe can read the room. Pressure on the keeper as well. He's a long way back to Murad Ali.
He almost needs a wicket here, Murad, doesn't he?
Well, we didn't have the close games yesterday, but we certainly got one here. 2 runs required. Jayasinghe to face his first ball in match 7. And he will get it. That is running away. They'll probably get 2 here. Coming back. And the Finns will win. They get there with the ball to spare Jayasinghe. Well, he puts his sensible hat on. He gets bat on ball. I think he gets more than he bargains for. And a bit of a boil over here as the hosts go down to Finland in match 7 of Group C. Another ECN Classic featuring the men in red, but it's the men in blue that get home.
A much-deserved win for the Finns. They are ecstatic up in their dressing room. The Spanish have finally been conquered here after a pair of big wins yesterday, and that is nothing less than the boys in blue deserve. And Nicholas Salonen is the absolute hero. A tremendous innings from him, but full credit to Jayasinghe. That was a great little poke out.
It really was. And it was the pace of Murad again, the pace that kind of undid him there, because that little push flew away into a bit of a pocket of space. They were smart enough to say, look, let's go for the 2. And you can see there, I know that one did more lifting than the other between those 2, but both pretty important in Finland getting this upset win that actually might even give them some hope that they can push up towards the top 2, depending on what they do against Malta later on today.
Yeah, tell you what, that's a great win for them, and genuinely really deserved. They were the better team for the majority of that game. It was probably just the big hitting from Munoz, Mills, and the last over of the Spanish innings that kept the Finns sort of at 50-50, but tremendous stuff, particularly after they lost an early wicket. Salonen has just played a blinder against some of the best bowling that you'll see in this tournament.
I mean, I know you wouldn't never normally do this, but if I was one of the Finnish players, I might be going and kissing the feet of Always Ahmed, because the fact that he grazed the rope turned out to have a huge bang on this game. I don't think that Finland win if that's not 6. But anyway, coming up next, Malta versus Switzerland. This looks like a battle to survive in the competition, and maybe a battle to survive in the division. That's coming up in about exactly an hour's time. 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. Well, let's have a look at this. Finland, they always believed they could do it. Turns out, with the help of Nick Salonen, they do it, and he does chase all those runs down that he conceded in that 10th over.
Yeah, certainly does. It's payback from Salonen. Got cracked in the 10th of the Spanish innings, but held his head together. It's a great catching attempt there from Guillem Lopez early, but he gave Jordan O'Brien a life, and thought it might have been O'Brien's day, but just tried to pull a ball that was out of his reach and skied one, and Ali took a very, very good catch. That ball was sitting up there like a skyscraper for quite a period of time. His hair goes flying. He takes it safely. Hamza Salim Dar, he did not deserve to be on the losing side today. A tremendous bowling spell from him, 3 wickets. But Salonen came to the crease and looked a little bit disconcerted by some of the pace early on, but eventually got into his rhythm, played a couple of cracking shots, and talked about this being a game of inches. Vinny, another one where Davison Soler went flying for a catch, had it in the gloves, and just contact with the ground, sent it flying. So unfortunately for him, he couldn't complete a spectacular dismissal. And after that, Gulam Abbas Butt suddenly found his hitting. Coach Corey Rutgers couldn't stand it. He had to come out of the dugout. Too much pressure.
No, this is a great game. I think both teams actually still get a lot out of it. I mean, Spain, obviously, first time we've seen their middle order bat because of how few wickets they lost. And then lost 1 wicket yesterday. And it just seemed like Finland would get in a winning position, and you just felt the game's just drifting away from them. But it's a real timely reminder how things can change very, very quickly. Now, Cherry went out there, unfortunately wasn't able to do too much, but Salonen he won some key battles. He was brave out there. I think he had his head screwed on most of the time. But look, brilliant game. Finland, obviously, we'll see them later on against Malta. Spain, we'll see them against Belgium, and that's a huge game coming up in match number 9. That's, for Spain, they put on the back foot. They know it's the format, though, I think. They know that these things happen. Murad came back, and now this is the biggest moment in the game. We thought Always had done well to throw it away, but I think even he knew that there was some contact with the rope. You could see it pretty clearly. Finland, well, they enjoyed it. Still plenty of work to do, though. But the game would finish with another 6, and then another 6, and then a single, which left young Jayasinghe there to try and get him over the line. That was a cracking shot, wasn't it? But, yeah, it got down to basically 2 off 2. Jayasinghe with the winning runs that sent Finland into wild celebrations.
Yeah, Jayasinghe, it's funny, on that last winning 2, took off relatively gingerly, just thinking he was going to get Salonen on a strike. They realised penetrated the field, and there was the opportunity for the double. He holds his hands aloft. The Finnish boys celebrating. That's a huge win for them, one of their biggest in this international T10 format, and has certainly thrown this group into some level of disarray. We thought the Spanish and the Belgians were sitting pretty in those top 2, but the Finnish win here, you never know what can happen. And the Spanish, as you say, Vinny, have got a big contest coming up against Belgium.
I just said young Jayasinghe. He's young in ECN terms. I will remind everyone he is 39 years old. Salonen, 82 of 33, the real difference maker, as he walks away with the player of the match, and no real doubt about that in the end, despite the efforts of Christian Munoz-Mills in the first innings. And Hamza Salim Dar thought bowled really well. They get there with 1 ball to spare. 3 for 9. Hamza was brilliant, wasn't he? Apart from that, wickets for Christopher Guillem Lopez and Murad Ali, but Murad just couldn't contain the magical over in the last 2 big last overs. Actually, if you look at it now, it was, if you look at the last overs, 11 balls bowled, 54 runs. So it's tough bowling at the death, and it's Spain that go down for their first loss in this competition. I know they'll come back strongly, though, I'm sure, against Belgium later on. That'll be an absolute cracker. Finland will have a little bit of a break to enjoy that. We'll see them in the night game. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a break. We're back after the lunch break with Malta versus Switzerland. See you then for more Dream 11 European Cricket.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Hello, welcome. Hello, cricket lovers, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we roll into what should be the start of the third match of the day, match number 8. Unfortunately, as you can see right now, the rain is still falling and falling pretty heavily here at the Karava National Cricket Ground in Helsinki, Finland. So yeah, that means that we will have a delay at this stage. It's a 30-minute delay. This game is meant to be between the Helsinki Titans and the SKK Rapids. So yeah, the rain came in around about the end of that first game of the day, which we did complete. But the second game was abandoned without a ball being bowled, so the points were split between the Gymkhana Gladiators and the SKK Rapids, and well, at the moment we still have some hope that this match might take place, but for sure, if it does take place, it will be a reduced affair. And look, obviously there's no guarantees. The water's starting to pool out there in the middle over the covers as well, so I think it'll be a little bit of a job if and when the rain does stop for this ground to be ready for play. But we know it does drain very quickly, and I still think, I've just got a feeling that the weather forecast this afternoon and the early evening is quite clear, and we could still have play here on day 2, or more play here on day 2. So I hope you enjoyed that classic match from ECC 24 between Finland and Spain, and what a finish it was. Nick Salden, the hero in the chase, as Finland defeated the home side in the very last over. But now we'll take you back a little bit further, and I'm looking forward to this one because this is what we affectionately know as the Wild West period in ECN. As I'm going to take you back all the way to our first ever European cricket series here in Finland in 2020, the 9th of August. Now this was a 4-team tournament, and the structure was that the teams played each other over 6 qualifying matches. Then the top team went through to the final, and they would play the winner of the Eliminator. So the Eliminator is the game that we're going to show you between the SKK Rapids and the Empire Blades, of course, from Empire Cricket Club. So the Blades are batting first in this one, and maybe you'll be able to identify a few familiar voices and maybe not so many familiar voices, but I'm sure our Finnish fans will know who we'll have on the commentary. We're going to take you back in time to 2020, almost 5 years ago. So if there's any updates, of course, we'll put them on the screen, we'll put them in the chat, and we'll keep you up to date. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic from the Wild West days.
Slower bowlers, so Savage did take some damage in his one over that he bowled. Just looking at the batsman preparing to my right side here, it does look like it will be Amjad Sher opening for Empire, and I believe his partner in crime will be Van Padal, number 26. Yes, indeed. So these two will be looking to replicate what they did against the Marcos, where they had a partnership of 96. An opening partnership, I should mention, of 96. Again, I should apologise for the technical problems we had last match. But as always, all the technical problems have been fixed in time for the games that matter. And this is one of them, against these two foes of Finnish cricket, SKK and Empire Cricket Club. They'll definitely be needing a total higher than 82, which they managed in the last innings against SKK. Minimum competitive score, looking at SKK's batting lineup, which does have some heavy hitters like Jordan O'Brien and Jake Goodwin. You would say they require at least 130. Empire do have a good bowling unit though. The top 3 T20 bowlers in Finnish cricket. Imran Mohammed, Raz Mohammed and Amjad Sher, who's also opening the batting in a few minutes' time. See who's opening the bowling for SKK. It looks like it could be number 87, Alistair Hay, at the end of his bowling run-up. A few more minutes to go before we get this match underway. Yep, Alistair Hay with the ball in hand. Fielding restrictions are obviously in place for the first 3 overs, so you're only allowed 2 men out. I'm just trying to peek out of my commentary box to find out where they are. One seems to be at long off and the other one at long on here, so protecting the shots down the ground. SKK to begin with, otherwise quite an even umbrella field with someone at gully, point, covers, extra cover. And then on the onside we've got mid-wicket and square leg, as well as a fine leg in place. In comes Hay. First ball. Oh, some confusion here. No, they've taken a quick single. There is a shy at the stumps. Slightly risky there. It didn't look like Van Badal was expecting to be called through, but he does make it in the end. Just a push into the offside and a call from the non-striking batsman for the single. So Sher off the mark. Oh, it's gone straight through there and through the keeper. Might have been a little bit of an inside edge as he races down towards the boundary, but the fielders do get there. Good teamwork to send it back in. And Sher is also off the mark now. Full again into the onside, slapped towards long on, excuse me, but he does go all the way for a maximum 6. Excellent shot there by Amjad Sher. And I should point out that the last runs from the previous ball were giving us 2 leg byes. Wicket, no run there, even though Padal was eager to advance down the wicket for a quick single, but sent back by Sher. Pulled into the onside. It is going towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who fields it and sends it in, and 1 run scored, which means Sher does retain the strike for the next over. So that's 10 off the first for Empire. Number 21. Peter Gallagher, the captain, coming into the bowling attack. Took a few wickets in his last game against Empire. Played just before this one, and has indeed took about 3 or 4 wickets yesterday as well. So he's a wicket-taking bowler, backing himself early in the innings, as the captain should. Sher continues to face, having scored 7 off of the 5 he faced in the last over. In comes Gallagher. The leg side is hoiked away, it's in the air, it's going to deep mid-wicket-ish, and it's taken. Excellent catch, steadied himself there. So Sher does fall. He was there to be hit, but doesn't quite get hold of it. And Shaw's fault of the boundary. Find out on the replay in a moment who was the catcher. It was Jake Goodwin, the opening batsman. As we take another look, there you see, hoiked far into the air. Fielder has plenty of time to steady himself, and then takes it comfortably in the end. Excellent work in the deep. Padal now facing, so the batsman did cross. And Peter Gallagher, as I said, a wicket taker, takes one straight away in the second ball of his first over, and Padal hoiks it into the leg side. It's gone over the square leg fielder, and it looks like it may run all the way. No, it's been blocked on the boundary. Good fielding there. Limited to just 2. Good covering by that deep mid-wicket fielder we mentioned earlier. Jake Goodwin, who also took the catch. And it was obviously Gallagher's first ball that he took the wicket with, as he bowls again. Outside off stump, noodled away towards gully. Quick single there, as Skamans has joined Padal in the middle. He will face his first ball of this match. As I mentioned, got into some runs yesterday, scoring 41 off of 27 against Helsinki, who do have a good bowling lineup. So he'll be looking to hang around here, having made it in early. Put a decent total that they could defend on the board. Gallagher continues with 3 balls remaining. New batsman on the strike. Full. It's pushed away by Skamans back to the bowler. Showing some respect there. Will be a good contest between these two. Well, one current, actually 2 current national team players, I believe. Down leg side. It's hoiked away. There's a chance of a catch, but the fielder doesn't quite get there backward square leg. Or rather, third man, I would say, when he comes around. And it will be just the 2 runs. A chance. Half-hearted appeal from Gallagher as well, but quite obviously came off the bat in the end, and not the pad. And comes again, Fuller this time, another appeal, but it's off the pads or off an inside edge down to that third man for a single. Padal and Skamans used to batting together, so you can expect some good running between the wickets, hopefully, and hopefully commentators' curse does not strike again, as Padal has in fact been run out twice in both of his previous innings when he was quite close to making a half century, so he'll be looking to survive a little bit longer this time and make sure he gets to that milestone. That is the end of the over, however. 6 off it and a wicket, which means Empire are 16 for 1 off of 2. It is Nirav Shah into the bowling attack, also a wicket taker. Opened the bowling in the last match between these two earlier today, and he was bowling to Skamans now. On the leg side, it's hoiked away in the air over the fielder at square leg, who chases it, and it sent back in for 2. Yep, always run the first one hard. Taking one on the arm. Good running again. Skamans moves to 5 off of 4 balls. It's an interesting run up here for Shah. Kind of lifts his heels very high when he comes in. Short ball, and he's attempted to pull that. It's gone aerial. It's over the fielder again, but it will bounce before it goes to the boundary rope, which means 4 runs for Skamans. I've seen him put those long hops for 6 as well, but he'll be happy with 4 runs on the board. 6 off the first 2 balls. Comes Shah once again. Full, outside off, it's cut away. There's the cover fielder who misfields it, so they might push for 2 here. They do indeed. Unfortunate piece of fielding there. Could have restricted them to a single. But Skamans back on strike. Good running, as I said, between these two. Used to batting together. Both good callers. So they'll be looking to capitalise on any mistakes SKK make on the field as Shah comes in once more. Short this time again, it's hoiked down the ground. It's a chance for a catch, but it's gone all the way over Long-on's head. It's Peter Gallagher there. His eyes lit up, but Skamans makes a good enough connection to make sure he has no chance of getting a hand on it, and it will be a maximum and expensive over so far 14 off it with 2 balls to come. Skamans is moved on to 17 off of 7. On the offside again, driven down again towards long off, who fumbles it. It's going towards the boundary rope. It will indeed. It is Panaya Vijendran who only manages to get a hand to it, but not stop it really. He will be disappointed with himself. Usually a very safe pair of hands and a good fielder as well. A slight miscalculation there. And that's 18 off the over with the ball to go. So, no ball called. I believe looks like it didn't pitch on the wicket. There is also a free hit signalled. See if Skamans can dispatch this free hit over the boundary rope. Takes a step to the leg side. It's a very slow ball down leg, and he does sweep it for a four runs. Bowler might have seen him cutting across and trying to keep the ball enough on the leg side to evade him, but no chance there. Slower delivery down leg. Skamans is always going to enjoy that and put it away. Moves on to 25 off of 10, and that is the end of the 3rd over. Empire 39, a very good over for them for the loss of 1 wicket. So fielding restrictions are now over. Let's have a little look around the field to see who's been put out. Seems like long off, long on, deep mid wicket are in play, deep square leg as well, and a deep cover. So 4 men out for SKK as Gallagher continues to bowl. Took a wicket and only went for 6 runs in his first over. As it is Padal facing, plays it onto his onside. Oh, bit of mix up between these two. It's a close call for a run out. I don't think he hit the stumps there. A yes from Skamans there and sent back by Padal. Makes it just about, as I was complimenting these two on their running between the wickets. A bit of confusion, but still both in the middle. As Gallagher continues. Fast outside off, and it's slapped away by Padal. That's an absolutely beautiful shot. All elegance there. Timed between the two fielders. Long off, an extra cover. A very nice shot indeed. And it's only the 5th ball that Padal has faced, as Skamans doing an excellent job last over at dispatching the ball for boundaries and maintaining strike. As in comes Gallagher again. Short outside off stump, cut away once more, past the point fielder who's giving chase. He will get there before the boundary, I believe. Yes, he does indeed, and the batsman come back for 2. Gallagher claps his fielder for preventing the boundary with 3 balls remaining in the 4th over. On the onside, and it's hoiked away. It looks like it's found a man. It has indeed. Deep square leg, takes it comfortably. Padal will be disappointed with that shot. Picked the man out there. It was the right shot for the right ball, but didn't quite make enough connection on it, or clean enough connection to beat the fielder. But always a risk in T10, where you've got to look to score off every delivery that's in your zone. We'll have a little look again. In he comes Gallagher. Hoiked around to the offside. It is a deep square leg, and it's comfortable. Very comfortable in the end, you have to say. SKK fielding looking good so far. 2 chances, 2 catches, which is extremely important, as Ravi Kumar, number 9, comes in for Empire to support Jonathan Skamans. Batsman did cross, so 2 balls remaining in the 4th over, and Skamans on strike. Well, the non-striker's dropped his bat there, so Gallagher pulls out of his delivery stride. As another go. Full, played on the onside. It will go to the mid-wicket fielder, who turns really well and gets it in quickly. Just the 1 run, and Kumar has 1 ball to face of Peter Gallagher. He's before he's bowled out his 2 overs. So far he's taken 2 wickets for 13 runs, so an excellent 11 balls by Gallagher so far. Full, driven down the ground, just past Gallagher over his head. There was a fielder coming round, there's two in fact. They go for the second, and there's a run-out chance here. It's close. It's given out. It looked very, very close, but it was excellent fielding by Panaya Vijendran, who made that mistake earlier at long off. This time makes up for it with an excellent throw into Gallagher. Whips the stumps off, and Skamans, unfortunately for Empire, is run out as he was the batsman looking very good, having scored 26 of 11 balls with 3 fours and a 6. Have a look at the replay here. How close was it? Looked very close from the commentator's box, but we are at the wrong angle to really be sure. Bat might have been in the air after Gallagher took the stumps off, or the bails off rather. Close one to call as the next batsman comes in for Empire. Number 15, so 2 new batsmen for Empire. It will be Mohammed Imran, also known as the Manny McGrath, opening bowler for Empire Cricket Club usually. Well, now he's going to show us what he can do with the bat as Shah continues for SKK. Excuse me, there has been a bowling change. It seems to be Asid Ghani coming on to bowl. Yep, off spinner. Hoik to the onside. We will find the fielder again. So that innings by Mohammed Imran. A short one as he picks out the fielder. And Empire lose another wicket. Yeah, it looked like he hit high on the bat. Spliced it over to square leg. Again, a very, very comfortable catch. And SKK just proving that fielding is very, very important if you want to make inroads in this T10 format. Once more. Yep, tries to hoik it to the onside, but never makes any kind of connection he would have hoped for with it, and it's easy catch. Barely had to move for the fielder at mid-wicket, I believe. So the new batsman in for Empire, who's taking his guard. I'll tell you the name in a moment. He actually walked out there before I had time to have a look at his jersey number, but he's out there with Ravi Kumar, who's only faced 1 ball as well, as Ghani continues. Fall on the offside, pushed away, caught in for a single. There's a bit of a mix-up, but they do make it in the end. Yeah, if the bowler could have held on to that, there might have been a chance if it with a direct hit, but he did fumble it. And it is Ravi Mohammed. So Mani Mohammed out for the duck, and Ravi Mohammed now in for Empire, facing his first delivery. In fact, it is Kumar who smashes it into the onside just for 1 run. So the batsman must have crossed when Imran Mohammed got out. And now it is Ravi Mohammed on strike. So an excellent start to Ghani's over. Wicket, single, single. So putting the pressure back on our SKK as Ghani continues to Ravi Mohammed. Outside off, cut away into the gap just for 1 run as it's fielded in deep in the covers. So a bit of a rebuilding exercise here for Empire, having lost those crucial wickets of Padal and Skamans. Especially Skamans will be really unhappy with being run out, as he was looking very, very good in good touch out there. As Ghani continues on the onside, it's attempted drive down, and there's a misfield, and they will take a single. Not quite sure what happened there. Either the bowler fumbled it, or he had a shy at the stumps with no one backing it up, and the player and the batsman come through for a quick single. Ghani continues. Slow outside the off stump, spanked down the ground, but it will go straight to a fielder at long on. It is Panaya Vijendran, and he's the man who ran Skamans out effectively with an excellent throw in for Peter Gallagher, who then took off the bails. That is the end of the over. So Empire are 52 for the loss of 4 wickets after 5. Yeah, slight slow down. Wickets always slow down the scoring rate, and that's exactly what's happened here. Fortunately, the Empire batsmen have another half of the innings left, so 5 overs left to have a little bit of a rebuild and try to get their team to a competitive total, which should be around the 120-130 mark. Looking at the SKK batting lineup, which is very, very good. See who's continuing. Number 85 for the SKK Rapids. It is Wakas Raja into the bowling attack. Ravi Mohammed facing. As there's a bit of a change in the field. A more off-sided field. Backward point, deep cover, extra cover, and it's down leg. First ball by Raja, waiting for the umpire's signal, but it did look wide. No wide given. Yeah, no wide given there. Batsman must have walked across his stumps as Raja comes in for his second ball. Again down the leg side, and this time it is signalled wide by the umpire. It's a bit of a loose start here by Raja. Won't want to give the Empire batsmen any extras or take any pressure off. They've done so well in the last few overs to make those breakthroughs, take those opportunities and restrict the batsmen to under 10 runs and over by some distance as Raja continues. Full driven down the ground, that's gone a long way. It won't be caught, I don't believe. No, it's gone over the head or long off. Peter Gallagher there. Again, looking for that opportunity to take a catch, but it is an excellent shot by Ravi Mohammed. And it will be a maximum. So 7 off 2 balls. Excuse me, 2 balls, yeah, so far for this in this over by Raja. Exactly what Empire needed, upping the scoring rate as Raja continues. Cramp for space there, but do grab a single, I should say, as Ravi Kumar makes his way to the striking end. So Ravi Mohammed currently on 10 off of 6 balls, and Ravi Kumar on 3 scored off of 3 balls as Raja continues. Down leg, it's been given a wide once more. So that ball will be rebowled, and there's still 3 balls left in the over. Hoiked on the onside, along the ground though. It goes to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and he'll be thrown in. It's gone over, and it's gone over again. Oh, calamitous fielding there by SKK. They've turned that single into 3 by the looks of it. Yes, indeed. They'll be disappointed with that. The throw comes in from mid-wicket. There's 2 men backing it up, but neither of them can hold on to it, and it dribbles through, and the Empire batsmen come back for 2. 3, in fact. Expensive over, so far 12 off of it. Full, spanked down the ground. Raja attempts to get a finger on it, maybe he does as well, but it will only be a single as Peter Gallagher cleans up at the long off fielding position. 1 ball to come then, with Ravi Kumar on strike. Full on the offside, it's gone to gully and it's taken well. Not sure if a thick edge, maybe even a top edge, and it does float to Gully, who comes diving forward and takes a very good catch. And it is Ravi Kumar who is out, and that brings us to the end of the 6th over. Empire are 65 for the loss of 5 wickets. It's number 11 for Empire, Hemantan Kumar. So the 2 Kumars out there at the moment. Oh, sorry, no, Kumar is out. So it's Raz Mohammed and Hemantan Kumar. full and pulled on to the onside just for one. He'll have to hurry, but it is comfortable in the end. Square leg sends it into the bowler's end. It is Asim Ghani continuing for F. And that was Rav Mohammed facing the last ball. So Hemantan Kumar is out in the middle, getting his guard, looking to push on with this innings. At least triple figures needed at a minimum to be competitive as Ghani comes down. Floaty ball on the stumps, inside edge, down to the 45 man who fields it, or fine leg I should say, who fields it. Sends it in for a single, and Ravi Mohammed back on strike, having scored 12 off of 8 with a 6 in there as well. Again, a floaty delivery in the block hole. Can only be noodled back to the bowler by Raz Mohammed. Need to work hard here, Empire. Make sure they grab those singles when the opportunity is there as well. As it's outside off stump this time, another tempting delivery, slower ball. But Raz Mohammed can't make contact with the ball. And there's 2 balls remaining, so an excellent over so far from Ghani. Only 2 from it. Full again, driven down the ground. It will be long off. Peter Gallagher who fields it and sends it in. So just a run scored. 3 off the over so far. Very good bowling by Ghani. He now has a new batsman on strike, so let's see what he can do with the final ball of his bowling spell. Full again in the block hole. It's driven into the offside for a single. So Hemantan Kumar will retain strike, and that brings Ghani's 2 overs to an end. Excellent 2 overs indeed, only giving away 9 runs and taking 1 wicket. So an impressive bowling spell there by Ghani, really restricting the batsman off of his 2 overs. So with 3 overs left, Empire are 69 for 5. They will have to up the aggression and up the scoring rate, so only 4 off that last over. 3 more overs to go. At 10 and over, they'd be close to making it to triple figures or triple digits, as it is number 3, Atif Rashid for SKK, who comes into the bowling attack. He bowls, driven down the ground. Peter Gallagher's come in for it, but it's bounced once in front of him. They're looking for a second. He sent him back. Yeah, well gone back there by the batsman. No second run there, not on Peter Gallagher's arm. So not a bad looking shot. Driven down the ground, 1 bounce to the fielder for a single, and Raz Mohammed is back on strike as Rashid comes in. Full, driven down the ground again, a very similar shot. Again, 1 bounce to Peter Gallagher, who sends it in for a single. If SKK can restrict Empire to singles, they'll be very, very happy. Really, the pressure being put on the batsman now to open their shoulders, get that back bottom hand in play. And in comes Rashid, shorter this time on the offside. It's gone over the stumps. It's an excellent ball. That's a dot ball. Exactly what SKK wanted, but definitely not what Empire wanted, as things are heating up, quite literally here in Kerava, as the temperature goes now to 28 degrees Celsius. As Rashid comes in once more, short again, or back of a length, but it's been prodded into the offside. It's a drop catch there at extra cover. It is Raja. Well, there's a run out. Yeah, it looks clear. They try and push for 2 under pressure, but after that misfield in cover, the batsman seemed to go for a suicidal second, and Raja lobs it in to the bowler, Rashid, who then just takes the bails off. And see who was out. As we can see here, Bowles is pushed into its drop catch initially there, but he gets the ball, waits for a moment, and then lobs it into the bowler, who has an easy job of running out the Empire batsman. It did seem like a suicidal single, even despite the dropped catch. It did go straight to the fielder, as Rashid will continue. It is R. Mohammed who was out, as Rashid comes in. It's an inside edge. They do call in for a single again. His fine leg comes around and picks up the ball. No, the bowler picks up the ball, excuse me. And it is indeed Richard Savage who's come in for Empire. So the co-commentator, the voice of Cricket Finland, is now out there representing Empire and needs to help his club push on here to a total of at least 3 figures. So hopefully we'll see an aggressive, savage innings now by Richard as Atif continues with 1 ball remaining. Outside off, left alone by Savage, taking the wides, taking the extras. Smart bit of batting there. Comes Atif again. Knocked down the ground. He will have 1 bounce in front of long on, so a single for Savage, so he retains the strike for the next over, and that is the end of the 8th over. So Empire are 75 for 6, so only 7, excuse me, from the last over, and a loss of 1 wicket. So really need to up the scoring rate now, moving into last 2 overs. Hemanta Kumar and Robbie Savage out there, both hovering around 100 strike rate. They'll have to be looking to get that to closer to 200, as it is number 32. Jake Goodwin, one of the star batsmen for the SKK Rapids lineup, now having his chance to show what he can do with the ball in hand. Richard Savage will be facing. Definite advantage here for the SKK fielding unit, seeing as a total on the board at the moment. They will know he's not sufficient to be defended, most likely. Full ball, and he's bowled in through the gate. An excellent first ball there by Jake Goodwin. You miss, I hit. Simple cricket. Line and length on the wicket brings results. Not much of a celebration for Jake Goodwin there. Here we see the delivery once more. Comes in. Yep, straight through the gate. Trying to play down the ground was Savage, but only the 3rd ball or 2nd ball he faced, so I wasn't quite in yet to be playing that shot. I'm sure he would have liked to come in at a different moment in time than with only a few wickets behind him and needing to push on the total. Now that responsibility falls on to the next batsman, as Jake Goodwin continues. One moment, I will tell you who the batsman is. As Jake Goodwin comes in, bowls full again. It's been hit into the offside towards the fielder, who can't quite hold on to it, and Wakas Raja then cleans up. But they do come through for a single. So that puts Kumar on strike, and who has joined him at the wicket is Kushagra Bhatnagar, who's now at the non-striker's end. So Kumar is facing Goodwin's 3rd ball as he comes in outside of the stump, hoids away on the offside. A beautiful looking shot over the extra cover fielder. Well, then the deep cover will field it. They do run 2. It was a very nice looking shot there, but good fielding again by SKK. Good fielding positions as well, finding it difficult, the Empire batsman, to find those gaps, as Kumar continues, having scored 7 off 7. Goodwin, fuller ball on the offside again, slapped towards point, just for 1 run. So in their previous innings, Empire scored 82, which SKK easily chased down in 6.5 overs. So you really would think that they need to be pushing this total much higher if they're going to have an opportunity to win and play Helsinki Cricket Club in the final today, as Jake Goodwin continues. Slower ball on the wicket, hit onto the onside, just for 1 run as mid-wicket gathers. One ball remaining in the penultimate over. Empire currently 80 for 7. Fuller, faster. It's a top edge over the keeper's head. It won't run all the way, as the man from deep backward point comes in, and there's another run out by the looks of it. It is. They were pushing for 2, as you think they would have to. But another great arm, I think, by Nathan Collins in the deep, and then the keeper Jordan O'Brien does the rest. Excellent fielding there by SKK. That's really been the difference now in this innings compared to the rest. They've taken their chances and also produced quite a few run-outs. 3, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, top edge here over the keeper's head. Take the first one a little bit too slow, you can tell here. And Kumar can't make it back into his crease. It's good work by Jordan O'Brien there. Quick hands to take the bails off. And Kumar continues running all the way to the pavilion. So next batsman in for Empire is number 25. That is Kashagra Banaka. Oh no, sorry. He's been. They must have crossed the batsman. Yeah, they did, obviously. So there's another batsman, number 23, who's in, and that is Bhupesh Koda. As in comes Atif Rashid for the final over. An appeal for LBW. No interest shown from the umpire, and they will take a leg by there, or perhaps there was some bat involved. No, leg by signalled by the umpire. So Empire now 82 for 8. With 5 balls remaining. 2 wickets in hand. As in comes Rashid, bowls. Short's on the offside, lobbed onto the air. It's gone over the extra cover fielder. Looks like it will be going all the way. It does. It is Alistair Hay who's coming round but can't quite get there, and that is a very important boundary there. First ball Bhupesh Koda has faced, and he puts it away straight away. So Empire definitely need a few more of those. 14 from that magical limit of 100 runs, that psychological edge of having 3 figures on the board as Atif Rashid continues. Shorter on the off stump, attempted cut shot, but doesn't make any contact with the ball there. Koda, 3 balls remaining. Driven down the ground. It's in the air. There's a fielder coming around. It is Raja, and he takes it. Good catch, running full pace. Did well to keep his eye on it. And Koda is out after cameo for 4 runs scored off his first ball. The third ball then, he's found the extra cover fielder, Wakas Raja, who takes a comfortable catch in the end. So the final batsman for Empire, number 34, Uday Nandini. Batsman did cross, so it will be Bhatnagar on strike with 2 balls remaining. Rashid comes in. Short, pulled hoiked on the leg side. That was a bad ball by Atif Rashid. A bit of a loose one there, and it is given the treatment. There's an excellent chase by the SKK fielder, but can't quite get there. So another 4 runs to the Empire total. Could be a crucial 4 runs, in fact, as having scored 2 innings of 130 odd in yesterday's matches, now they are falling slightly short of that total. Short again, and it's top edge going behind the keeper. They all run it. There's a chase on by the fine leg fielder, and he does get there, so he does restrict them to 2, maybe 3. Yeah, they're pushing for it as O'Brien takes aim at the stumps and breaks them, and the final Empire batsman is run out. Just waiting final confirmation, but I believe it will be 92 all out for Empire. Yep, good chase by the fielder there, running towards the fine leg, dive, sends it in, and O'Brien gathers it. They do take a very risky third, but I guess if the keeper misses, you've made an extra run, and it being the final ball of the innings, it's worth it. And indeed, I've just confirmed it's 92 for 10. The final score for Empire. They do have a good bowling unit, but I reckon they are going to find anything under 120. Very difficult to defend, having a look at SKK's batting lineup. If they do get the early key wickets of Jordan O'Brien and Jake Goodwin, there's also Captain Peter Gallagher coming after that, who can also put away a ball. So Empire have it all to do as they try and protect their first innings total of 92 all out. We'll be back at 5-2, which means in about 15 minutes. So join us for some more action then for this final elimination game between SKK and Empire to decide who will play Helsinki Cricket Club in this ECS T10 final. Welcome back as we prepare for the second innings of this eliminator between Empire and SKK. Empire won the toss, chose to bat first again, and made 92 all out using all of their 10 overs. The pick of the batsman, Jonathan Skamans, contributing 26 off of 10 balls. Pick of the bowlers, Peter Gallagher, taking 2 wickets and giving away 14 runs from his 2 overs, and Ghani and Atif Rashid going for a measly 9 and 8 respectively off of their 2 overs, so some excellent bowling there by SKK. Indeed, Empire did set a similar total, well 10 runs more this time, but had 83 runs in the previous match between these two teams, and SKK chased it down with some ease. It does look like it will be Peter Gallagher and Nathan Collins opening the batting for SKK, and the Empire bowling unit will definitely need to make some early inroads to have any chance of protecting this total that they've set of 92, which is probably around 20 or 30 runs even below par. In the commentary box with me today, one of the SKK batsmen, going slightly down the order, so taking a moment of time to do some analysis with me of this innings that's coming up in about a minute or so, as the Empire players also make their way onto the field. It is indeed Arib Kadir, who was actually in this commentary box the last innings for SKK, but unfortunately we had some technical problems, so you couldn't hear all of his wonderful commentary, nor mine. Well, this time,
Marcel, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good,
Awesome.
Very good. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
You look like you're in a good position, SKK.
Oh yeah, nothing better than bowling Empire out for 92. It's a par well below.
Yeah, but you've still got to make up those runs.
Definitely, we've got to chase it down.
Yeah.
And hopefully the opening partnership, Colo and Pete, will be positive, and they'll be looking to score a lot of runs, especially in the power play.
Yeah, it is Imran Mohammed to open the bowling for Empire. Interesting decision not to open with the winning combination of O'Brien and Goodwin, who've made an excellent opening partnership in the previous game between these two, as the umpire signals leg byes for the first ball and Gallagher takes a strike.
Well, it's the regular opening pairs in it, Colo and Pete. They open for the national team as well, and really strong batsmen. Colo is more of a classical batsman, and Pete is just generally a smasher.
Smasher, yeah.
Right.
Do you reckon he's going to get his eye on a few, or he's going to go straight away?
He's going to go straight away. I think in this over we will see some fireworks.
In comes Mohammed, outside off. It is hit straight away. It's over the extra cover fielder, and it will find the boundary. Indeed, a good shot. As you said, won't hang around.
No. Slightly risky, that one, but he had to find the way just over cover.
Yep, just got enough on there. So already 5 off of 2 balls. So Reply's got off to a very good start.
I think it's a good strategy using Mohammed Imran, because he got Colo out in the last week Premier League game, or 2 weeks ago. He got Colo bowled. So they know their strengths, Empire.
Yeah.
Let's see how we can battle against that.
In comes Mohammed, down leg this time. It is called a wide, well taken by Skamans. Tosses it back up the field in a bit of disgust there with that ball. Usually Mr. Mohammed not one to stray down the leg side. Mini McGrath, as I like to call him,
Right.
usually on the spot.
They can't afford many extras though, Empire, with such a low scoring total.
Yep, got to make SKK work for it. This time it's a better ball, and respect shown there by Gallagher. I think that might have been the first defensive shot we've seen today, as he plays a dead bat on the ball. Yeah, any inside information for why Jordan O'Brien isn't opening after being so destructive? Carrying an injury, perhaps?
Oh no, it's just our regular batting order. Jordan comes in 1 down.
Okay. Outside off, and it's smashed away again over extra cover
shot.
and cover between the 2 fielders. Another great shot.
It's timed out really well, Pete.
Yeah, shows any width outside the off stump. Gallagher's looking to hit his arms through it.
For sure.
Done so well so far. Been interesting combination having O'Brien and Gallagher there. One very strong on the onside, the other very strong on the offside.
Right.
You'd be quite confused as a bowler where to put it.
Yeah. It is challenging for the bowlers because it demands a lot of patience from them, a lot of discipline as well. But that's just T10. You've got to bowl every single ball on the right spot. If you miss it by a few inches, you're going to be smashed.
Yep. As in comes Mohammed. Full toss outside off. It's a wide one as well. It's beating everyone there. Beating the batsman, beating the keeper. But he hasn't beaten the gully fielder who sends it back in, and it will be 2 wides. And Collins on strike for the last ball. Excuse me, that was a wide, so second to last ball, which is rebowled now.
Yeah. Colo was carrying an injury yesterday after the first game, but is looking to be back for the playoffs. And
Fall. Down leg side, flicked away. Don't know if he got any bat on ball there. I think it's going to be signalled as leg byes. Just clipped his heel on the way through. And as you said, Colo picking up an injury yesterday, diving forward for a catch on the boundary.
Yeah, he hit him right on the thumb, on his right thumb, and I think it went for 4 or 6. But hopefully he can get some runs in this game and get more confidence for the final when we chase this target down.
Yep, down leg again by Imran. And it's flicked, and they do run for 2. They push hard. A bit of a sloppy field in there by the umpire, a bit casual in getting it in. And they do take 2 off that final ball, which means Collins will be back on strike for the next over.
It's a good over for us.
Yeah, absolutely. 15 off it. Empire managed to get 10 off their first over. So SKK already slightly ahead. Well, a lot ahead, considering they have another 9 overs to get 70 odd.
Yeah, in T10 it's all about momentum and how you really start your power play. And if you start it positive with good energy and momentum, then there's really no stopping it.
Yeah, indeed. That's usually why I would have expected a pinch hitter like O'Brien to come in early, use those power play overs to clear the inner field, and get those boundaries. As I think it is Raz Mohammed. It is the other Mohammed to come in for the Empire bowling attack, number 8, as he starts his run up, a long run up. Ball's full, and it's driven on the onside. It's going towards mid wicket, who sends it in, just a single there. Better fielding.
Right. I can see Colo sort of flinching his right hand. Looks like he can feel it. He feel his injury there.
Yeah, not totally comfortable.
No.
But just a bruise, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing serious. So he's back in the team for the last 2 games.
Yep.
And now opening as usual.
In comes Mohammed again. Off his long run up. It's full again on the offside. It's driven down the ground by Gallagher. 1 bounce to long off. And the fielder, Padal, takes it just above his shoulder, Aussie style.
That was smoked.
That was travelling. As Gallagher looks at his bat. Picking a bit of the grass from the bottom, by the looks of it. Collins on strike. Mohammed continues. On the leg side, flicked away. An excellent shot again.
Might not go all the
They're
way.
chasing it,
Should be 3 though.
Yeah, it's the keeper who's had to chase it. No fine leg there. Just the 2. Nice flick. An excellent chase by the keeper. I mean, we haven't really seen the fine leg deployed in T10. Doesn't seem a very common strategy, but considering you've got no slips involved, could be involved, or a third man involved.
I feel like the boundary is really long there. In that, I think it's 60-70 meters long.
Oh, as
That's
Colo's,
a brilliant shot.
Yeah, it's under the field, and he's taken it actually. It's been taken.
Oh, wow.
It was a brilliant shot, but it didn't go all the distance. That is one of the longer boundaries there.
Catch though.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think it's Ravi Kumar.
It is Ravi Kumar, yeah. Number 9. Good eyes. The young Kadir spotting out the fielder before I could. And it was Hoyt to the leg side. We'll have a look here. As in comes Mohammed. Yeah, he gets a good connection, but it goes high up in the air. And the boundary fence is a little bit further down on that onside. And Ravi Kumar pouches it after running in. So, breakthrough for Empire, an important wicket. They will need a lot of wickets if they are going to restrict SKK. Although, I have to say, since you're sitting next to me batting at 7 and you're a national team member, I think SKK bat quite deep, don't they?
They do. Well, we do, in fact.
Absolutely. If the commentary becomes too biased, I'll have to send you out. Although I'm guessing at the moment we're pretty much even Stevens, as I'm an Empire player and Aribi is an SKK player. So
we're managing well, Marcel.
yeah, we're keeping each other in check.
Here we go. Jordan comes in for us.
Yep, as expected. Raz Mohammed, excuse me, to continue full. It's
Great
driven down the
shot.
ground. Yep.
Is it gonna go?
Nah, it's one bounce to Pedal, long off fielder.
Good fielding.
Yeah, off the mark. And Gallagher back on strike.
Just a bit straighter, that would have been 4.
Yeah, but you've got to try and target that area for O'Brien. He likes to play on the onside, like you pointed out last match.
Yeah.
So you really can't afford to put anything short or on the pads. They will go for the maximum, most likely.
Anything full and anything just outside off stump, as you said, Marcel.
Yeah. In comes Raz Mohammed for the final ball. Outside off, it's cut away by Gallagher for no run. They were thinking about it, but sent back by Jordan O'Brien, who I'm sure is probably also thinking about the end of the over and wanting to be back on strike for the next one. So that's 2 overs down. Only 5 off that over, so an excellent over by Raz Mohammed, taking 1 wicket. SKK then 20 for 1. Empire at this point were 16 for 1. So still quite even. Last over of the power play. You'd want Jordan O'Brien in there to make the most of it. Let's see what he can do, as it looks like it will be the Empire captain, Amjad Sher.
Oh,
this should be
a big over.
This should be an excellent contest. Yeah, one of the best batsmen in bowlers in Finland against one of the best batsmen in Finland. Yeah. So we're exciting to see what's happening here. Sher is making a few changes to his field, bringing a long off in to mid off. So trying to tempt O'Brien with the drive down the ground.
It's definitely a good national team contest.
Yeah.
See Pete facing Amjad.
Oh, it's gone
right over.
Yep, well, right over that.
1 bounce and 4.
Right over that mid-off fielder who'd been brought in. So Gallagher seeing the fielding change and accepting the challenge and creaming it. So it's just 1 bounce, 4.
Excellent execution by Pete. I think the main thing here is that we don't panic as a team, and we know 92 is not a big score, but yeah, we have to play positive and keep scoring off the bad balls.
In comes Sher once more. Oh, it's cut away. That is brutal. That is brutal.
Got his hands through that.
Yep. As we said earlier, any width to Peter Gallagher and he will smoke you. And Amjad just making the mistake of giving him some width on the offside, and that is probably one of the best cut shots I've seen all day.
That was butchered at one point.
Yep. No one would have stopped that. That is a top shot by Gallagher as he moves on to 20 runs off of 8 balls with 4 fours. 2 fours off the Amjad Sher's first 2 balls. He will be looking to make a comeback, make a contest of it as the handball's in. Full, driven again towards long off, who's now gone back. And just a single there.
Good cricket though, 2 fours and a single. That's what we need, 9-10 runs per over.
Yep, it's been 9 runs off the first 3 balls so far. So like you said, excellent work by the captain.
I think Jordan just needs to rotate the strike at this point.
Well, Jordan hasn't really struck me as a batsman who rotates the strike so far, to be honest, in this tournament. I think he prefers to stay at strike and clear the fence.
Let's see what he does though. It's going to be interesting.
Fuller ball outside off stump. Respect shown by O'Brien. Just prodded away for a dot ball.
I think he's trying to guide that to third man.
Yep.
I'll see, what do you think?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, there is that space back there, like we said. No fine leg or third man in place. So if you get it past the keeper, you're in for at least a couple.
Definitely.
Could even be a boundary with a bowler who's bowling at Sher's pace.
Yeah. And these two are fast between the wickets as well. So fancy a 3.
Could be. In comes Sher again. Outside off stump. Oh, it's an inside edge. Beats the keeper. A bit of luck for O'Brien. I think it will. They are chasing it. No, it didn't go all the way by the looks of it. So they do come back for 3, I believe. Just confirm that. It is 3. So an inside edge.
I called it 3.
Yeah, you did call it 3, didn't you? Just the ball before. So jumbo jet passes over the top of us now. And we are on the flight route from the Helsinki airport, Helsinki-Vantaa airport. So usually a bit of a delay. Let the jet pass so the umpires can hear the snick as Share comes in. It was a bit short this time, and it's spanked to the onside. It will go to the long-on fielder who fields it.
Misfield.
Yeah, a little fumble really, but no second run taken.
Yeah, there's no need for us to take any risks. I think we've got more than 10 runs in that over.
Actually, bear with me for a moment. I believe you made it, yeah, over 10. 9, 12, 14 runs I made off that.
It's brilliant. What do you think is a par score, Marcel, on this ground?
I think 120 based on yesterday, around that amount, 12 and over. Seems pretty much par for the course, so Empire definitely falling short of what they would have wanted to have in the locker. But today, I mean, we've seen some low-scoring matches today. Yesterday it was 130s, 140s.
140s, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see in the final whether we reach the heights of yesterday again.
Yeah.
As 33 for 1 after 3.
Raz comes into ball.
Yeah, Raz Mohammed continuing. Played off into the offside, past the cover fielder. Long off comes around, fields it just for a single. And it is Jordan O'Brien back on strike. Only a strike rate of 100. I'm a little bit disappointed. 3 of 3. Obviously,
he's disappointing the bookies.
He is, absolutely. Gallagher's doing the damage so far. Some beautiful shots last over. No chances in the field, really. Only the one taken by Kumar. That's what SKK did very, very well. They took all their chances. As Raz Mohammed comes back in. Ball's full on the offside. It's driven down towards long on. It's come for a catch. Oh, it's an absolutely magnificent catch by Cher. One-handed down to his right. That was unbelievable. We'll have to get a replay of that. Long off, running in. He looked like he'd misjudged it, but he bends down and just takes it with one hand, casual, as you like.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Indeed, here he goes. Good full ball, driven down the ground. And Cher running, just one-handed.
Wow.
Makes it look easy.
Baseball glove.
That was a baseball glove, yeah. As I said, there haven't been too many chances, but that is the danger man, Jordan O'Brien out. A very, very, very important wicket that is, as he's a bit of a pinch hitter, can clear the fence nearly at will, but this time only finds Amjad Sher at long on, who takes an excellent catch to dismiss him. So 34 for 2, and Raz Mohammed strikes for the second time.
Yeah, good bowling and well backed up in the field. It's a bit two-sided for Jordan because the low total means doesn't know whether to go for the big shots or to rotate the strike. So it put him under a bit of pressure there and got the skipper. Yeah.
That is they say. I mean, other Richard Savage, for example, was commentating that because he's a bit of a shorter bowler, Raz Mohammed, he doesn't really get a lot of lift on the ball, so he's very hard to hit in the air. Yeah. And that's proving true now, as it is Jake Goodwin, the man who scored a few runs in the previous innings against Empire, facing Raz Mohammed. He does tickle it into the onside for a single.
Scored 49 yesterday.
Yeah, scored 49 yesterday off of 18 balls, but also scored 23 not out today in the previous fixture.
He's in good nick, and at least we hope to see him bat all the way through today, at least for this game.
Yeah, tends to start off maybe a bit slowly.
Yeah.
At least he did on Saturday.
Just needs to get his eye in.
Indeed, as Mohammed continues. Shorter ball outside of stump, cut away by Gallagher. Well fielded at point.
Fielding, though.
Excellent fielding by the Empire fielder there at point.
It's a tight over, Marcel, isn't it?
It is. 2 off, 2 from it. 4 balls gone. A wicket and two runs given away. So excellent bowling by Raz Mohammed so far. He's only given away 7 in total, and there's only 2 balls left.
Well, both of these batsmen are quite experienced, and we know that it's important not to panic, just be positive. See if we can stay on course for the chase.
Bowled again, outside off again. It's a bump ball over the bowler's head. Will just be the 1 run. So Gallagher making sure he gets to the other end. And Jake Goodwin back on strike with 1 ball remaining of the 4th over.
And also getting through the main bowlers. So Raz is one of the main bowlers. Amjad is one of the main bowlers. So this is going to be Raz's last over.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what Cher does with the bowling lineup as
Yeah.
Mohammed comes in, beats the batsman outside off stump, and that is over. So 36 for 2. Just the 3 runs off the 4th over and a wicket. An excellent over for Raz Mohammed, but that does complete his 2 overs though.
Yeah.
So as you said, really 3 recognised bowlers in the Empire team. 2 of the Mohammeds and Amjad Sher. So we'll see who makes up the bowling lineup. It does look like it will be Imran Mohammed brought back in. Try and put some more pressure on the batsman before introducing the less regular bowlers who they might target.
I would say 5-6 overs, they're going to go with those 3 prime bowlers. And what we need to do is target the last 3-4 overs that they're going to use it with the less regular bowlers.
Yep. Gallagher looking quite comfortable out there. 24 off of 13 balls so far. No 6s, but 4 4s. And it will be a good contest once again. Mohammed knows not to give Gallagher any width outside the off stump because they will be punished. So line and length very important. Wicket to wicket here for Gallagher.
He's done that twice and he's been punished, Mohammed.
Yep. Full ball out to the off stump, tickled down to that vacant 3rd man area. Yep, Ghali does field it, but they do come back for 2.
Good running.
Yep, the throw in, not very good, but fielded eventually. And 2 off the first ball. Well, anything under 10 from this over, then we'll be at the halfway mark with SKK halfway of the total as well. So still a good contest here, despite the low total set by Empire. Mohammed comes in. Oh, it's a topper, it's an edge, it's going towards the deep. No, it doesn't get there quite. 1 bounce into the deep cover fielder. A miss hit there, definitely by Gallagher. Maybe got a bit big on him and didn't quite find the middle.
Not gonna lie, it's getting quite tense. I can feel the tension a bit.
Yeah, a boundary would reduce some of that pressure on the batsman.
Definitely.
But we know Jake Goodwin can hit one, so we'll see what he can do early on as Mohammed comes in. Short outside the off stump, it's cut away, but
for a single.
Yeah, it doesn't quite middle it, just a noodle for the single. Rotating the strike.
Deep cover.
Yeah, deep cover and a deep point in place. So they've obviously noticed that Gallagher likes to score his runs around there.
Yeah.
And they've put the 2 fielders out.
Same with Jake as well. He's got a nice cut and a great cover shot as well.
Yeah, outside off stump is what the captain's requesting, and it is right there by Mohammed, but it is tickled down again. Single's not enough at this time, but keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 41 for 2 with 2 balls left in the 5th over.
It's really disciplined as Mohammed Imran and in general the Empire's bowlers.
Yeah. Seasoned campaigner Imran, being a part of the cricket Finland family for the last 10 or 15 years as he comes in. Slightly short outside off stump. Cut away to Ghali, no run there. Oh, it's a direct hit. There's an appeal.
I think he's in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the keeper's gloves actually taking off the bails, but no interest shown from the umpire, the square leg umpire. So Mr. Goodwin is safe for another ball, and it will be the final ball of the 5th over.
I think these 2 really need to take the game deep, take it to, let's say, the last 8th, 9th, 10th over.
Are you saying that because you want to spend more time in the commentary box, Arib, as he comes in? Down leg this time. A loose one. Attempted stumping. Just wide shown by the umpire. No interest by the square leg for the stumping. So Jake Goodwin remains at the striker's end, and there's still 1 ball to come.
Yeah.
We do have a crease camera. I don't know if we can get a replay on it. Very impossible to tell from my angle whether there was anything in. Mohammed comes in, bowls again leg side, and it's hoiked away backward square for 4 runs. That takes the pressure off. An excellent over from Mohammed. There was only 5 off it until that last ball. Excuse me, 6 off it, including the wide. So now that's 10 off the over. So SKK on 46 for 2, as we see a replay of the run-out opportunity. Nothing in there. Seems safe in his ground.
Yep. Good
quick hands though by Skamans there. Yep. Jia bats in just about. Benefit to the batsman there. It's 46 for 2, as I said. That was an excellent over until the last 2 balls. It is Amjad's share.
Amjad.
Yep.
6th over.
Well, his final over. So that's all the recognised bowlers bowled through. They obviously know that they need breakthroughs before get the recognised batsman out before bringing on the less regular bowlers.
I think Peter's going to look for that 1 ball in this over.
Yep. In comes Share. Short on the offside, or beats the
well bowled.
batsman. Interesting shot selection there by Gallagher, taking a few steps down the wicket, going on one knee and trying to hoik him over the onside when I think Gallagher should stick to his offside shots. They've been impressive so far.
Well, I mean, my CC cricket is all a mental game. So what Pete was trying to do is just first ball, put pressure on the bowler, and then take 5 easy singles. But that hasn't happened, and let's see how he reacts to this.
Risk of giving his wicket away though there, which would have been calamitous as Share comes in once again outside off stump. Oof. Bit beating for pace there, Gallagher.
Yeah.
Excellent bowling by Share.
Just needs to calm his nerves.
Yep. Well, they showed last over. You can bowl 4 good ones and then bowl 2 horrible ones, and it makes a good over into a bad over. Share will be trying to avoid that. 2 dots so far, so an excellent start. Full, driven, straight to long off. Just a single there. Rotating the strike.
I think he may have been a little bit disappointed because that was in his slot. But that's what pressure does to you if you bowl 2 good balls. And the one that's in your slot, you just tend to rotate it for a single.
Yeah.
It's very smart cricket by Amjad.
Yeah, want to keep the scoreboard ticking over by Gallagher as well, not take any risks.
For sure. But a bit of pressure here on Jake.
Yep, 3 balls to come, just the 1 scored. As in comes Share, outside off, attempted pull.
Single.
No run there, so another good ball by Share. Bit more backward over length, but Goodwin doesn't quite get hold of it.
This is a big over.
Yeah. Well, after 6 overs, Empire was 65 for 5, and at the moment, SKK with 2 balls remaining are 47 for 2. So behind the rate set by Empire, although there was a collapse towards the end of the innings. Comes Share, full outside the off side of slower ball actually. Outside the off stump, and it just tickled away for a single, giving the strike back to Gallagher. Yeah, 2 from it so far.
I think they're looking to see off Amjad and target the rest of the bowlers.
Yeah.
4 overs left.
It's always a risky play though, because you lose a few wickets, especially now that the power plays are over.
Yeah.
You're forcing yourself to go aerial. Which
I would back the rest of the batsmen that are coming and these 2 that are there. If they can bat all the way.
Yeah, but you have to say that. You have to say that. You're an SKK player. I wouldn't expect anything else. I would back the Empire bowlers to the moon and back.
Okay.
In comes Share.
Back. Wow.
Outside off. It's a noodle to gully. There might be a run-out opportunity here, but no direct hit.
Still backing. Oh, there's backing up.
I think it was Kumar with the shy at the stumps. Direct hit might have been a close one, but that does bring the 6th over to the end. 49 for 2, so just the 5 from it. Excuse me, not even the 5 from it, just the 3 from it.
Great over by Amjad.
Indeed. But now it's when it gets interesting. About halfway to the target, a little bit over. 4 overs to go. And now the captain Share has a very difficult decision to make. Who are you going to trust from your part-time bowlers?
44 runs needed of 4 overs.
Yep. This partnership now gone up to 15. Gallagher with 30 off of 20 and Goodwin with 7 off of 7. So a strike rate of 100 for Goodwin and 150 for Gallagher. Required is 44 runs off of 24 balls, so more than a run a ball. Nearly 2 runs a ball is required. It's number 23 for Empire. Bhupesh Koda coming into the attack, medium pace.
Number 23.
Yep. Gallagher facing, full. Outside off, it's I was going to say it's a good ball, but it is signalled a wide in the end. 50 up for SKK.
It's a bit tricky for the bowlers as well, since they're not used to bowling in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, lots of pressure here.
Exactly. Especially with extras.
Oh,
Oh, slightly
that's
unlucky.
Yep, that's an edge, but he only goes for one. They'll look to make it shoddy fielding there by the Empire player. Shouldn't have been two there any day of the week, but he holds on to it rather than throwing it into the keeper. And Gallagher, a wily operator, seizes the opportunity, gets back on the strike after an edge down to
Definitely trying to
Gully.
reset.
Yep.
Looking for that ball in his slot.
Short.
Oh, wow.
Got big on the batsman.
Wow.
Again, it's gone to the same fielder. They do come through for a single, but
That was an uneven bounce.
definitely not what Gallagher was looking to do with it. He did get big on him. Yeah, perhaps found a crack in the wicket. Although I don't expect you would on the turf wickets.
Maybe off the seam.
Yeah, it could be off the seam. He is a good bowler,
Yeah.
Bhupesh. He does
Yeah.
move it a little bit when he gets it right, and he comes again full this time.
Shot.
Driven straight to long off. Just for the single. So wide to ... So as we said, they need nearly 2 a ball. So restricting them to singles
Yeah.
is excellent work by Koda so far.
It's all about that one bad ball, though.
Yep. Full. It's tickled away to the offside. Tickled away. It's nearly gone
Should be 2
to
runs.
backward point. Sends it in. Yep, 2 runs there. Scored. Just guided, I would say, by Gallagher.
Guided, yeah.
Shows he's got a bit of finesse as well as brute power.
Already have 7 runs from 4 balls in this over. Need maybe 1
Yep.
boundary.
Yep. 7 runs of 4 balls. It's a full slower ball.
Oh.
Again, it's signalled wide.
That's the inexperience that we're talking about.
Yep. Making it too complicated. Trying to put in a special ball. No need for that. First 4 balls are very good, apart from that wide. So 1 ball remaining. Sorry, excuse me, 2 balls remaining. As Bhupesh comes in. Full again. Back to his stock ball, and it delivers a dot ball straight away.
Not
Good
quite
bowling.
timing it.
Yeah, I saw Koda warming up in the nets next to us, and he did look like he's had his Weetabix this morning. Usually not used to him bowling this rapidly, but I guess when you've got only 2 overs to bowl,
Yeah.
you can put everything you have into it. You don't have
Exactly.
to hold anything in reserves for a longer, like you do in the longer formats. So 1 ball remaining. In comes Koda. Full.
Oh.
Pushed into the onside. It's being fielded. There's a chance for a run out here.
Ooh.
Oh, he went straight to mid-wicket, I believe.
I think a direct hit, Pete would have been in trouble.
Yep. And that does bring the 7th over to the end. So it's 58 for 2. Still a tight affair with 3 overs remaining. 18 balls remain. And what's the target at the moment? I'm just waiting for my scoreboard to update to make sure I give you the correct score. And also update you on who the next bowler will be.
I like that they're taking it deep. It's getting interesting for the spectators and all
Yeah.
of the viewers who are joined in with us.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen a boundary for the last 4 overs, which is slightly unusual in this T10 format.
Wow.
Dealing in singles and 2s.
Yeah.
What, the odd 3 that you prophesized down the 3rd man? See who takes up the bowling. Number 11 for Empire as he comes in. Bowls short on the offside, cut away.
Got it away.
Yeah, should be just 1. They might look to push it. No, respecting the arm there and only take the 1.
Yeah.
So it is Hemantan Kumar, the bowler. He's taken a few wickets in this T10 tournament. Usually after the batsmen chase him, so could be a very smart move by Sher here now that the batsmen are under pressure. Has a wily knack of getting wickets, does Kumar, as he comes in. Bowls a slower ball down the leg, and the keeper misses it.
Runs there, for sure.
Yeah, there'll be 2 there, I would say, at the very least. Yeah, 3. Oh, that's a close. There's a shout. No. Keeper's not interested, so that'll be 3 wides. Taking the pressure off the batsman.
Definitely.
Not what the captain ordered. So 31 required off of 17 balls at the moment.
And that's the disadvantage that Empire have, since they don't have Amjad or Mohammad Imran or Raz Mohammed in their last 4 overs on the death.
Yeah, but I think it's the right move to bowl your good bowlers through. Restrict the batsman.
I would agree with that
as
move.
much as possible. Put as much pressure on them as possible, and then hope your less regular bowlers deliver in the end. As in comes Kumar once more. Fuller, better. Oh, it's gone straight through the gate. The keeper's missed it. The batsman's missed it. Better ball there. That's the spot. A dot puts the pressure back on.
I think Jonathan was just a second late on that stumping.
I'm not sure if he didn't hold it. It looked like he might have,
have a look at the replay.
Fumbled it. Yeah, he did. Little fumble there.
Oh.
A little fumble. If he would have gathered it, he could have had a stumping opportunity as Kumar continues. Outside off, spanked down the ground towards long on. It's between the long off and long on fielder. And it goes for 4.
Wow. Great shot under pressure.
Agricultural, but effective. A slap down the field.
Unorthodox.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying. Many would have taken the aerial route. Smart batting there by Jake Goodwin, excuse me. Along the ground, but put enough behind it to make sure it goes all the way. SKK move on to 66 for 2. Need a few tight balls here from Kumar. No extras, as you mentioned. It's fall on the offside. It's beaten the batsman. Good work by Skamans, but Goodwin remains in his crease. An excellent dot ball.
It's going to be a tight 2 balls.
Yep, 27 required of 14.
Ooh.
This is a really tight affair. After rolling over in the previous match, Empire now, having set a similar total, looking like they can defend it.
Really giving it a good fight.
Yep, in comes Kumar. It's a slower ball on the onside. It's hit in the air. The fielders be under it here. I can't quite, my view is blocked.
No.
It looks like the fielders crashed. Bad communication. They're still running. They're taking the 3rd run as the ball is thrown into the bowler's end. A complete mix-up there, an unfortunate mix-up for Empire in the field. 2 fielders under it. It went high into the onside field by Goodwin. Top-edged it. As they were waiting for a replay to see exactly what happened, as my view was obscured. Here we go. He hoiks it into the onside. It goes high in the air. There's the mid-wicket and a deep square leg for it, and there's just a collision. They look at each other as Kumar comes in. Oh, that's not where you want to bowl for Gallagher.
Deep square leg.
Yep, that is a maximum. So an expensive last few balls of the 7th over. Excuse me, 8th over. 6 of the last ball, meaning 75 for 2, requiring
18.
18, thank you.
But it's really fine margin, Marcel. If you've taken that catch, then I doubt there would have been any 6.
Yep, that's it. If they would have taken that opportunity, and then maybe a little bit of frustration for the bowler there, overdoing it, over pitching it on the pads, and Gallagher obliging and flicking him for a 6. It was a beautiful shot. But now the interest is, who is Empire going to bowl next? I guess they will go back to Koda.
Yeah.
I guess you have to, after he gave 9 off his first over, even though they hope that he won't be giving 9 off the second, because that will be enough.
Well, it wouldn't be too bad, because he would still take the game to the last over.
Yeah, but the point of cricket isn't to take the game to the last over, it's to win the game. As in comes Koda, full outside off stump. That's a good cut, but it will only be the 1 run. It does bring Gallagher, who's now on 43 off of 27, so moving in within century.
He's played really well. He deserves his half century. Does Pete.
Yep. A mature innings, definitely. As in comes Koda. It's down leg. It's a horrible ball. It's missed everyone, and that will be wides, unfortunately. They will turn it into 3 wides as well. That's really not the kind of ball you want to be bowling at this stage of the game, but
can't afford it with a low scoring total.
That's it. But that's you're always going to get the odd bad ball when you don't have a regular bowler. Some of the first team bowlers in the Empire team missing from this ECS T10 competition, and looking like Empire will pay the price, as another 13 required for the win. Koda again, down leg again.
no.
It's another. It's a replica of the last ball, unfortunately, except for just the one run. So 2 wides.
I think he got a bat on that.
Ah,
Marcel.
he got a bat on it, did
Yeah.
he? Okay.
Don't think
Excuse
the umpire
me.
signaled anything.
Yep, must have been a bat then. Pardon me. As in comes Koda once more. Ball is
shot.
driven down the
Should
ground.
go. Oh, wow.
It's dropped
Wow.
by Pedal, unfortunately.
It
Right
was
on the
smashed.
boundary, right on the boundary rope. Well struck by Goodwin. We're waiting for a replay, as again, my view was slightly obscured by the commentary box window being in the wrong place. Here we
Let's have a
go.
look.
Yeah, tough chance. Right on the boundary. Got a hand to it though, so it could have been taken. As Koda comes again, it's a similar shot down the ground again. Again, Pedal running and Amjad Sher running. Sher gathers, sends it in. What an arm to the keeper. 87 for 2. So 6 runs required off of 8 balls. Looks like this contest more hard fought than the last one. But it looks like SKK will be victorious and facing Helsinki Cricket Club in the final.
Let's see, Marcel, those are the chances that you need to take.
Yep, that's
Hang
it.
on to the game. Good ball though there.
Yep, good ball and a dot
On
ball.
his legs.
Another one of those, and it would make an interesting final over.
Right.
Yeah, like you said, you need to take the chances. SKK did.
Mm.
I think you might have dropped one in the field, if even.
Oh no, mate, I don't drop any. But
Spanked down the ground, just the one.
Wakas, I think, dropped one at cover. Shot
That's
cover.
true.
That
Yep.
was the one that you're talking about.
Yep.
But otherwise, we were quite
Tidy in the field.
tidy. Exactly.
Yep, 88 for 2 off of 9 then. SKK. So requiring 5 runs off of 6 balls. Question is, who does the captain Sher turn to? He doesn't have any of his opening regular bowlers available. They've all been bowled out. He does look like Hemanta Kumar.
If I was Amjad, I would give the ball to Van Pedal. Have a go.
Van Pedal, I think he actually will be Nandini. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, you're right. It's Uday Nandini.
It is Uday Nandini, yeah. So he's also got a knack for taking wickets, but he's a slower bowler. So I'd imagine it's going to be a case of a few players out on the boundary, on the onside.
A few variations in this over.
Yep.
Some off-cutters.
Yep, Gallagher, the man SKK want facing. 45 off of 30 at the moment.
Oh.
Let's go as Nandini sets his field. It's got deep cover, deep extra cover as well. A point, a gully.
Yeah.
Long off, long on. Mid wicket and no one on the square. Oh, but he's missed that. Yeah, straight through.
Is it going to be signaled by us or do something off the bat?
No, seems
like
to be.
open edge.
Yeah, seems to be off the bat again. So good win on strike, 23 of 15. 4 to win off 5 balls. And he's hit that. Should be just a single if they get it in fast. Yeah, they're going to looking out for the second, but they don't really need it. No point risking it at this stage.
I would say Pete is going to go for a big shot, looking to bring up his 50.
Could be. He's only got another 3 runs to play with, so if he doesn't want to miss out, that's what he's got to go for. But this is when it comes to the question is, are you a team player or are you playing for your personal glory? Because there's a chance of him getting out if he picks out a fielder going for the boundary as Gallagher backs away. Not quite ready for Nandini's next delivery, and he's signalled a dead ball.
Pete's very confident he's going to go over long off, I would say.
Tries to, goes down the ground.
Yeah, great finish.
Between long off and long on. So makes his 50.
Awesome.
And also gives SKK the win, finishing on 94 for 2 off of 9.3 overs. So Gallagher brings up his half century, a captain's innings.
Clearly.
Brilliant shot there to finish it off.
Innings as well.
Slaps it down the ground. Well placed. No chance for the fielding team. And Arib didn't get a bat today.
Oh no. Looks like I wasn't needed today.
Well, in case you're not going to get a bat for the final either, you're more than welcome to join me in the commentary box once again. Although, saying that, now that Empire are out of the competition, I think it will be my usual co-commentator / the main commentator, Mr. Richard Savage, the man with the golden voice.
He's brilliant.
Yeah, it will be joining me in the hot box, as we call it, or the
Okay.
sauna, I
I'll
should
have
say.
to go, Master.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no worries.
viewers.
Well done.
This was Arib. Thanks.
And it will be Stevie Law on the pitch with his lawnmower. You can probably see it on your screens at the moment. He will be giving the a final trim before the final to make sure it's extra fast, and we're going to see a high score competitive game. So the final between the SKK Blades, who just defeated Empire Cricket Club a moment ago, and Helsinki, who defeated Greater Helsinki Markors in the first game of today. And it will be the final game to decide who is the winner of the inaugural ECS T10 held in Finland. Join us again. I believe the next game will be at 5, so that's in about 20 minutes. I will be back a little bit before that. Sorry, it will be at 6 o'clock, so that's in an hour and 20 minutes. I will be back before that, say about 10 to 6, to read chat and any comments that the viewers may have. So join us again at 6 p.m. local time in Finland. That's 2 hours ahead of British summertime. So hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back. There's some live shots from the Kerava National Cricket Centre here in Finland, where we haven't had any play since the end of match 1. So that is a good kind of 4 hours ago, over 4 hours ago now. This is a bit of a look at when they were taking the covers off. Good news is the rain stopped for now, but you can see there's a lot of water that has gathered on those covers, around those covers as well. So I would say well done to everyone involved there. Obviously the blue crew, but a lot of the players and officials helping out as well. So at the moment, it's a bit of a clean-up job out there, but the plan would be to get the field ready for play. And I will say there are some resources here that we don't often have in European cricket. There's Marzi. Looks like he's ready to come off the long run. But Stefan Goots, the tournament referee there, he's keeping an eye on things as well. At the moment, we know we won't have any play for the next 45 minutes. And we're, suppose, hopeful that we can get match 9 going. Now, match 9 is going to see 2 teams that are undefeated in the competition go head-to-head. Those teams being Hadley's Empire 11 and the BTCC Dark Knights. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you on day number 2 of action here in Finland. They're the live shots. I know you've been asking for them. We do apologise. It was a bit tough with all the cameras and the expensive electronics to get the live pictures up and running, but that is live, and that's what's happening right now. So, look, while we wait and while we see, what we will do, we'll take another classic match. I know you've been enjoying them so far. We've already seen the famous Finnish win over the Spanish earlier on in the day. Then we took it all the way back to 2020 Wild West days, and we saw a slightly different looking SKK side getting over the line to make the 2020 final. But now we're going to take you back to 2022, and a team were involved in the ECL that are actually in this group, that team being the Helsinki Titans. And we're going to take you back to the 10th of February 2022 in ECL 22. This was the second edition of the European Cricket League, and the first edition that was actually held at the Kartama Oval back in February and March 2022. Now, the format then had 6 teams, but there was an opportunity for the bottom 2 to fight for a place to stay alive in the tournament in a format that included Super Thursday. So we're going to take you to the first eliminator on Super Thursday, when you had the Helsinki Titans taking on Star CC of Luxembourg. I think you're really going to enjoy this one. Can tell you the news was Star CC of Luxembourg won the toss and elected to bat. So we'll take you back to the Kartama Oval here for now. But if we do have any updates, we'll put them on the screen. If there's any plan for a start, we'll let you know how many overs it's meant to be. So we'll answer as many of those questions as we can. But sit back and relax. Until then, enjoy some cricket from yesteryear with this classic match from ECL 22.
Buenos días, mi familia, ¿cómo estás todos? Y bienvenido de Campo de Kartama. Welcome, and good to be here again. Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, looking magnificent as usual. Mr. Maximo, and welcome to the Bat to Ball European Cricket League. Here's the Champions League of cricket. 30 national club champions are going to be battling out over 6 weeks. This is just week 1, and week 1 is Group A action. In total, in this competition, we will see 144 matches. That's unbelievable. Surely that makes this the biggest cricket event ever. Well, it's certainly one of the biggest that's going to be this year, that's for sure. Maybe the biggest sporting event ever. And I must say, I do like the coin toss coin. Give it a bet to ball. And that's the first, I'm sure, as the umpires make their way out in what is going to be, well, it's do or die battle, isn't it, between those 2 teams. Helsinki Titans and Star have yet to win a game, but they're saving the best to last. Look, there's been a lot of tips and advice that's been given their way, and one of them certainly is that Jatin Madden And Gill really should be the ones that are up there opening the batting. And, well, in terms of the Helsinki Titans, they've been hit and miss. They've had good games. They've performed well. And I think their captain, Pushtar, will be hoping that his team are up for this, because remember, it's as simple as this. This is the first of 2 eliminators today. Whoever loses this match, that's it. It's curtains. They're getting on their flight back home. And, well, is that flight going to be going to Luxembourg? Or will it be going to Finland? Well, we'll know after this match. Match officials, the men in black for this match. Our very own Harrison Ward, he'll be taking the first over. And then the Italian stallion, Suleiman Saeed, is the man that's going to be at square leg. A very, very good morning to everybody, wherever you are tuning in from. Thank you to everybody, as always, on the YouTube chat. Good morning to Kamdik Singh. He says good morning to Rico and Vinny. Kamdik, I hope you've had your aloo paranthas this morning and ready for some action. Good morning to Charlie Hunt as well. Happy Super Thursday. Yes, it is Super Thursday. And also good morning to everybody in the fan zone, and also to the kids, to the Ark Christian School. They're doing a bit of cricket out there, a bit of training. It was nice to be sat with them. I was just teaching them a few umpiring signals. They were enjoying signaling the 4s and the 6s. And it's nice to see the young generation here appreciating the sport. And talking to some of them have played a fair bit of cricket. So we're ready to go in this very crucial match. Wahid Qureshi is going to be bowling the first ball. And it will be Shiv Karan Gill on strike. And it's a little bit short, and it's 4 runs straight away. Cuatro carreras. And that's the start that they need. And this is very promising. I'll tell you why this is promising. Because I think this is the first time that Star CC have started their innings with the boundary. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I do think so, because Gill normally takes a little bit of while to get going. Usually he does hang around. He occupies the crease, but doesn't get going straight away. He's usually about 4 or 5 overs before he starts hitting. Well, that's a good sign. Can it continue? Oh, gets beaten by this one. Just plays down the wrong line. And Wahid Qureshi just keeping the pace off the ball this time. And Gill's opening partner at the other end is their wicket keeper, Edith Manipelli. It's on the pad, but I would imagine, going by the first few deliveries as well, that one was once more just outside the line of the off stump. No, it does cut back actually. This one probably was going to carry on to drift down the leg side. An optimistic appeal nonetheless from Zahadullah Kamana. It's interesting, they've changed the wicket keeper. They did this yesterday. You see this next delivery. And once again another appeal, and this time the finger goes up. Harrison Ward takes his time and gives it. Now, I wonder if this is, I think the original appeal was for LBW, but I think it may be, the actual decision may have that it's actually caught a bit of the bat, but we'll see on the replay. Let's have a good look at this. I don't think that catches the bat. I think that's given for LB. And the question here is this going to go into hit or go over? Is it on the way up, or is it going to clip the bells? I mean, it's a difficult one for the umpires. Took a long time to give it. Look at his pitches. Wow. I think he's a long way down there, you know. I think maybe it's possibly going to go over or just miss the leg. But look, I think that probably, you have to say with that on his umpire's call. Umpire is standing exactly in line. They see it better than what we do here. And just again, I think that may just be continuing to drift. But it's never easy. It has been given as LBW in the book. So, well, he does start with a boundary, but wasn't able to get anything of the next 3 balls. So only scores 4 deliveries, and that's a big blow because Gill, he's certainly one of the batters that is able to give Star a good start. It's a disappointment for the team from Luxembourg, Star CC straight away. Losing that wicket, and that means it's Roshan Viswanath who comes in now. And so once again, Madden electing not to go out there. He's still got this concern about that Kookaburra swinging around early on. He doesn't feel that it suits him. He likes to come in a bit later. And I believe that that's a mistake. And I know my fellow commentator, Corey, yesterday was thinking the same. I think you've got to have your best batters up there early. Qureshi. And, well, that one's very wide. The first ball to Vishwanath. And Vishwanath can breathe a sigh of relief. That may help. Just take a little bit off the nerves off him. Your first ball is one that you always want to see out, though technically he'd want to register as his first ball because it was a wide. This is the first legitimate delivery he gets, and it's a good one. And you see, that's the sort of, I thought the one before was probably going in the same sort of direction. I know it's very hard to tell because he's got this sort of little bit of in swing, and that's taking the ball away. Dot ball. Now this one's a bit fuller and the finger goes up again. And this one, looking at it first time around, I thought it was straighter. And this may be a little bit more conclusive than the first one, but it's the second LBW in the over, the last ball of the over. And Vishwanath has to go without fan. Look, it's deep inside his crease. This one, I think, yeah, no doubt about that one. I mean, the ball is going on the up, but he's back inside his crease. I think that's going to hit the top of middle and off. So, yeah, he can't have any arguments about that. That, well, you're going to have to say, Vishwanath, we know what his least favourite fruit is. It's plum. And he's on his way. And what a start that is from the bowler, Qureshi. And it's a terrible disaster start for Star. Now, you see, this is the thing now that I'm talking about. I mean, you've got to think that Madden has to come in here now. And you see these wickets tumbling. By the time he comes out there, the ball is still going to swing. So I think when you've got a good batter like Madden, you've got to come out there early. End of the over. And it's a great start for the Helsinki Titans. The score is 5. And 1 wicket down. And that's not where Star want to be. And they're staring down the barrel here, Start. And well, there you go. You see, that's my. Looks like it isn't going to be Madden. That looks like it's going to be the captain, Vijay Kumar Desai. So maybe they've decided that he will go out there first and see if he can weather the storm. And there he goes straight to his to the man out there, who is Manapelli. Remember, hasn't faced the ball himself yet. Great start for the Titans, the team from Finland, the Finnish champions. Beautiful day here, Kardama. The little haze of cloud cover. It's starting to fade away. Nice sunshine. And from one Qureshi to another. This is Ahad Qureshi. The last time he played, he had a very good game. They made 55 runs of 24 balls. But they did lose to Swan Holm by 23 runs in that match. He's a good all-rounder as well. And talking about a good all-rounder, well, this man that's coming into the commentary box now, standing next to me, is not a bad all-rounder. Vinny Sandu, good morning.
Certainly have been all-round the last 24 hours, hopping countries, but I'm back in Spain this morning. Yeah, great to be here. Thanks, Rico. Good to have you back in the box as well. And you're right, Qureshi Bros. Opening the bowling.
Nicely played, and there's going to be a chase on here, but I think the ball is going to win, and it does. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Fielding there, very cautious, the Kitty. But Joka Lakia.
Yeah, really nice shot, well timed. Ahad Qureshi coming off 4-wicket haul on day 1. This time just loses his line slightly. We're going to say hello to Tam Madden in Scotland. Next ball is driven away. This may get cut off, it is. So just a single there. Yeah, hello to Tam in Scotland, who says that loving the weather that they're seeing on the TV. Because the part of Scotland there is covered in snow. So I'm sure it's a bit colder, a bit further north. I will say, let us know where you're watching from in the chat. ECN YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. As Qureshi comes in again. And then the other thing that I should say is congratulations to the Colpay Giants for winning the Gibraltar Series last night. It was a really tense finals night. That one Good call from the umpire.
Look, those matches yesterday were sensational. I mean, you couldn't get closer than that in both the bronze and the final itself.
Yeah, we went right down to the wire. Great scenes down there. They really got behind it. I think we're going to see some more cricket from Gibraltar before the year's out.
Nice looking shot. Does get past the man inside the circle in the mid-on position, but there is cover behind him. Just a single.
Say hello to Selva Kumar Murugasamy as well in the chat. Charlie Hunt, Gagneep Singh. Nice to see you guys. Maya is in there as well as Keanu. Sean Willis enjoyed the last game of cricket as well. Good morning to you, Sean and Helix, and everyone and anyone that I might have missed.
Go on the aerial route, and he goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, niños, porque eso es 6 carreras. And the Maximo comes.
Picks up the length so quickly here, doesn't he? It's just absolutely cracked. Now, Vijay Desai's been a little bit disappointing with the bat, I think. And this one should give him a lot of confidence. And I tell you what, bowling on day 4 in the morning is a lot more tiring than bowling on day 1, because you just starting to feel it. I think all these players come the 4th morning, and the game's getting more and more important as well, but they're really starting to feel, I know it's only 2 overs a day, but they're long days. It's the intensity of this tournament. And yeah, Qureshi just had a bit of an off over there. 15 come off it, and after 2, it's 20 for 2. And just to let you know, a couple of late changes that were unplanned. And so you can see that those have been incorporated into that. As Khalid Mangal and Jagmeet Singh went in the original 11 name. They brought in at the expense of Abdullah Siddiqui and Ahad Qureshi. Got that round the wrong way, pardon me. Obviously, Ahad Qureshi and Abdullah Siddiqui are in. Khalid Mangal and Jagmeet Singh out of the listed side originally.
Oh, that's a beauty. What a lovely ball. I mean, if it's going to go to the boundary, it does. Just checking. No, yeah, by-signalled. I didn't think it caught anything on the way through. So the keeper, Zahadil Kamal, will be disappointed about this. So what do you think about this change? I mean, they've made this late change for the keeper. I mean, it was the captain himself, Putsai, who kept the majority of the games, and he kept really well. I just think, I don't know, Zahadil Kamal, I don't think he's an out-and-out wicket keeper.
It's a bit of a jack of all trades. But that one, just a bit slow to react. Won't judge him too early. This is day 4. It's better. Better from the keeper. Not so good from Wahid Qureshi. So we request about the Italian representatives.
Come on, guys, come on!
Italian representatives, which we will see later in the tournament. It's Brescia CC, Brescia Cricket Club. One of a few cricket clubs with the name Brescia in it.
Chance. Oh, well, he had to make up his mind here, and he didn't have a lot of time to think about it. It's either you throw yourself at the catch or you try and stop the ball and save the boundary, and I think in the end he was in no man's land. He didn't make the decision quick enough, and you can see this. It was a half-hearted attempt, and through it goes, and that's 4 run. Ghulam Abbas Butt was your man there, the golden butt.
He landed on it.
I think things are shining around his head at the moment, going tweety bye.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think he actually touches that. I think he gets a piece of that. Couldn't hold on.
It's nicely bowled. It was a risky shot to play, isn't it? That was full straight on middle stump, and he's clipping this away on the onside rather than play straight. He misses, he's gone. Hits the pad, he's gone. So playing the captain here, taking a few risks.
Yeah, certainly is. Let's go back to that Italian representative. It will be Brescia CC. We'll see in week 3 of Action Group C.
Nice looking shot, beautifully timed. I don't think it was going to go to the boundary. You've got good cover up there inside the circle. And you've got the fielder patrolling the boundary as well.
Here's the thing with Star CC. They finished 6th, so they haven't won a game yet. But shades of Spain in the championship week, who couldn't win a game. They finished 6th after day 3, but then on Super Thursday, they won both their matches, ended up sneaking into the 4, ended up finishing 4th. So it can happen.
Big wild swing.
So obviously you made life really hard for yourself by not performing as yet. But Star CC, they've come close. I mean, they got within 10 runs of England, for example.
Yeah.
didn't have a great start, did they? 2 OEWs in the first over. First one, yeah, it's hard to tell. Fair enough to go with the umpire's decision there. Thought maybe Angle could be taking it on. Second one, I don't think there was any doubt. Kind of went the other way, didn't it? Wahi Qureshi just wobbling it around. Last ball, the power play.
Oh, the opportunity, and it's being gobbled up. Another one goes, and well, this one is sort of shot up at him. I don't think he was expecting it. So, well, Wahi Qureshi takes his third, and what a spell of bowling it's been from him. 3 for 12, another wicket goes, and that is the end of the captain.
And Vijay cannot take a trick, Luxembourg captain. He is so disappointed with this. You'll see, just trying to turn on the leg side. He got off to such a great start, 17 off 8, but the very next ball, he goes. Nice catch held on to by Obadella Siddiqui. And, well, poor Vijay for the Luxembourg club. He hangs his head, and he's got to go after such a bright start. He's the third wicket to fall, 3 wickets fall in the power play for start, and it's 31 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch from Siddiqui there. And, well, it seems to be with the ball anyway. The Qureshis are doing the job for the Helsinki Titans. And it's a good bit of bowling that, I think. He wasn't trying to do too much with the ball from the moment he bowled his first ball, just trying to keep it up there, but keeping the pace off it. And I think that's what done the job for him. And the man who's took the catch, Siddiqui, now holds on to the ball because he's going to have a bowl. So this, key moments now in this match. Just bangs that one into the ground, and Manipali gets the single. And Jatin Madden, all the pressure on him here now, and he's got to score big.
Now, I want to just explain a few things in the chat. Some people are asking about some of the players they'd see, for example, Baljit Singh, who captained Italy in the ECC. Will he be turning out? But I just got to remind everyone, this is a club competition. So he plays for Bergamo CC, which didn't win the Italian Championship. So we won't be seeing Baljit Singh in week 3. It will be the club or the people that play for Brescia CC. That's just how this tournament is structured. It's a Champions League, so it's a club-based competition. It's a bit like the Champions League. So you have the champion clubs of all the countries involved that are meeting, and it's great because you get a bit more of a spectrum of cricketing talent within the teams as well. Yeah, I think it's a great experience for all the players, really.
We're going to go upstairs on this one. I think this is all about whether he was off balance and lifted his foot. And doesn't look like from there.
Did for a second.
Oh, hang it. Keep an eye on it, keep an eye on it, keep an eye on it. He's back down.
Settle down, Rico. I'll let you know when there's an alert. Madan, though, he comes to the crease. Super important player. If they lose him now, you start to worry about where this innings is going to go or not go.
He's looking, to me, a little tentative, a little lethargic, just from the way he's played those first few deliveries. Bit more like it, bit more conviction, and great bit of fielding. What a lovely stop that is. And that's all about wanting it, isn't it? And I think that's Akhil Arjun there. Lovely stop, good bit of fielding.
Yeah, it was. And that boundary's gone back now. This would have been 4 yesterday. And even fields it while he's facing the other way. Comes in, hits the stumps direct. They do run well, though. Madan comes back for 2. It's good hustle. Abdul Siddiqui, very talented leg spinner for Helsinki, the Finnish champions.
Wants to get the big shot in, but doesn't really get to the pitch of this one. He'll take the single, despite all his efforts to try and go big.
A question in the chat about why they're lower scores today compared to yesterday. Well, I think that every game is a game which has its own characteristics. I think sometimes people think that it's just the conditions, but it's also the mindset of the players. We get to the end of the 4th over, and decent power play in the end for Star as far as the runs are concerned, but they'll be a bit concerned about the wickets as we get to the end of the 4th over. 36 for 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Rico full in the box to start. Looking fantastic today in the purple, which is kind of one of our colours of the European Cricket League. But I think You know, especially when there's a low-scoring first innings, there's a bit of tension in the chase. You don't see the batters going for their shots with the kind of freedom.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see it that way. And we had 2 chases in the 80s. You couldn't get any more different results. We had Drew chasing it down 3 overs yesterday, and today, ACT, similar kind of a score.
Yeah.
And they really laboured and got in the last overs. So I don't think it's all to do with the conditions. I think it just depends on what happens in each particular match.
Yeah, and I think in this format also, and we're talking about some of those teams, as we go back to the action here, obviously played, just be the single. And they think about 2, but get the single. Yeah, I mean, I think the likes of the Titans, the Austrian Tigers, and also Drew, I think they're 3 teams that they've got 2 batters there at the top end that if they click, is going to be carnage, and we saw that yesterday with Drew. But if you get them out early, it's a different game, and I think that's the same, you know, here. This one will go to the boundary, a bit fortuitous. It's not where he was looking to play this, but Madden, he needs a bit of luck. And sometimes a bit of luck, especially like that, gives you a confidence boost, and a confidence boost is definitely what Star need. I still believe here, because that Star, they do the best work with the ball within the field. If they can push and get to a score of 90, between 90 and 100, I think this will be an interesting game, because once again, I think they will know, get those early wickets for the Titans. Maybe they pick up the first 2 wickets, then it's game on. In the air, chance, and it goes down. Oh, another let off. Well, is it going to be Madden's day here today? Well, whatever he done this morning, it's working for him so far. That one should have been taken.
Well, he had a slice of luck, and now he's had a second helping. As this one, well, it's regulation chance, and you expect your best fielders down the ground to hold on to those. Dylan Cherry puts it down, and now the next one is going to get away, and I think this will be 4. So, well, Star's trying to cash in. They're trying to pull something from the ashes here, and that boundary takes their score up to 46.
Yeah, important, and he's showing already that he's a nice stroke player outside the off stump. It's not one of those that belts it hard and up and over the top. Doesn't go for the 6s, he strokes it nicely, finds the gap. There is a big gap there. This time he goes straight. We'll get the single. No mistakes this time from Dylan Cherry. We put him down on 8, and Madden really looking to capitalise.
Yeah, exactly right. Last ball of the first half here.
It away onto the onside mid-wicket area to the fielder there. Nicely fielded there by Ahad Qureshi. He still has an over up his sleeve. And, that is the end of the over. So 48 is the score. 3 overs gone. Now, they won't mind this. They've not had the best of power play start, but I think this one today, 31 it was at the end of 3, is probably the best power play they had, top of my head. And they're going at about just over 10 and over.
36 they were after 4 as well, which is decent. It's just, can they sustain it through? They need 100 plus here to at least ask some questions of the Titans. Got some pretty powerful strikers. Abdullah Siddiqui, he's going to continue. He's going to bowl out. Only 5 came off his first over. Kept it really tight. Bowling to Madan.
He doesn't get hold of this at all, but more luck for Madden. And the only thing you can say about this for Star, the good side is that though when he's not at his best, he's giving chances, he's getting away with it. So pretty soon, hopefully he'll click it in form. Press the turbo button and motor away. Well bowled, Manipelli. Couldn't do too much about this. If you give him room, Manipelli, and if you give it to him on his legs, he's pretty strong. But full and straight, I think he's just going to get singles and get Madden back on strike. And, that was the short one, but he wasn't able to pass the fielder. Quick throw.
Yeah, so I just wanted to also give a quick shout out. Got a message. I know that Bea, who's having a few family dramas in the Philippines, but I know that just wanted to send our best wishes from all of us at the European Cricket Network, thinking of you and hoping that everything works out for you. But for now, we'll go back to the cricket.
Oh, and we go back to the cricket with a bang. That has gone big. It's gone all the way. Quindasona, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, what a shot. And they need something to click. Both these two, I mean, a little bit scratchy to say the least. This is just clear the front leg and strap yourself in time as this one gets blasted over Deep mid off for 6.
And, better ball, just flights this up. And, I think he was trying to entice Madden to come out to this one as well. Madden waits on it. Hits it pretty firmly along the depth. Well stopped by Siddiqui. Gets a dot ball in after being hit for big 6. Shorter. And gets a fair bit of this, trying to get past the fielder. He doesn't. Good fielding there once again from Qureshi. Gets the single. It's not a bad thing because single, it's the end of the over. It means that he goes back on strike. The score moves to 57.
Yeah, well, 6 over check-in time. I'm going to say from here, realistic target, 11 and over. Takes it 101. I think I'd like a few more, but I think that's what I think I'm looking at the moment. Especially Madan. Could be a few more if he gets going.
Yeah.
But look, I honestly think Luck has such a part to play. And there was the ball that over that got hit down the ground, sliced. It was miss it well enough that it didn't carry to the outfielder.
Yeah.
Hit that slightly better, you're out. So you just kind of have to embrace the fact that there's going to be a few things out of your control. It's Puste, the captain, with the ball in his hand. Over number 7.
And he's going for it. I don't think he's quite got it. Has he? No, he has for one moment there. I thought the bandana man was going to be in the action, but it goes over him. 6 more, and they are starting to rock and roll here. Look, one thing I'll say to you, Vinny, I mean, I said I think 100 would be a good score, 95 to 100, because I just have a feeling, I think this is going to be Shiva Balasubramanian's day. I really do. And there's 4 more. Doesn't matter how you get him, as long as you get him. Madden, the sun is shining on him today. He's getting the luck. Tienes poquito de suerte hoy, pero no pasa nada. Cuando tienes suerte, well, he's got the charm, hasn't he? 4 more.
Yeah, and a bit of luck again. One heads down towards the giant ball, the giant ice cube. And really fine third man. So, yeah. Riding his luck here, Madan, 27 off 13. Again, he'd be tired as well. He'd be mentally pretty exhausted, I think, over the first 3 days. He's had a lot to do. So, a few people watching on. Some of the stalwarts of this Costel Soul Club enjoying it. Plenty of new fans checking it out as well.
Interesting field, this. We'll go back to that in a second after this delivery. Oh, Gundy ball, and when you bowl a Gundy ball, it gets put away. 6 more, Shaba, they're liking it. And the dancing there, Harpal, he enjoys this. 6 more.
I'll tell you what, if they can put 100 plus on the board and then grab a couple of early wickets, Star going to believe, and they're going to start to believe, and that's going to be contagious. You can see it's catching already.
Yeah.
Because they just over pitching there. Madan sent him out of the ground. He moves into the 30s.
Oh, 4 more. Is it? Yep, it is. Well, it's boundaries galore at the moment. Well, whether it be by luck or whether it be by brute force, he's taking the captain, put side to the sword here. A bit of carnage. And, well, this is flown quickly past the wicket-keeper. Kamal couldn't do anything about it. And even though the third man was on the boundary, Ghulam Abbas, but that's 4 runs.
Yeah, if you can't be good, be lucky. And, Madan's been a bit of both, if I'm honest. As he moves up to 37 or 15.
Goes again, this would just drop short of the fielder.
See, that kind of a shot. I mean, that could have easily been caught. Could have easily gone straight to Zaki Kamal, but just didn't get enough good contact to get it that way. So, Madan's leading a charmed life. Madapali will face last ball, the 7th over.
Oh, this is a nice looking shot, and it goes all the way. It's 6 more. Despite the acrobatic efforts of the fielder, Fahim Nalanchari, it's 6 of the bats, and now they are starting to dance. They're putting their hands up in the air for the umpire. 6 more.
Oh, this is a cracking cricket shot from Madapali, who says, I'll see what you can do. How about this? I mean, it's just a good length ball. It's hit straight. The shape was beautiful. Just had enough to take it over for Maximo. So 7 overs down, Star CC, 84 for 3. Well, now they're going at 12s. Reassesses my assessment a little bit. And you can see, whichever team wins this game, they'll take on Svanholm in the 4th match of the day. That'll be eliminated number 2. Well, basically, all these teams you see in front of you, they need to win every single game of their campaign if they're going to qualify for finals week now. They can't slip up at all.
No.
So each one of them will have to win 5 matches if they're going to qualify. You've got to start somewhere. At the moment, it's Star CC. It's done very well here in match 17, eliminator number 1.
This is a good call. And this man, Adnan Saeed, he's been one of the pick of the bowlers, I think, for the Titans. And he's coming down here to try and quieten things up. It's not the best of starts from him. He's usually very good with his line. Usually he's just outside the off peg.
He's a death specialist now, I think. They tried him up front, didn't go well. He's full and straight, basically. And now you want 12 and over if you star. That's what they're doing. They'll get 120. That'd be pretty decent. But with Saeed, he's not going to give you much at all.
No, it's not going to be easy.
If you can't ramp or play those little deflection shots.
Well struck. Well ducked as well by Manapelli. Get the single. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, it's not going to be easy because you've got, well, I would imagine 2 overs, unless this goes horribly wrong from Saeed. And then you've also got Ahad Qureshi to probably bowl the next one. So probably had a good over that one from Puspai. Whether they can keep it up or not, we'll see. Well, this is up in the air, and it goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona shaka lagya.
Manapali's heating up, and he just misses his length here. Normally so good at those Yorkers, but this, let's see where it bounces compared to the batter. You see, it just bounces a metre short. He's missed his length by a metre, and that's probably gone over the boundary by 2 metres. Manapali, he's bringing it at the end of this innings for Luxembourg.
Goes again, and this one is being taken. That's a really well judged catch. For a moment there, I thought he'd gone and stopped, and maybe he was not going to get to it. I thought it was going to drop short of him. But the captain put sight. Well, he didn't have a good best of overs, but he's made up for it with his catching.
Puste, the captain, he's a bit of a caterpillar. He's pretty good low down, and you saw him took a very good catch yesterday, coming forward and kind of scooping the ball up. That one was a lot easier. He kind of made the decision. He's going to stand where he was, let it get a bit low on him, but yeah, he got down and judged that perfectly. But Manapali, he set something alike here. Disappointment for him as he goes. But also very good innings of 24. It's 92 for 4.
Yeah, Manapali well batted. Didn't waste too much time, just 13 balls to 24. He may be small, he's not the tallest, but he's small and mighty. And he gets a mighty good round of applause from his team because, well, he's got them back on the road to where they want to be. Big man in now, and, well, Farhad Chanigara, if he can make contact, you know it's going to stay hit. That's a wide. It's not a good delivery from Saeed. Deciding to change his approach for some reason here. I'm not sure why he's decided he wants to come round the wicket because he's naturally getting the ball to swing in anyway. So this is interesting.
Yeah, it's curious. Maybe just changing things, but why change something to someone that hasn't seen you yet? But yeah, he's going to have to just get it slightly outside off stump, try and bring it back in.
It's been dragged towards mid-wicket. Captain does the fielding. Just gently lops it back in to Saeed.
Last time these two teams played, Star were only able to score 93, so they've gone past that. Helsinki were able to knock off the runs off 7.3 overs. I'll have to chase a few more today.
Goes short, and he gets the treatment. You don't bowl it there to me, says Madden. That's a crushing blow. Takes him to 45.
Yeah, the thing is, with the bowler around the wicket, it's going to pitch outside the leg stump if you bowl short, and you've got complete immunity to go for it. Well, it's not an easy shot by any means from Madan, but he executes it beautifully. That one's lost in the jungle. He moves to 45 inside of a half century. Last ball of the over.
There he goes again. A chase on, and he's not going to get there. 4 more. And, well, he's hunting this 50. The 100 is up and still going up. 104. And, well, this is exactly where they want to be. They put themselves in this match. Now, look, the pressure off the eliminator. That's what we're talking about here. Runs on the board. They've got past 100. You know what? I'm going to say it may be the pressure situation. That may be enough.
It's finals cricket, Rico. And look, 104 for 4 after 8 overs. It's already their highest score of the week this week. And they'll be really hoping that they can get a few more. That highest score actually was against Tunbridge Wells back in match 7. And now they've got 2 overs to spare. If they can get a couple of 10s here, 10 plus, 124. I mean, I know Helsinki Titans, they've batted well and they've chased well. Got a lot of good options, but you've got to feel the pressure of a chase where your tournament is on the line. I had Qureshi to bowl in the 9th.
decides to go short. It's
One
an interesting
fine,
approach.
Yeah, Chiniga. And now Madan, he will be facing up. And look, he made the most of his luck. That's the one thing, when it is your day or you get a couple of chances or you get a bit of luck, you got to cash in. Madan has. And they still have 6 wickets in hand as well, so you don't see them running out of wickets. They need to be productive though. They need that 120 plus, especially from this position.
Goes up. This will be an opportunity. And it's been taken. And that's a good catch from Nalancherry. Now look, Nalancherry does get his man in the end, but he did drop him on 8. So it's cost him 41 runs.
Yeah, second chance came, but it came at a cost, didn't it? And you're exactly right, Rico. And look, unselfish stuff as well for Madan, who would have known he was on 49. It was on the big screen. And he said, never mind about that. I'm going to still be aggressive, get as many as I can. And look, that is a catch, which you feel might save them something like a dozen runs.
Yeah.
Because he's removed from the equation as the 5th wicket. Star CC 105 for 5. But what a good innings that is from Jatin Madan.
Yeah, it is. It's a terrific knock. 49 from 20. And I can tell you this, when he goes up those stairs and he starts going towards his teammates, he's going to get a really good round of applause. And so he should. He's batted really well. He's been their star player. And you know what? Keep an eye on that number, because when number 12 is running in, he's going to bowl well as well. I think he's up for this. He's put the runs on the board. He's given his team confidence. You're not worthy, they say. You're not worthy. Muy bien, well batted. He didn't get the 50, but 49, he's put him in a good position. It's all about how these batters now go about this. I don't think the genuine big hitters in there now, but I think what they've got to be, the mentality has to be, every ball has to be a run.
10 balls left on the table.
That'll do. Bat on board and run, and that'll get you to a score, which I think they can defend with the likes of Madden. But I say again, Shiva is going to be the key for me in this match.
Well, let me tell you something that Luxembourg players were saying to me when I ran into them yesterday. They're saying, look, it's about time, we love winning hearts, but it's about time we started winning some games, and that's what this is all about.
I love that,
No better time to start than today.
Goes up, but catch is taken. And that's the worry for me here. That's why I'm saying that you just be thinking about run a ball and maybe not concentrate too much on those big hits. So I'll talk about run a ball with this man who's going in now. He will run. He will run like a ferret. He's really quick. And that's Dan Singh. Harpal Singh is going in next. I think he understands it's all about trying to get this score to about the 115. And even if you're taking those singles of every ball, you're going to get there.
Yeah, well, what I would say is I wouldn't just be looking for ones. I think the approach would probably be just to make sure you keep hitting the ball. Unfortunately for Chinagay, found the fielder. He goes for 2, 106 for 6. But I think if you look to hit the ball and be aggressive, then you still do get ones a lot of the time. You might get a bit of luck. But if you get too defensive here and you're only trying to get one a ball, well, if you fail at that, then you're getting nothing. So I would say you just have to be trying to play the correct cricket shot to the ball that you get and trying to hit the ball hard. Here's Harpal.
In the air and just over the top, and that's what you're talking about, Vinny. You're going to hit it hard, and he hit this well enough to go over the top. Stronger together. Well, is this going to be Star CC, the team from Luxembourg? They're going to be stronger together. Well, they got the right colours, aren't they? Those colours really blend in with stronger together.
Yeah, well, the big call of yes from Harpal Singh, dancing Harpal, and partly was to run, partly I think he was just showing some emotion as he knew that one got over the fielder. Now they put back the deep backward point and bring up the mid-on into the circle. But there's a huge call of yes, shouted by Harpal Singh. What a good start for him.
It's a nice looking shot, pressure on the fielder, and he makes a stop. Will they go for 2? I've got a feeling they're thinking about it. Harpal probably would have made it, I think.
Yeah, but that's the end of the over. So 1-1-1 for 6. I think this is because Harpal feels he's hit this couple really well, so he's not going to run himself out unnecessarily. I think we had 5 run-outs in the last over in one of the Star CC games, so they don't mind taking a risk. But I think also you've got to think about who you've got. And Harpal's crunched the first 2 balls. He knew if he stays there, he gets to face up for the 10th over.
Yeah.
And I think he took that responsibility by staying there, not taking on a dicey 2. I think it was a good decision, but let's see if it pays off. It won't be easy against the death bowling skills of Anand Saeed. Back over the wicket now.
Good looking shot. It's think he may be safe. And the fielders, quick turn and throw. They're taking on the arm, and he gets back. Good running by Harpal Singh, the dancing Singh, powered by Alu Paronta.
Well, he's dancing. And there's a bit of the speedboat about this from Harpal, who knows straight away. A slight hesitation, but found the Bermuda Triangle, cashed in. Good running, gets back for a double.
Makes room for himself, flicks this away, and they'll be looking for two again here. And the race is on, and a little bit of hesitation once more.
There's a fumble, though.
Get there.
Fumble from Puste. And so Harpal, I think he's just valuing his wicket a bit more now, which sounds silly, I know, at this point. But I think he feels like he's hitting the ball well. So he sees the fumble. It's kind of the pressure of running the first one hard, I think, forces that fumble from Puste, who's a pretty good fielder. So 2 and 2. They really want that 120 plus, don't they? 4 balls to come.
This time should just be the one. Harpal. I like him that, and that's a lesson that can be learnt from all cricketers, whether you're experienced or not. Take the first one, at least turn around and look like you're wanting the second. Put the pressure on the field.
It's good hustle, but it's sensible hustle.
Yeah.
It's not suicidal hustle, right? Because you want your guys there that you think can hit the ball hard and well.
A shot, and it will be taken on the bounce by the fielder, and Cherry.
This is a good example. You see, they could have come back and Harpal could have sacrificed himself, but I think they felt it was maybe 10% chance they would have made it, and it wasn't a good decision. So Harpal does get the face up. He's made a quick fire, 10 off only 5.
Ooh, misses out on this one. And Saeed bangs it in short, and it was there for the pick-in. I think probably surprised Harpal, who wasn't expecting that. I think it was on the move as well, on the move forward. Have a look. He's coming forward and makes the room, too much room.
It's a bit of shorter, that's why. I think he saw him coming. And so he didn't want to get too full to him. Last ball, 117 on the board. Go for 2 here, for sure. And they're not going to make it, I'll tell you right now. Well, they won't get run out because I think he was holding his crease, but then this partner turned around. So in the end, it's the single. I think it was only going to be one, no matter what happened there. So at the end of 10 overs, Star CC, a decent score on the board. Just losing away a little bit and losing a couple of key players at the end, but they tried all the way, and they have, I think, probably slightly above average score on the board, I think, in the context of this tournament. They'll finish their 10 overs at 118 for 6, so Helsinki Titans, they'll need 119 in the second innings of this if they're going to survive their Super Thursday. One of these teams will have to depart after this 2-team show. One will go through and one will go. The keeper Inu on show there. But early on, it was Harrison Ward, had to do a bit of work with 2 LBWs in the first over. That hurt, but still, StarCC didn't let it bother them. That one was plumb. They kicked on all the way, weren't too perturbed by those early wickets, and they pushed through the middle overs. And really, I think this is quite a defendable score. Are they on their way to their first win? And it's in a sudden death game.
Well, what a story that would be. And yeah, they had the disappointment of those early wickets, but then, well, they were awake once more because we saw some good batting, some good hitting. I mean, Manipelli, I think he played some delightful shots. And that also, remember, brought to the crease Vishwanath. He hit the ball pretty well as well, and that's what started things off. Well, that was the downfall of Vishwanath, but they always, as you know, have Madden. Madden was lucky. Luck was on his side early on when he wasn't hitting the ball cleanly. I said he was looking just a little bit lethargic. Well, he soon did wake up, and he started to hit the ball big, and a good partnership was put together there between him and Manipelli. This one, wow, this was just absolutely smashed over for 6. And look at the delight there. There he is. Chucking the Hutte style. Says Guerreras Mas, he says. And they just kept on coming. But, well, eventually the catches had to go. That was Manipelli who went there. He batted really well. I loved the way he stroked the ball. It was perfect timing. And then this, well, it was the back of Madden on 49. He saw a few more wickets there. But what the Chad had to do there is just keep the runs coming. And, well, we didn't see it there in the highlights. But it was a good knock there as well from Harpal Singh.
get ready, we are slowly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back, and some good news here from Finland that we are going to get underway very, very shortly after about a 5.5 hour rain delay, and yeah, that's a great bit of news, obviously. Well done everyone who's helped get this ground ready. Now, I'm kind of blessed with a few natural things here. The ground does drain very naturally. It was kind of drowning earlier, I suppose. That's a really good look at this facility here in Kerava. So match 7 and 8 were washed out without a ball being bowled, but we are going to get underway with match number 9 between Hadley's Empire 11 and the BTCC Dark Knights. And it's going to be a 3-over game, so it's the minimum acceptable game, but I suppose I'm pretty happy this game is getting on, because if not, I think we probably would have seen a situation where Empire CC would all but sewn up top spot. That would be unless the Bengal Tigers or the Dark Knights were able to take 4 points and really do a huge number on the Titans in the last game of the day. So, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with you, and big thanks to all of our wonderful viewers who've stayed patient through what has been a pretty frustrating period. But one thing about this ground here as well, they're very prepared for the rain, and I think they're lucky in so many ways that, you know, once the rain stops, we can get underway. I think most venues this day would have been washed out, and there's no chance of getting any more play. Both these two teams undefeated. News from the toss as well is that the BTCC Dark Knights are elected to bowl, so they'll at least know what they have to do. Tomoe Saha and Saiful Islam come in for them, with Hadley's Empire 11 unchanged from the side which we saw win earlier in the day. They had a pretty big win, in fact, against the Gladiators, chasing down 85 in just 6 overs, taking all 4 points out of that. So they are in the box seat for top spot. And for Hadley's Empire 11, it's the last match for them in the qualifying stage. Dark Knights will play back-to-back against their other two rivals for qualification, Empire 11 and the Helsinki Titans. So basically we're in a situation now where, you know, 3 isn't going to go into 2. I think we know that with the Rapids and the Gladiators finishing in 4th and 5th respectively, and they've completed their games. So it's basically a question of which 2 teams out of the 3 possible will qualify. And just confirming, this is a 3-over match. It's pretty simple, just 1 over per bowler, and the first over is a power play over. After that, it becomes kind of regular situation with 5 outfielders maximum, just 2 in the power play first over, of course. So yeah, the Dark Knights, last we seen them, they had some sort of a day yesterday. In fact, it was a ridiculous start to their tournament. They had the Moon factor on their side. Jobaya Hossein Moon was listed at 7 in this lineup, I noticed as well, but I mean, just wonder, would you put him up there considering his heroics yesterday? Dark Knights tied the game at 129. That was after actually bowling out SKK Rapids in the first innings with 3 balls remaining. And off the golden ball, we saw Moon sending it to the moon and taking Dark Knights to the win. Then Dark Knights were chasing 156 in match 2 against the Gymkhana Gladiators. And they were able to manage that chase as well with 3 balls to spare. So they're 2-0. We haven't seen those since match 2. I suppose both these 2 teams, they weren't involved in either of those washed out matches 7 and 8. So we're almost ready to go. Saiful Islam's going to bowl. And Andrew Ryan joins me for what should be a thrilling contest. T3 cricket on the way, Rhino.
Oh, I know you love the 3-over format. Maximo will be down to 3 balls if you have your way in a few years' time. Well, this should be a
Classic shootout between two of the informed teams.
Here we go then. It starts with a pretty good ball swing in. In fact, it's going to go through the infielder. And we'll settle for one. Jordan O'Brien out there with the Wild Thing. I'm Judd Sher. No Salonen in the lineup today for Empire.
No, but a pretty good opening partnership, and obviously with only 18 balls faced by each team, the opening partnership is very, very important. These two looked in good form earlier today. In fact, O'Brien's been hitting the ball very well throughout all three games.
Oh, he's bowled him. It's a beautiful kind of rolling cutter, and the Wild Thing's gone first ball, so an early strike, an important strike for the Dark Knights as Sher walks for a golden. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. Love a left arm paceman coming over the wicket in the early stages of an innings. Not a huge amount of movement there, but it was just the right length. Got through the flying bat of Sher, lifted his head, and fortunately for the Empire opener and national superstar, he goes back for a golden duck and a big start for the Dark Knights.
I just think with Sher, he's a better player than that. He's maybe gotten into a few bad habits to try and hit that ball to the leg side in a power play situation. You've got big gaps down the ground. You see, loses that front leg, loses his shoulder, loses his head, loses his off stump. And it's a shot that he might get away with a lot of the time, but it's an unnecessarily risky shot, I think, for probably the same returns if you hit it with more of a straight bat. But he doesn't waste any time, does Amjad, as Dandapani comes out in the number 3 position. Empire still favourites despite that early wicket.
Good cricketer Dandapani. Saw him with his leg spin earlier today.
Now, nice little glance away from Dandapani first up, brings him 4. And just nice use of the pace again. Just more kind of, I know he's trying to go leg side, but the ball warranted it, and it was just a smart cricket shot that brings him the boundary.
It's very easy, particularly as you have the reduced overs. Not that many balls to go, so you do need to go hard, but still power play here. First over, there's room to profit from playing the ball along the ground, and as we've seen even with the rain here, the outfield at this glorious ground in Helsinki is still very quick.
All right, it's pretty close if it pitches in line. It's a very interesting shout here. I'd love to see this one. I know we're not quite straight on, but it was very full, and I just thought it might have pitched in line. Let's see if we may slow this down. It's probably fractionally outside leg stump, maybe going on to hit a bit of leg stump, but I think it's a very good decision from the umpire.
I am always, as much as I'm generally in favour of the bowlers fraternity getting some love, don't like to see those ones given out. It's a good decision.
Definitely close though, not quite in line. Now this is a bit short, and it's going to be turned away by Jordan O'Brien. He'll get 4 runs. His first boundary. It's always hard to know what a par score is. There probably isn't such a thing as a par score. Maybe around about the 40 mark or something like that, 40 or 45. But 3 over cricket, and I've seen quite a few of these games now. It's almost like anything's chaseable, but anything's also defendable.
So I think that was actually signalled as leg buys.
Yeah, it went too fast. I'd like to see that again. Maybe we've still got it. Let's have a look. All right, probably doesn't help us too much. I think we can move the leg at the right moment. Anyway, Jordan will definitely get credited with these runs as he steps back and puts one over the tents. Maximo, his real first boundary then is a 6. And it will take us to the end of the over, 16 for 1.
Well, I can be fairly sure that one hit the wood. It's a lovely strike from O'Brien. We know how strong he is, square of the wicket. Another man who's pretty good square of the wicket, James Bazley.
Yeah, Bazley.
Promoting our European cricket Hindi feed.
Big Queenslander.
Huge, the quintessential Queenslander.
If I had to compare him to an ECM cricketer, probably Andrew Ryan would be right up there.
Do you think if they made an Andrew Ryan biopic that James Bazley could potentially star in it?
Could do a lot worse. But anyway, if you are a Hindi speaker and you want some extra content and behind the scenes kind of looks at a lot of the games, or pretty much all the games we do, you can go to that Telegram channel.
It does bring up an interesting topic of conversation, difficult one given we've got these 3 over formats. When they make the inevitable Maximo biopic, which actor would you want to play yourself?
Great question. I think we have mentioned this once or twice before.
We're getting into repeated conversations now?
So, yeah, most of them are. some sort of Hemsworth for me, maybe.
Yeah, see,
or-
that would be my initial thing. Probably a Chris.
Little dabba-dabba-doo here from Dandapani, and he's going to dab it all the way to the picket fence. 4 runs.
Nice shot from Dandapani. Not a big Basham type cricketer, but he's got some shots. More renowned for his bowling in ECN cricket to date, but he's got some quality with the bat as well. I like him as a cricketer.
Chugging along, 51 expected at the moment. Now going at 17 and over through the first 7 balls. How about yourself?
Well, I
Chris
think
Farley, if he was still around.
John Candy.
John Candy. It's scary that everyone we want to play you is dead. It's not a good sign.
I was thinking more than
Oh, boy.
they're both large horizontal.
Oh, so thrown you into that one. Here was the next one. It's going to be lifted up. A nice bit of bowling from Kabir.
I don't know. I mean, I'd be very happy if someone came and cast one of the Hemsworth brothers, maybe a Sam Worthington or someone of that ilk.
I tell you, who will play Rico? I've got an idea. The guy that he was in Lost. Remember Lost?
I remember Lost the show.
Oh, it's good.
Jeez, he's found the
He's
bouncy spot here.
Now he might
Could be
run. Oh, thinking about it, just Dandapani almost says, "All right, I've missed 2 in a row, then I got to get out of here." But he almost sacrifices O'Brien. Naveen Andrews is the guy I'm talking about.
Naveen Andrews.
That's very obscure, but he played this guy and lost. There you go. That's the guy I'm talking about.
Only we could bring that up on screen.
I will send it. Yeah,
Oh, I love
this is who I would like to play Rico. Right. And this time Jordan's had enough. That was going to be very close at the keep stands. Is this called a wide? Yeah, it is called a wide.
That's savvy play from O'Brien,
yeah.
isn't it? He's a clever cricketer. He's played very high level cricket back in Australia as well. But
I still
just
think he
a
might
heads
have
up play.
I think he might have been out. I've got sight on of this. I got a feeling if this had hit the stumps, he was just short.
Yeah, but worth the risk though. The ball's gone wide. The keeper's going to be in an awkward position.
Just out. Anyway, risk worth taking. That's one of those ones though. I still can't believe you haven't seen it more, but kind of a hold where the striker holds and just makes sure the keeper has to throw to the bowler's end to get the run out. So it guarantees that the batter you want to strike stays there. Just outside the line, not by much, but the umpire's going to call it a wide. Dave suggesting Danny DeVito. Don't know who that's for. Who's going to play Corey then?
Actually, I remember a conversation with myself and Enrico that in the commentary box one day with an unfortunate angle, we looked a bit like Schwarzenegger and DeVito from Twins.
Great movie.
Don't think he appreciated it.
And just unhittable here at the moment, Kabir, as Jordan tries to swashbuckle that over the offside. It's a bit of a dead patch here, and yeah, Tigers working their way back into the game.
What about Javier Bardem for Rico Full?
That's not a bad one. Yeah, I like his movies. How about Corey? Where do we go? I'm not going to... Well, that's going to be 6. Yeah, too short. And thanks for coming, Maximo! For Jordan O. Here goes Maximo. And Kabir, his golden runs over here in the second over.
I got one for you for Rutgers.
Go on.
Macaulay Culkin.
Stop the voting. I wasn't going to take suggestions. I was going to put it to the chat, but we're going to lock in Macaulay.
Lock that in.
Oh, that's good.
The kid from Home Alone.
We still got Phil. Yeah, tell us your thought. I've got Jack Black for Phil. Phil G.
Not sure if that's complimentary
No,
or
it's
not.
good. He'd like it. All right. Nice ball the over. Slower ball. Pretty well bowled. O'Brien will have to settle for the one here. We'll retain the strike. That's the end of the second and the second last over. Empire, 30 for 1.
It's an interesting start. Empire certainly haven't battered the Dark Knights out of the game, going 15 runs and over, which is sort of the run rate that we've seen for a lot of the totals in the tournament so far.
Who's playing Tina? I'm going to go early shout Amy Schumer.
Ooh, so you're going more the comic route.
I just think it's blonde.
Yeah. I was thinking more Naomi Watts, Kate Blanchett.
Yeah. Let's know. Hello, Adore. Adore has this thing.
If we were doing a European cricket movie, would Tina be the sort of comic sidekick?
Is she the funniest one?
Well, Schumer's supposed to be one of the sort of funny.
Tina is funny in a a German dry way. Hits a wide here. I just think they're doing pretty well. The Dark Knights. That's a bit of a bottom of the bat potential breaker. Macaulay Culkin by far is
You enjoyed
the
that,
best.
didn't you?
It was the last thing I expected you to say, but it encapsulates the immaturity perfectly and the mischievousness. Mischief. Oh, that's well hit. This one takes her in the tram line. He puts it up and over the top. Maximo says Carreras.
He's been playing that shot very well over the last couple of days, O'Brien. As we said, more noted for his hitting over the leg side, but manages to keep the hips just squared up enough that gets the power underneath and carries the boundary very comfortably.
Danny Hudacek's a tough one, but it'd be some sort of French method actor from
Gerard Depardieu
came to mind. Smashed again. He gets that half volley lands. It's going to be 6 more. So coming home with a wet sail. They've kind of had their ups and their downs in very short innings, but Jordan, the difference here, I suppose, compared to Amjad Sher's dismissal, for example, the way Jordan holds his shape, and he's confident elevating over that offside that it can clear the ropes.
Yeah, he's seeing it like a beach ball at the moment and clearly enjoys batting on this Kerava ground.
Yeah, I like this, Monty. Gwyneth Paltrow for Tina.
Oh, great
Spot
shot.
on.
Great
Spot
shot.
on. 3 to come. Better. I think he wants 2 here at all costs. And he just might get it, It's going to be tight. Gets there. It's excellent running.
Well, good running from Dandapani too. From the moment that ball went to the outfield, he was getting his long strides in, was always pushing for 2. Not sure about this one from Jacob Stewart. Stellan Skager. For you.
All right. No,
Not
that's
sure.
for Danny.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
All right, 2 to come. All right, high. And this is miss-hit. They'll either be out or 2. Out. Nicely taken. So it will be a wicket in the end for Tonmoy, who's come into the side. Catch is held. And O'Brien gone for 28 with 1 ball remaining, 44 for 2.
Well, Court Bappy bowled Tonmoy is going down as one of my favourite dismissal descriptions of the year. Nice catch from Padush Bappy, who had a big part to play in the Tigers' success yesterday. They've brought a good side here today, and we won't get to see too much of it in this contest. It's only the 3 overs, but as Jordan inspects the bottom of his grey Nick bat, a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to finish off the 3, but Empire at 44 for 2 have at least a reasonable total on the board. Final ball.
Here we go. Missed it. Wide plus at least 1. Good sliding, backing up stop. And Saha will concede 2. And Dandapani, kind of unexpectedly so, will get to face another delivery.
I quite like this from Paul Kempen in the chat. Macquarie Culkin.
Very good. Oh,
That's good.
that's
Very good.
Who was you again? I forgot you.
Well, I asked for a Hemsworth as well. We might have to split the brothers.
That's going to be another wide. They'll get 3 for free. And I don't think that Dandapani's going to give the strike up.
The new player should be the one sacrificing himself, so good that that's happened.
Good cardio for Verma, though. Took probably one of the catches of the tournament earlier on in the day. But he'll get the good old-fashioned diamond duck. Derek not included.
It's all right. Did what he needed to.
Bit of an average killer, though, isn't it? You do the right thing, and in hundreds of years when they're reviewing the statistical batting performance of Verma, this won't help. See, the striker never leaves his crease. And very delicate stump breaking there. Not the rhino method anyway from ECS Switzerland. Last ball, take 3, and he misses after all that. Races on. Oh, he still missed. No way.
Go for 2, boys.
How did you miss from there? Islam even cheated and got another 3 or 4 meters. I'd love to know the distance of this miss. Oh. Boy, oh boy. Oh, can we get the tape measure out? Yeah, you're right.
It was probably easier to hit at that point than it was to miss. But anyway, the pressures.
What a weird. How many off the last ball they got? There were 4 runs without the ball being hit once. 1 for 4 off the last ball. Anyway, let's go and have a look at the highlights. This 3-over match. The Wild Thing went wild. Bit agricultural, really, as he lost his off stump. Well bowled there by Saiful Islam. I think credit's got to go in the second over to Kabir. He seemed to keep it quiet for a while, but I mean, you look at the numbers over by over, 16, 14 and 18, so kind of workmanlike effort. 48, maybe it's around par, maybe it's a handful more. Hard to say. We're about to find out in 3 overs if the Dark Knights can chase it down.
Yeah, but plenty of action in those 3 overs, and it was really Jordan O'Brien who managed to give the backbone to what's a pretty reasonable total. So they went at 16 and over off that 3. O'Brien 28 off 11 before he was dismissed. Underpan, he chewed up a few balls with his 8 off 6, but they managed to scrap through for a few extras, and this was...
I can't see a reverse angle of that. Probably don't have it. How do you miss from that close?
I mean, he's had an up and down tournament with the gloves, the Dark Knight skipper.
Sometimes side to side as well. Anyway, 48 for 3 off the 3 overs. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Pretty unselfish stuff as well from guys like Vermo came out in the end. Brassia was there for the last ball. In the end, pretty much Jordan O'Brien, 28, and Dan Depani, 8. The only players to score off the bat. Golden Duck, Diamond Duck, and a 0 not out. 12 extras, probably a bit in the high side. 5-leg buys. I still think that was probably off the bat of O'Brien. But yeah, those extras off the last ball. He had 2 wides, another wide that was run out, and then a bye. You just wonder in such a short game whether they might come back to bite them a little bit.
Could be. I reckon we're set up here for a pretty good contest, Vinny. Have a look at the bowling figures, and good opening over by Islam. The next 2 went for 14, and then Tonmoy 17, but he did take the wicket of O'Brien. So it's a reasonable job. You wouldn't say it's 50-50. I think Empire's got their noses in front, but the Dark Knights will give themselves a very good chance of chasing this down.
No doubt, and the Dark Knights will go into the night a lot happier if they can pull off this win and then be live for top spot heading into match number 10. We'll take a very quick break here. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. And we'll keep those suggestions coming for who's going to play us in the movie. I've passed on a couple already, and they've been fairly warmly received. We'll take a quick break, then join you once again live from Finland for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we roll into the second half of a bit of a shortened match number 9 here in the European Cricket Series. Finland 3 overs aside, 1 over power play and 1 over per bowler. Hadley's Empire 11 of Empire Cricket Club have scored 48 off their 3 overs now. It's the right of reply for the Bengal Tigers Cricket Club Dark Knights, who need 49 for victory. I've been loving the suggestions from the first innings about who plays the ECN commentary team in a movie about us. Rhino's actually got some pretty good ones as well, with Patrick Dempsey of Grey's Anatomy coming up for Rhino. Rhino comes back with us now. What have you found there?
Well, so I've actually asked ChatGPT who I look like, and obviously ChatGPT is very objective, but I won't repeat the whole thing, but it's come through with Patrick Dempsey, McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, I can see that. I also like Jacob's suggestion of Lady Gaga. I know that made you laugh. Jacob, love it.
I would maybe have taken a co-star from
Great one here. I just spotted it. Paul Kemman saying Sanjeev Bhaskar plays Rico. Look him up.
Sanjeev Bhaskar.
Sanjeev,
okay.
He was a very famous English comedian. Yeah, look that up. That's. I knew you'd enjoy that.
That's actually not that cool.
Actually pretty. It's a 3 over game, so you better concentrate on the cricket, because there's actually a pretty big game for the Tigers, who put themselves in a great position to qualify if they win. If they lose here, though, it's getting a lot tougher, because they're going to have to get a result against the Titans. Yeah,
this is a great topic, though, isn't it?
All right. Here we go with the wild thing. Amjad Shen to get us going. 49 to win in 3. And the first one is high in the air. Steepley's misjudged it. And he's dropped it. And it's going to be Sudhanshu Pandey there. Just had the cricket zombie about him there, was turned around. Actually had the outfielder coming in. Probably was in a better position in the end to make a play on this. And it goes down as a drop chance.
Well, I was about to say that, Vinny, that is an incredibly difficult catch for Pandey running back from the circle. Vishal Verma took one of the best catches of the tournament so far early this morning, and he was lurking coming in from the outfield. So much easier coming forward to take that catch.
That's going to be hit pretty well. Hussain is a bit of a Maximo machine, isn't he? Gets that off a length and pumps it home mid-wicket. 6 runs.
He's probably the danger man as far as Empire is concerned. Just deals exclusively in Maximos, and he got on a heater in one of the games yesterday. Can bash a ball a long way.
The other thing that's pretty interesting is just if and how they use Moon. And probably won't plan to if these two can get the job done. Are they tempted to throw them up? Right now they're fractionally ahead, but it's very close. Slow ball, it's rolling cutter, it's up in the air. Dandapani to his left, and he drops it. Almost got it on the second bite of the cherry. And another drop catch. And these 3 over games, they are always full of action and drama. And so far, we're only half an over in. But there's been plenty going on.
Generally a very good fielding team, Empire, but they've let themselves down on a number of occasions today. It's never easy when you're in these cold and wet conditions. But Dandapani's a good cricketer. Should have held that.
And it goes straight at the stumps again. This is Miz hit. And just gets away from the field. It's going to be 4 more runs. So the ideal start here for the Dark Knights.
Must be a frustrated Amjad Sher, though. He's gotten 2 pop-ups in the first 3 balls of the over. Neither of them taken. And all of a sudden, Empire's on the back foot a touch. Still 2 balls left in this first over, first of 3. So 35 required of 14 balls.
Rolling cutter again, good change of pace. Don't think you want to run out Hussain at this stage. Hey, so we have had this topic before, but one thing I've never thought about is, what if we flipped it? What if we had a Spanners and a chat-based movie? What would the plot of that be? So, give us your plot of how does the mods movie turn out? They all decide to get together. There's a threat against ECN.
Well, isn't there a storytelling technique where one person starts with a a sentence or a paragraph and then the next person
Oh,
builds
yeah.
on it. Do you think, is the chat capable of coordinating that?
Yeah. Will probably take some organisation, but yeah, it's a dark and stormy night, and the ECN chatters were in their respective places of residence. Sounds like a classic already. Anyway, this is going to be pulled away, and that's going to be 4. So, yeah, I mean, around the mark, that is the power play over. 18 come off at 18 without loss, but the damage being done by Afzal Hussain, all 18 runs off his bat.
Yeah, certainly nice start from the Dark Knights. They're ahead of the run rate at the moment, only 15.5 required off the last 2. Tell you what, Vinny, I'm still trying to control myself about this. Sanjeev Bhaskar.
I was looking at your computer when that came up. 7 matches since the golden ball.
It's good.
And the Dark Knights were, of course, the ones that came out triumphant in the Moon match, one that we will remember for a long, long time. And Bappy, once he was hosed off, I think he was very keen to join in the celebrations as well towards the end. Right now, we'll have Khurshid Alam facing up for the first time. The other thing here is if you don't get going, even 2 or 3 dot balls can be enough to retire and send someone else in. I'm not just thinking Moon, but I am thinking you'd love for him to have a partner. He's become a cult hero straight away.
Good reward for Prajapati, though, getting the ball in a pressure situation after his first a couple of overs today. And he's responded to the captain's confidence by bowling an absolute pie.
That's shades of an intentional walk there first up from Prajapati. Just a little outside. I'll check this out as well. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, good comeback though. Can get away with 1 wide. Got his money's worth. Alarm misses that one. I've got this good suggestion for Danny, but I don't know who that is.
So, do you want to know what ChatGPT suggested for you?
Yeah, please.
Jeremy Piven from Entourage.
Yeah.
That's actually not too
There's
bad.
a bit of dovetail with our lives actually as well. Well, this time he does hit it, goes inside out, and that'll fly. Pitches just inside, 4 runs. Jordan sporting the bucket hat. Probably could have used it upside down earlier. I think I want to see if this is 4 or 6. I saw it as 4. As we'll trap the Grizzly. And yeah, there's 1 bound. 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, nicely struck.
Jeremy Piven. He's more Stefan Gooch than me.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, what's the Chatters movie?
What you will be happy about is when ChatGPT gave me the response, it said, looking at these snapshots of Vinny Sandhu, a.k.a. Mr. Maximo. Yeah. So it knows.
It knows too many things. I got to tell you something funny with the AI in a second. Because, I mean, as humans, we're always testing it because we don't really understand it, let's be honest. And that's why it's artificial intelligence. You ask, what do you know about me? That's a good question you can ask. And it'll know from your history and all that, and it knows you're a commentator and blah, blah, blah. But it'll say, oh, do you know my catchphrase? And it's like, is it, what a shot? So obviously doesn't know that much. All right, total miss hit this time. Up in the air and caught. This time the juggle works out for Dandapani. So Alam, he'll go basically dot for dot in his innings. Last dot being his wicket. And the first one falls for the Dark Knights. It's 24 for 1.
It wasn't the most confident catch from Dandapani. Went from hand to chest, back in the hand, fortunately for Empire Cricket Club. And, well, the young paceman, he's responded with a couple of ordinary balls early on, but Prajapati's come up with the first wicket. Always helpful to have new players come to the crease if you're the bowling lineup, but he may have invited some trouble into the cauldron here because the big Mooney is striding to the crease.
Yeah, it's moon time, baby. And the clouds are not going to get in the way of him here. This is Moon. And you just feel it's all or nothing. It could be a short moon. Well, could be a long moon.
The second innings after his magical first one, I think he got dropped first ball.
Dropped
and
then caught second ball.
Caught second ball.
All right. At least he's hitting him. Until now, misses that by a fair bit. Prajapati, after a shaky start, has come good in the second. The thing is, if he can get away with no boundaries last 2 balls, they're needing to go magical last over. These games can swing so wildly, so quickly.
Big question for the skipper. Who comes on to bowl that final over? Is it Sangrula, the young paceman who's done so well?
Well, pretty good location. Moon gives it the full moon. He's going to bang it into the fence. So he has his first boundary since he smoked Golden Ball 79 straight into history. That is going to be 28 now with just 7 balls remaining in this game, 21 required.
Doesn't he love that helicopter shot?
He just wants to hit every single ball hard, and he doesn't care where it is. Even kind of Yorkers, normally you kind of just dead bat them. He's still trying to hit, always trying to hit them into the center of the earth for 4 if you could. All right, Prajapati's gone for 10. He's won the over so far. Last ball to come. Moon lifts it up. That one is going. It is going, and it is gone. Maximo. So in the space of just 2 deliveries, the Dark Knights come storming back. It's 34 for 1 after 2. Last over to come. 15 required for a win. 14. We could be heading for Golden Ball 80.
Oh, how quickly things turn around, Vinny. The Moon beaten on his first couple of balls, and then Prajapati lands a pair. It's hard to say that 5th ball was in his strike zone. He's had to play the big helicopter flick to get it out on the offside, but that last ball was right where he's begging for it. And so they're probably the 2 most dangerous batters at the crease in form of Hussain and Moon. And it is the young Kripesh Sangrula.
Oh, what a test for the youngster at this stage. Oh, wow. This is going to be good. Sangrula, he's got medium pace at a push, really. Hussain, certified 6-hitting license to thrill. Here we go. Last over of the T3, and it's going to be banged first up. That's gone all the way. I think it's too short from Sangrula. Couldn't get any movement. It got whacked. It got punished as it should have. 6 runs certainly now puts the Dark Knights in charge.
That's about the last ball he should have been bowling. His control's been very good, but this one is looking less like a golden ball. Each whack over the boundary, Maximo.
Yeah, you see yesterday, that last bat on the golden ball timeline came off the bat of Moon.
There's been a lot of bat success in recent times in the golden ball stakes.
Swung. I mean, it was 10-10 after 20. The bowlers have had more success, but batters this year have. Oh, too short again. That's going to be whacked, and that's back-to-back sixes. Maximo! Couldn't have gone worse, really, for Sangrula. And that's the thing in a 3-over game. You do have an advantage of only having to bowl your 3 best options. But if an over goes wrong, it's such a big proportion of the innings. Really, this game doesn't look like it's going the distance now.
Well, I don't think Sangrula's picked up. Hussain is standing almost back on his stump. So that wasn't an awful length ball, but where the batter is placing himself, it just came up into his hitting zone. Beautifully struck. And the Dark Knights will have to choke in no uncertain terms to lose the game from here.
I mean, need to get a wicket, get a new batter out there, and then hope for a couple of misses. Yeah, what a performance.
While he's doing the gloves, do you want one final Maximo
Please.
actor comparison? I'm not
Please.
sure you'll find this one quite as complimentary. Stanley Tucci.
I love him. Yeah, I'll take it.
You'll take it?
Have you seen Tucci
Intellectual
in Italy?
Maximo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him, actually. Maybe in 20 years. 3 to win. Oh, hits it wide. It's actually a slightly better result. Actually, now with the Moon, I don't even know how you say to field to him, but you just kind of hope he swings and misses at 3 balls in a
If
row.
I'm Sangrula, I probably like this more than having Hussain on strike,
yeah.
right?
I mean, it's... Oh, I can't really see. I'll talk to you after this ball if we're still going. 2 to win. Here's Moon. Game's tied. Moon will hustle through. Moon has shown. Oh, dear. A struggle with gravity at the end of that single. Let's go to the replay.
Jeez, Hussain was not taking any chances that there was a dot ball.
Oh. Well, those wheels might need the tread checked. Now, might as well just bring everyone up, hope for the best. Basically hope for a miss.
Probably should have done that last ball, to be honest, and just left a couple of outfielders for the skied catches.
All right. Sangrula needs a miracle here. He needs a wicket. Any score wins it for the Dark Knights. Oh, and they go to squeeze. Oh, so frustrating when you see that as a fielding side. Hit him outside the line. So the last run is kicked. Moon's off. He's got the pocket out. He's, yeah, the old...
It's like a pair of beagle ears down by his thighs.
Well, there's several things I could say, but I won't. The old one-eared moon pocket comes out at the end of this game, and it's done with Hadley's Empire 11 finishing with a 3-1 record. Takes the Dark Knights to 3-0. What a story. They have been in Group A, and they will play again with the Dark Knights taking on the Titans in match number 10. I'm going to do the numbers and give you some scenarios pretty shortly, but the match should start. Should be a 10-over game. I think we will have a delay, just 5 minutes for now, so we should be back in about 10 with the first ball. But let's go back and have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, it was pretty good striking all round from the Dark Knights, but they will rue, if you're the Empire team, a couple of dropped catches in the first over. Amjad Sher had a couple of pop-ups off the first and third ball. Neither was taken, and in the end, that's probably cost them the game. They eventually did managed to take a wicket with Dandapani coming up with a not particularly neat catch, but completed it nonetheless. And the big Mooney launched a couple from Prajapati in that second over, and then Hossain finished the job with a couple of brutal pull shots. Probably the first time we've seen Sangrula struggle with his length over the last 2 days, but it's a pretty comprehensive win in a 3-over contest.
What I was going to say before Moon lost his battle with gravity momentarily was, he's also shown a bit of intelligence in game management, even the way he got the bootay out of the way of that leg side wide yesterday late in the piece, and even how he just kind of guarantees at least a tie by taking an easy one. So yeah, Empire might be a little bit frustrated. They didn't kind of squeeze a bit more in those last couple of balls, but still, Afzal Hussain was the main engineer of that successful chase, 31 of 10 with 2 4s and 3 6s. Khurshid went 4 and out. Moon with 11 of 4. Looking at the bowling figures, Prajapati with 1 for 16, but he did go for a 4 and a 6 to finish his over, which set up a slightly easier last over. In fact, there were 4 consecutive boundaries at the end of the second and the start of the third that basically broke the back of that chase. So well done to the Dark Knights. They're 3-0, and they could push for that top spot and double chance. But it all depends. Plenty still to come. We'll take a very quick break, and we're back in around about 5 to take you into match number 10. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan, and we'll see you after this short break with more European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet. as promised, we're back after a very short break with the start of match number 10. And this will basically decide who stays and who goes in the competition. And although we've got grey skies, the rain has stayed away. And we're almost ready to get going. News from the toss is that it will be the Titans batting first after BTCC won it and elected to bowl. You can see for the Titans, they get back Hamadullah Shinwari, the impressive left arm. Abdul Qureshi also comes back into their side. For the Dark Knights, they go unchanged from the team that we saw just minutes ago. Bring up that win in the 3-over match against Hadley's Empire 11. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. Just trying to punch a few numbers in, because as I see it, the Dark Knights will have to win to survive in the competition. If they were to lose but take a point, they would be tired. But their net run rate is inferior to the Helsinki Titans, and it will stay that way because they would have lost to them. So that's one thing I'm keeping an eye on here in this contest. Dark Knights, basically for them, you can think of it a bit like a quarterfinal. If they lose, they're out. For the Helsinki Titans, I mean, they know it's pretty much the same for them, that if they lose, well, they're going to find themselves out of the competition. So the two teams that need to win to survive, it's about as simple as that. There's also a bit of an extra thing, which is if the Titans win and take all 4 points, they could potentially take top spot in, and with the top spot comes the double chance. And actually for the Dark Knights, the same applies. So yeah, if the Dark Knights win at this stage, I think that they will actually take top spot anyway. So yeah, plenty to digest. Obviously, if the Dark Knights win, they're undefeated. They will take top spot. But if they lose, they're out. So it's a pretty tough. I don't actually think that the Dark Knights can finish second, but I'm still crunching the numbers. We've only had a couple of minutes to assess the possibilities. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan with me. We had a bit of an interesting aside last game. It was a bit of a short game about who would play at the ECN commentary team in a movie. More suggestions still coming in, but almost ready for the Titans to open up proceedings with the bat.
Certainly are. Big game, as you said, Vinny, and very pleasing that given the rain that we've had during the course of today, that this all-important contest, which will effectively decide which teams go through as the top 2 place getters for finals day on Friday, will get played. It's exceptional news for the overall tournament. It should be a great contest. BTCC riding high after they've really just exited the field from a quick warm-up in the form of a 3-over game.
It's a bit of a horror result for the Titans as well, I think, with the Dark Knights getting up over Empire, because I think then maybe even a lesser result might have been enough for the Titans. But they're out there, and it's basically a knockout game as I see it.
We love knockout games on the European Cricket Network, don't we?
Don't we? All right, here we go with Kabir to open up to the Golden Butt.
Thought that was a pretty good ball, to be honest. The outswing was fairly late.
Call that? It's not a wide, is it? Come on, people. No, that might get overruled. That was that far inside. I wouldn't mind one.
Not one of the most sterling calls we've had. Umpire's just needing to warm up as well. Kabir, well, but didn't enjoy the first call. Sorry, he did enjoy the first call, but he's punished the second ball. What a strike over long on.
I'm trying to think of how I'm going to phrase this delicately, but that is a shocker of a call.
I'm not even sure on the stump, basically the back line.
There were 3 fingers between the outside of the ball and the inside of the line.
Well, Kabir decides to try his luck going around the wicket. So no run, and Kamal makes his way back to the non-striker's end swiftly.
I almost broke my neck looking back at the screen when you told me why the pink call lost.
The amount of time it took you to snap back to look at the replay said it all.
Anyway, Kabir trying around the wicket.
Full toss into an awkward spot, and it runs quickly off the bat for a 4. This one's probably going to be fairly tight on the no ball front.
I'd like to see the side on here if you got it. It looks about butt height, doesn't it, on butt?
It does.
But I'm not sure if we've got the replay. Yes, we do. Let's have a look. I just got a feeling this is how he played it. I'm calling that.
Yeah, off a fast bowler. that deep in the crease.
Oh, he's going to get away with it. Well, maybe not. Here comes the arm. Maybe one more look. Stefan's got to feel like the bowler got really unlucky, so maybe he deserves a bit of luck, but of course he's not going to get it. And the butt will strike back with a free hit. No ball called. Right call, I think. Again, benefit of the doubt to the batters on those ones. But 2 wrongs may have made a right in this case.
Well, it is a free hit for the Golden Butt.
I've been censored. Oh, there we go. My mic's back. They're trying to censor me. Freebie.
Not a bad ball from Kabir. Butt tries to preempt, swing it to the leg side. No contact. Oh, the Helsinki Titans, 12 runs off the first half of this over. It feels like the temperature's just dropped a little bit in the last minute or two, hasn't it, Max?
There's also a non-zero chance this game could get washed out. Just saying. Waiting for the updated table to be confirmed, but got my own numbers.
Already a little bit of drizzle starting outside as Butt goes straight down the ground. And thought that was not too far from our commentary box, but fortunately he's carried the tent. Pretty nice strike.
That's camera adjacent. But actually at bottom of the fence. We actually drove up and noticed where that road is because we drove in on it earlier in the day. And yeah, if there's a really big hit, then that's traffic. I think we had one go over yesterday.
Trying to retrieve that ball. That it's been a big strike. The rain has just started to come down a little bit harder here at Kerava. The umpires just, the players all sort of standing around for the moment.
Yeah, again, looking at there's so many scenarios I'm looking at. That's the thing. But if you look at kind of what the result would be if it was a washout, I mean, that's no good for the Titans because they're on 7 points and Dark Knights are on 9. Actually, that is the way that Dark Knights could finish second, is if it's a washout. And we've got some rain, it's squally, and as you can see, while that ball's being found, the Golden Butt has left the arena and everyone's going with him. So Helsinki Titans, yeah, they want to play. They need to win. If they win, they're in. Any other result, they're out. So, in a way, this suits the Dark Knights, but they're playing so well, they probably wouldn't want to settle for second place. They'd love the chance to beat the Helsinki Titans fair and square and take top spot and the double chance. But that's basically where we're at the moment after only 4 balls. Titans 18 without loss, and the players have left the field due to another shower, and that's been the story of the day, really.
Well, if this goes down to a sort of relatively small reduced overs game, Vinny, at least if you're the Helsinki Titans, you've started very, very well of that first over.
True.
So if we think about this could be a 3 or a 4 over game, depending on what happens with the weather in the coming sort of 30 to 45 minutes. They've at least put themselves in a good starting point.
Yeah, true. But yeah, just a frustrating kind of a day, isn't it? And finally, we had enough clear rain. It was probably a good hour and a half where we haven't had too much rain at all that's allowed us to get back on the park. But yeah, unfortunately, they're not live pictures. Unfortunately, of course, we just saw the players going off, and understandably so. So what we might do, and I'm sure I'll get told, but we were halfway through a classic game that involved the Helsinki Titans, actually, before we came back for the live action, that 3-over game, of course, in match number 9. And by the way, how important that might have turned out to be with that win for the Dark Knights, because otherwise they would have found themselves in 3rd place, and a washout actually would have put them out of the tournament. But they've now got those extra points, the extra couple of points for the win, that basically mean that they are ahead of the Titans, and therefore, if there is no result in this game, it will go. It'll be the Titans out. It's a brutal format, actually. The 5 start the group, and 2 days later, 3 teams are cut. So, just waiting to see if we're ready to go. I love those pictures, though. It's a bit of a tease, though, because those pictures are from the weekend when the weather was obviously a little bit more kind. And so, I'm just waiting for any further updates. But I want to say a big apologies to everyone again once again, but again, the weather is out of our control. But looks like what we will do at this stage is that the covers are coming out. Is that we will go to the second half for Classic match. Just waiting to hear if it's ready to go. But in this game, it was basically the 5 versus 6 game to stay alive in the ECL 22 Group A. It's the 4th day of a 5-day group, and the format was that the bottom 2 teams, only one of them could survive, and then they would have to survive again, and that will go to finals day. So it was tough. And in this one, Star CC had actually not registered a win, and in the first inning, Star CC, they batted first. They made 118. So Helsinki Titans basically, in a way, a bit like this game, they were playing to survive in the tournament. So we're going to take you back now to that classic game from the 10th of February 2022 in ECL 22. We'll let you know as soon as we have any news. By the way, a bit of a note in the chat. Some people think that since Derek has been axed or retired, it seems to be raining a lot, and they think there's maybe a correlation between the two.
I mean, if you were Derek and you were trying to bring some sort of retribution for your exit for the coverage, it's not a bad way to do it.
Yeah, good point. Anyway, we'll leave that with you. Keep the chat coming. I'll keep an eye on it when I can. We will take a break from live action, take you back to 2022, and this classic match between Helsinki Titans and Star CC of Luxembourg at ECL 22, with the Titans chasing 119 to stay alive in the European Cricket League. Hopefully some good news soon, live from Finland.
Hello and welcome back to the Bet the Ball European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. This is where 30 national club champions from each of their countries in Europe have come together here for the next 6 weeks at this beautiful setting in the host city of Malaga, the town of Cartama, at the Cartama Oval, to battle it out to see who will be the kings of Europe. The reigning and current champions, BOC Rotterdam, will also return to defend the title that they won in 2019. Remember, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, 20 and 21 was postponed, but we are back bigger and better. And what a match this is. Star yet to win a game. 118 on the board, 119 needed for victory. First ball, and the man that I was saying I think could be key, Shiva Baramania, coming on to bowl. And, gets this one more or less in the right place. It's dragged out to long on. I'll just tell you about the 2 men that they've got outside the circle, and they've gone for long on, quite a wide long one actually, and mid wicket to be back. I think they believe that's going to be a few cross the line shots being played, button off the mark, and a good move I think this from the Titans. Ahad Qureshi up the order, and he goes big, and that's why he's up there to hit the Maximos. First ball, 6 runs, no trouble, no messing. For the last time we saw him with the bat, it was, well, the team didn't win, they lost to Swanholm, but he was the only man who made a contribution, 55 of 24 deliveries, helping Helsinki to a score of 109 of the 10, but they did fall 23 runs short. Starts with a 6, and this time along the ground, but picked up by Harpal. No run there. And look out for that short interview I did with Harpal on the social network, and he showed us some of his dancing moves. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Oh, this could be close. And a big appeal. I'd like to see this again. It's pretty full, and oh yeah, good call. Just going on to miss the leg stick. See that again here. You can clearly see the leg stump there. It gets pretty low. I think that's why Shiva was sure he maybe had his man. Similar delivery, but a different result. 1 bounce, 4 runs this time, and They have opted to have the mid-wicket back as opposed to long off and long on. Remember, can only have the two, and I'm just wondering with the shots that have been played so far, if this is the line that's going to be bowled by Shiva Bala, you might as well have the two men straight back. But no, he's opted to bring long on into the circle. So long off goes back. Mid-wicket stays where he is. Takes his time. Darts this one in full. Good delivery. End of the over. And the score stays at 11 off the first. And that's where I think the Titans will want to be staying more or less for at least the first half of the innings. They know that the acceleration can come, but they've got to be wary. They know they need to keep those wickets in hand. These two are one of the key batters, of course, but has been in extraordinary form. Though he has sometimes given his wicket away when he looks set to go onto a big score. Full toss, and oh, he's in trouble here, and he could be out. I think he may be gone. I think the umpire will have to go upstairs. I'm not sure he was quite in the right position. Let's have a look at this. I think the bat's come out of the hand here. And let's see it again. Oh, real confusion. And the throw could have been better, to be honest, but the batter was so far out. Oh, well, we're going to have to... Was that hand in contact with the bat here? I think he just about made it. Yeah, just made it. Because you see, just comes off there. How close is that? You don't get closer.
That is so lucky. Have we got that one more time? I'd love to see that again. Because is his hand holding the bat?
But what about that throw?
It's not even touching the bat. It has to be holding the bat.
Yeah.
Let's freeze frame the exact moment that the stumps go over. We'll see here. And I think he's just got a loose grip on the bat.
Just very, very close.
Wow.
But it was that throw. I mean, it was such a soft throw back from Thumar. If he just put a bit
one
more
frame
in.
later, he's out. There's a moment.
Yeah.
But is he running or diving for his crease? Well, then you'd probably say he's already made his ground, so he's already made it. But that was no ball, by the way. So free hit coming up.
Well, there you go.
Oh.
I thought it was close.
What a moment early on. Anyway, I'm back.
And this could be another one. He could be off here when the ball has gone to the boundary. That is 6. That is big, and it has been called. And I think he's going to have to come off because that's the laws of the game. 2 no balls, and you're off. So he would have had his first and final with the first one.
Yeah, the umpire's going to have to come together here, and I think he might know it. This one,
oh dear.
It's chest high. It's going to be another free hit coming up. Oh, well, after a very, very good start, just wheels falling off for Star CC in his second over. And Rahul Shah hasn't even bowled it. A legitimate delivery, and I think that he'll be off now because they carry a warning, don't they? It's full high deliveries. It's deliveries that, because of their pace and direction, are likely to cause safety issues.
Yeah, look, I think if I'm wearing my umpire's cap, you've got to sometimes use common sense. If the ball generally slipped out of the bowler's hand and it ends up being a high full toss, or if it's not really dangerous, you could probably not give the warning. And in that situation, you'd probably turn around and say, yeah, okay, you're fine because I'm letting you off the first one. But I think those two, in my opinion, he would have been given a warning after the first one, and you may find that he'd be off here.
And notwithstanding, they got cracked about 90 metres. And, well, let's see what the result is.
Well, that surprises me.
Honestly, it does. I don't think it's got to be in the batsman's vicinity. That's basically what the rule is.
That surprises me.
They were. You know how I know that? The ball disappeared for 6. Anyway.
That surprises me.
I do not understand that at all.
Well,
Shah takes a bag of wickets.
Very lucky man.
Now,
well, this is going to be a free hit. And it is a free hit, and it goes all the way. Well, I'll tell you what, that's 6 more. Well, maybe it's the batsman that's saying to the umpire, no, keep him on, please, sir, because I want some more. 6 more, big hit.
It's an expensive first ball. It's gone for 14. He's now the proud owner of an economy rate of 84 runs and over. It's just not what you need. But anyway, that'll do with the no balls and free hits. Let's see if we can settle in. He's got a break here, Rahul Shah.
Tries to play this far too early. Got to be a little bit sensible here now, but look, this has been a good over for them. The last thing you want to do is turn it into a bad ball by giving your wicket away. You don't need to do it. They're well on the way.
Yeah. Funny things happen in this game, this format of the game.
Better delivery from Shah, trying to redeem himself. I think Butt there does the right thing, quite happy just to get in line with that one plate. Straight, on drive.
I've got to admit, I don't like that rule at this level. I'd like to see them get 2 warnings, then taken off, and just give warnings for everything. So it's not so brutal. I give warnings for anything that's kind of on the pitch.
Shot, 6 more. Balle. Manos arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Así me gusta.
Big hit, really big hit. It's a length ball. This over. It's already gone magical. There's 2 balls left. Could go supersonic the way it's going at the moment.
Oh, and could have been a good crowd catch there. Chance. Oh, goes down. And, well, he had time, didn't he, to get into position. It looked like he had done. And it was one of those, just in and out.
Yeah, Ballas reminded. When you've gone for 20 plus in your first 4 balls, this needs to be caught. Just could have changed the direction of this match as it is. These 2 batters looking very, very comfortable. Last ball of the over coming up.
And this is another one that's going to go all the way over. It's all power hitting. The fireworks have started in this over number 2 in this eliminator. And they're coming off the bats of both of these batters. They've had a little bit of fun. And that was, well, Ghulam Ahmed's bat. He doesn't need any introductions. He hits it big. He's a strong hitter of the ball. That's another one. That's out of here. 6 more. And what a fantastic over that was. 2 overs gone. 39 on the board.
Oh, that over went for 28 runs. 14 of them off first ball, 14 off the next 5. Here's the table. You see, these 2 teams had their struggles, didn't they? Although you have to say the Titans, so that net run rate shows they were quite competitive. Just an average loss margin of 6 runs across all matches.
Yeah, we've just dropped short. Still got to stop it. They'll take the single.
This is Shiva Balasubramanian, who's the man that dropped that catch in the last over. I think you'd have to say about the Helsinki Titans, you're going to have to get through these 2, and then probably a couple of others, but you're going to have a bad time if you don't get rid of them. Already they got that rate down from 12 and over to 10 and over.
Delivery, darts that one in, good length. Does vary his pace pretty well, doesn't he, Shiva?
This is something I thought of last year, actually. Very good point there about Shiva, but just going back to the last over, ECS thinking, never mind removing the bowl. I think the side was more than adequately punished by keeping him on.
And this is an opportunity. Oh, no. 6 runs. And it's not the first time that man has been in the war zone there. And it's Vishwanath. That's his position. He's either very good or he's very bad. I know he's moving here, but he needs to take the one. More importantly, he's got to stop it going over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, it just clangs it, doesn't he? Oh, that hurts as well. So a couple of chances going down the power play here.
That's not a good delivery. It's short, it's horrible, and that's going to be 6 more. Raining boundaries at the moment here at the Cardamom Oval, and smiles on the faces of the Helsinki boys, because at this rate, they look like they're going to survive this first eliminator.
Well, Harrison Ward, I think it was a game on Monday where he had to signal 28 of the 36 deliveries at his end. So he's getting a good arm workout this morning.
It's firmly hit. 50 already on the board. This will take it to 54. Ball to go in this over.
But going back to the warnings, we're thinking maybe the umpire should ask the batter, do you want this guy off or not? But then I think it's something that probably shouldn't be in the batter's hands. Create a bit of bad blood.
Or more.
Yeah, just boundary after boundary at the moment. Balasubramanian's fed that leg side, hasn't he? And this partnership is up and away. It's a very, very healthy power play. Just what you want when you're chasing what I think is slightly above a par score. But this power play shows that Helsinki are well in control of this match.
Yeah, look, I think Vijay Kumar's missed a trick here. I mean, He wasn't the best first over receiver. I know he normally does give you something. And when you've got somebody like Madden there, I think before it gets too bad, you bring him on. I mean, that second over from Sharp was horrendous. 39 of 2. I think you go with somebody who can give you something, and it has to be Madden. It looks like they're turning him to him now. But, well, with the opposition almost halfway there already, it could be a little bit too late. I think you should have gone with him for the third over. So it's been an excellent power play. The Titans, 58.
Lots of good spots to go around this ground as well. Do you ever get out and have a look around? It's actually quite amazing. Here's Madden.
Bowl just paces away. And they're in a position now, aren't they, Vinny, the Titans, where, I mean, they'll know all about Madden. He's a key player for the Star. And I think in their mind, I don't think they will, because I know the way they play the game, but they can afford to be just a little bit cautious and see Madden off.
Yeah, I think it's half-hole time. Get him in. You've got to gamble, roll the dice.
Yeah.
Throw him something different. That seems to always be my solution, though, when I'm watching Star CC.
Going for the big one, and it should be taken. Oh, no. Well, what about that? What can you say about that? It's the same man again. I think this has hit Schiefer on the head. He has actually headed this into the net. I hope he's okay. Well, he seems okay. But look, if you don't take your catches, then you're going to struggle. But this is incredible. Well, only on the European Cricket Network will you see things like this.
Yeah,
well, when I say you've got to use your loaf, I don't mean about this.
Yeah, it's off the noggin. Pretty solid contact as well. The skull of Balasubramanian. And they might just have to go check him out. Well, I mean, he feels like he's all right. He's saying that was on a good hard bit of the head. He's not too bothered. Tell you what, I'm so happy it didn't hit his glasses. I mean, seriously, all jokes aside, Balasubramanian, well, he's dropped catch in the second over. He had one dropped off him on the third. And then he's headed one for 4 in the fourth. Wow.
Firmly hit. That's a tremendous shot. Oh, that's a beauty. Oh, what an on-drive this is. Absolute perfection. He's nailed this. And, well, this timing and placement here was epic. Madden going for the Yorker. It's got to be disheartening, though, isn't it? I mean, Madden knows he should have had a wicket. Could have been 3, or should be perhaps 3 wickets in this match already. Unfortunately, Shivet's dropped 2. Vishwanath as well. Goes Madden once more. And, well, where's this one going to end up? And this one has been taken as cool as a cucumber. Well, Vishwanath, I just mentioned his name. He did drop one, but he's taken this one. He gets the first wicket, and you can see he's not impressed. Emotionless. And, well, you just get the feeling, I know what he's thinking, I know what he's feeling, but they've still got to be up for this. They've got to believe. Now they've got that 1 wicket. Well, the wickets could tumble. They're that sort of side. The Titans, it can be all boom, boom, bang, bang, 6-6, or it could be wicket, wicket. They've got to still believe. They're still in this match.
Yeah, things can change really quickly, no doubt about it. Certainly, it's been a lightning start. I mean, they're well over halfway where they need to be. Just the 4th over. Finally, one is taken. Vishwanath is the man that takes the catch. Remove the golden butt for 33 off a dozen deliveries. And it's 67 for 1.
So Madden does get the wicket. Here comes again. Oh, this is nicely played. Intelligent cricket. He knows the third man's up. He knows there's nobody there. And he plays this very beautifully. Well, what a way to start. Delightful shot. And it's quite amazing. I know that I was speaking to some of the boys, and I know the other day some of the Tunbridge Wells guys from the UK, and they were saying what they can't believe is the way that some of these batters, they come in, and from the very first ball, they're in the zone. They're seeing it so big. There's nothing like playing yourself in. Lovely shot that from the captain, Pustai.
That's a good start for him.
Little movement beforehand and places out onto the onside. Bit of work to be done.
Yeah, it's a risky shot in a way. I mean, that's crashing into middle and off if he misses that. So it would have been LBW, but he doesn't miss it. Trust his surface. At the end of 4 overs, pretty good start. It's 72 for 1. Very, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching around the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandhu with you, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fulp. And Rico, well, how are you seeing this tournament? How about you? Because I was asked Okay, who's going to win the week? Tunbridge Wells, they finished second. ACT, they went up there, Drew.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else. What do you think? How are you feeling at this stage?
Look, I'm very impressed with the way the Tigers are playing, the team from Austria, Austrian Tigers. But I just think, and the feeling that I have, I think Tunbridge Wells, they'll be hurting. They're going to hurt from that defeat yesterday. And I think that's going to make them better and stronger. And I think they're going to come out and show us what they can do. And I still believe they'll go on and win the group.
Yeah, maybe it's a loss they had to have just to let them know what's possible. As this one is clipped away, just a single. Talking about what's possible, I wouldn't have said yesterday was possible though. That was enlightening for me as well. Because, as you know, both of us, we commentated well over 1,000 matches now on ECN. Yeah. And I don't think we've ever seen anything like that from Drew.
No. It's the speed that it happened at, really. Full toss, not a good delivery. And I think it will be signalled wide, will be 2 wides there. The keeper's done pretty well to get something on this. It could have been 5.
He's a good keeper. Good leg side stumping yesterday. I was watching Matapali. Yeah, 13 minutes of madness. That's what I was calling it yesterday. 13 minutes is how long Drew took to dispose of the English. They'll be hurting.
I mean, 13 is the number as Desai, the captain, comes into bowl again. Battle off the captains. A bit of respect between the two there. I mean, I think I said at the coin toss, well, Tunbridge Wells have been 100% record so far. Was 13 going to be the unlucky number?
Yeah, you know what?
And it was because it was
specific. I'm going to make your head spin here. First, I'll wait for this delivery, which is driven away. Dancing Harpole. Can't really find the handle. That'll be one. If you want to be really more specific, it was actually 13 minutes and 13 seconds in match 13 that the innings went for.
Seriously? Honestly?
It was.
You're not making this up now. I know what you like.
Go and check it. 13 minutes, 13 seconds.
Wow.
Decide.
Firmly struck. Work for Vishwanath to do here. And Dutswell just smothers it, almost creeps through. Now, what would do we know?
Fancy points just for touching the ball. Then Vishwanath is my player of the tournament because he's always in the hot spot.
I tell you what, all right. You know, the ball follows him around. He's made a few clangers, but he's been good. As he played, that's all they've got to do here. They don't take every ball to the boundary. What were the numbers on the shirts of the batters off Drew in that match? One of them weren't 13 by any chance, were they?
No.
Or was the combined number 13? We need to look into that.
He had 8 and 4, 12.
Ooh. Okay.
All right. Throws that. Well, you numerologists out there.
In the air, and that one is over Vishwanath. It's a nice shot, beautifully timed, and not going for the power, it's just all timing. And the Helsinki Titans, they've made the most of the luck that's come their way. Well, you can't really call it luck, I suppose. It's the gifts that have been wrapped up and given to them. If you don't take your catches in these crucial matches, then you're gonna suffer. And we've seen some amazing catching already, but Stars, that's one side they let themselves down. I mean, but he's the first wicket that fell, 33 off 12 though. But well, you can see there that Ahad Qureshi is doing what he did well. He's still there, 39 of 14, key player.
Yeah, sure is. Having a great week, isn't he, Qureshi? New bowler, Shivkaran Gill.
Asking the question, the wicketkeeper is really up for it. Well, he was doing the old bungalow there, was Manipelli. And in the end, Suleiman Saeed, he took his time and decided, yep, you got to go. Shuffles across.
My instinct was height.
And
height's okay.
I think that's okay. I think it's that he's gone right in front. He goes back, hits him. Yeah, I think
not going over, is it?
No, I think that's a good call.
I thought it hit him a bit higher than it actually did. I got the benefit of the replay. I think it's out.
Yeah, that's out.
It hits him in line. It's going on. And that was kind of what I talked about last over. You're taking a bit of a risk if you're shuffling across, trying to flick it away, and it's all well and good. And when you're hitting the ball, and that one, he missed out. And the bowler, Gill, gets his first wicket. Hasn't conceded a run yet. As the captain, Puste, goes for 8, and it's 84 for 2.
Yeah, good bit of bowling there from Gill. Gill's, Gill and Madden, you've got to say that they are the key players for Star. They're the ones that, if one of them scores the runs, they've got a chance. And Gill now trying to do it with the ball and single here. I mean, they're just going to they can afford to be a little cautious. That's the advantage of getting a good power play in. I mean, it means that when you get if you get a good bowler bowling really well, in your mind you can say, well, you know what? I don't have to take them on. I don't have to give my wicket away.
Yeah.
I can play cautiously.
Exactly right.
And, well, there's nothing cautious about this. This is gone. Ginna Sona Shakalagya.
Tanner delivered job again. This man is combustible. Khan Qureshi. He's setting this innings on fire. Honestly, you have to feel they have to fall over to lose from here. A lot of shouting going around the ground, but they're running out of runs to play with the Luxembourg team. And this one's going to be 4 more. And this is all about placement, Rico. He just got the length he wanted. And at the pace of Gill, I think that Qureshi, at the moment he's seeing them, a bit like those giant balls all around the ground. He moves to 49 off only 16 balls. And now only 24 runs required for victory. And it goes under a runner ball for the first time.
Yes, and Gill has got to get this outside the off. And he doesn't. He's put it there for the drive again. And that brings the 50 up. Well batted to Ahad Qureshi. And that's back-to-back 50s for him. And he certainly is the man in form. And he's the one that the other teams have to try and get at. And he does it all in his stride, doesn't he? And the big, strong man. But he uses his head very well as well. That's the way to do it. Just stroking it around here.
Tell you what this says as we get to the end of the 6th over. It's 97 for 2. But, you know, sometimes you have to be flexible in your plans. Sometimes you're forced to make changes. Sometimes I think there's strategic changes you can make. I think Qureshi, they batted him higher and higher and higher because he's having a good week.
Yeah.
And, okay, sometimes it's a bit of a gamble, putting someone in against a new ball that maybe bats in the middle order. But this has been a masterstroke to get him up there, back into the lineup, back up the top of the order with Ghulam Abbas Bart. And he's raced to half century, 6 big 6s and 2 4s in that innings, only 17 balls. Facing up.
And, unfortunate there. And it certainly was a run there. I'm not sure. You've got to listen to the call, and that's one. Well, if you're learning the game, if the non-striker is yelling at you, go, 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 you go.
Yeah.
Especially when it goes behind there.
I don't think you're that impressed with Sahid Ullah Kamal not taking off there.
It's played and missed outside the off, and that's the reason you see. You can see that Qureshi, he's the man in form, 50 not out. And if he's saying to you, take the single, I'm on my way, then I think Zahidullah Kamal has to respond. He doesn't, and that means we've just seen 2 dot balls here in a tighter match. This could be crucial. And the police standing up. Low strike this time. They will get the single. It gets the big man, Ahad Qureshi, back on strike. Run a ball required here now. Stranger things have happened though. A couple of wickets, especially the wicket of Qureshi. Things can change. Slower delivery, he toe-hands this, and this could be the wicket of Qureshi. Will they take this one? They do. And that is an important wicket. And Shiv Karan Gill takes the catch. And, well, he wasn't able to make an impact with the bat. Taking a wicket in his over and now taking that catch. It just gives them belief. And it just means now they've got a new batter coming in. And don't forget that Kamal has only just gone out there. He doesn't look that confident just yet. So maybe keep it tight, take your catches. Who knows?
Sensing a twist here. I mean, it seems a bit far gone for me, but yeah, still, I think that he's done his job. Got them in a great position to go through to the second eliminator against Farnholm later on tonight. He goes for 50 even. The score is 98 for 3.
Not bad, he gets a round of applause. I suppose there's 1 or 2 would think, come on, you should have saw it home. That's certainly the way I would be thinking, I think, especially when it's just run the ball required. Just putting a little bit extra pressure now on the batters that are going out there. And it's Nelson Cherry who goes out. And, misses his first ball from the opposition captain. Good over this one, Vijay Kumar. So, in fact, the last 2 overs have been good. The wickets have come from him.
ball of the over.
Chance taken is another. Game on. And that's what they needed. And the team from Luxembourg are back in this match. It's exactly what I was talking about. You have to believe. Just go back to that shot, probably, I don't know, a couple of overs ago, when that man there, Vishwanath, took the catch, and you could see even it was the first wicket, there was no celebration. It was almost a case of, yeah, it don't matter. Well, you have to believe. I said that at the time. They did believe. They got the big man out first, and that was Qureshi after making 50, and now another. So all of a sudden, they're in this match, and they've got the voice back as well. Are we going to see something incredible here?
Well, I mean, we have seen some crazy things. I mean, I saw a team that needed 12 off 15, then lose 8 wickets for 4 runs and lose a match comfortably, including 5 wickets in the last over in a row. Nalan Sherry has to go for a duck. Disappointing for him. He found the fielder. And Helsinki Titans just got the wobbles. A tournament is on the line. Score is 98 for 4. 7 overs down now. We'll look ahead in a moment.
Thuma coming on to bowl his first. He's got to be spot on. Can't be bowling anything loose.
Gets a break there. That would have been a wide, I think. But it gets punched for 1. Hey, guess what? Coming up, we have more top 3 action. It's playoff number 2. And guess who's back? It's Tunbridge Wells. They return after that mauling from Dreux yesterday. The French champions, they take on Austrian Cricket Tigers, who they disposed of pretty easily a couple of days ago. This is another one of those matches to determine the seeding.
It's one bounce, pick up for Vishwanath, takes another single. And, I'm just thinking here, Vinny. Well, let's talk about this first.
I was just talking about the toss result. ACT winning the toss bowling first, which might seem a bit strange. I think Tunbridge Bells won a bat, but ACT didn't bat well first when they had to bat against them the other night. Plus, Tunbridge Wells, they did lose batting first, although I do think it's a slightly different lineup. You might notice Marcus O'Riordan's back in there. I think Chris Williams will be up top of the order. Yeah, right here, right now. I mean, this game's come alive slightly, hasn't it?
Certainly has. But look, you see the situation. Singles will win this. Get that field in. Put the pressure on. There's no pressure on this onside at all. Be another wide. You can't be bowling wides. It's the second wide in the over as well. Look, get them in. Get them in. Put the pressure on. There's too many men deep on the onside. It's a single every time, and that's all they need. You need wickets. Get the people in. Put the pressure on, and let them know we're still in this match.
Just keep scoring. No dots. That's what you're thinking right now. No risks, no dots.
Short. And, well, good back at this. Good commitment there from Vishwanath. Even though he knew that was going to be stopped by Declan Madden, he just made sure backing him up. But you see, that's a classic example. Somebody inside the ring in there, mid-wickets inside. There's no run there. That's a dot.
Exactly right.
And this one, Harpal Singh takes the catch. Another one bites the dust. And it's another fielder that's inside the ring. Bring them in. Take the catches. Keep the pressure on. And they're starting to believe here.
Oh, you called it. You said the catch might go to the infield. They weren't really hitting the ball that well. And just had a lot of hang time, this one. Just loses his shape slightly. Went high in the air. Harpal, well, I think this one is one that he kind of hugs to him more than catches in his hands, but it'll do. See that one? Almost got away. Harpal, he's hit 2 tenths to dance at the moment.
Ooh,
but
it bobbled.
It was, and it tried to get away. And so I always think, Rico, if there's more runs required than balls remaining, the fielding team always has a chance. Because there's always a chance of getting a couple of wickets, getting new batters to the crease, and it's not easy, even at run-a-ball pace. If you're in there, you're nervous, you know your tournament's on the line. Arjunan, unfortunately for him, he goes for just 1. And the score is 103 for 5.
Yes, and they're still not bringing anybody in on that onside, you know. I really don't believe that. I think you've got to do this. It's the only way you're going to get these wickets, because these batters, you know, the captain is saying to them, don't go out there to play big shot, just take the single, just take the single. That's what the captain's saying, because he wants to win this. Doesn't care when they win it, he wants to win it.
And you're hoping for a couple of dots here on Adnan Saeed, 2 to come in this over.
Catch shot, oh, watch the spin, no, he doesn't do it. But fortunately, it would just stay 1. Well, it just wasn't alert there for me. I think this is an opportunity, Vinny.
See, ones are a tie at the moment for me. It turns out to be a 1. A 2's so much more useful than a 1 because it just gets you a bit closer. It's all about eliminating the dots. So last ball of the over. How's Zahidullah Kamal feeling? Of course. Just whack a big 6 out of the ground.
Oh, wow. I mean, you've got to be looking too here. They just take an easy single. What an opportunity there. That's the 4th catch, I think, that's gone down. And this one, this could have been so important. He's hit it pretty well, in fairness. But
Yeah. Didn't have time to set his hands, did he, really? You see, just kind of bangs the cymbals together. That's all he could do because it was coming at him pretty quick. And again, if that stuck, I mean, imagine what that would have done to Star CC. But they do get the single. It's 8 overs down, 105 for 5. And Star CC still in the match, but they're going to have to have a really tight 9th over, you feel, with 14 required off the last 12 deliveries.
it does underline, though, one thing that we talked about earlier, that with these teams, I mentioned the Titans at the time. I think I mentioned Drew, and maybe also the same applies to the Tigers. As we see this first delivery in the air. Where's this going to end up? It's up in the air. Wicket keeper takes a comfortable catch. It's another wicket. Oh, dare they believe that they can pull this one out of the hat? Well, I tell you what, the Helsinki Titans now and their camp, they are not going to be very happy with the situation here. Another one bites the dust. Zahidullah Kamal has to go. The next batter that's coming in here now is going to be very, very nervous indeed. The pressure here is on.
Yeah, I mean, he got away with one last ball last over, didn't he? But he doesn't get away with this. And the wickets are raining in the last 3 or 4 overs. They've been falling all the time. And look, from 6, 7, and 8, and now first ball of the 9th over, they've lost 5 wickets. And Kamal has to go for 6 off 9 balls, 105 for 6. It's high pressure environment.
Martin, could he be the hero? I did say to you, didn't he, when he was walking off, I said, remember that number 12? He made 49, and I knew he was going to be charging in and play a part in this match. 2 for 14. These next 5 deliveries are going to be crucial. 14 required. And that will be one of them. And pressure is on, you can see. Nervous energy from the batters. Sort of thought about the second there. What a situation.
See, I said ones were a tie a second ago.
Yeah.
I think ones now have quite a lot favour the fielding team because it just keeps that gap intact. 3 between runs and balls.
Chance! Oh!
Go for 2
Harple
here.
diving forward, trying to get there. Good throw here, he could be in trouble. He may be in trouble. I think he may be short here. Could this be another one? And I said there's nervous energy there between these batters, and that's what they were trying to do first time. I don't think it was on. This one I didn't think is on. You don't go in a misfield. Here's the throw. Keep an eye on the
I'm going
back.
to call it. I think he's gone. I don't think he's making this. Good night. Oh, yeah, he's gone here. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. This is, well, great work. Another one goes.
A really good dive from Wahid Qureshi, who really couldn't have done much more. It was a dicey one. They had to execute this perfectly, but it was a bounce throw straight to the bowler, and he's going to get the message. And I'm sure he's going to get the message soon. And we'll try and freeze frame this for you from that side on camera, but there's a clear shot of this. I mean, the bowler has the ball. There's no problem here, and we'll stop it there, and he's gone. So Wahid Qureshi is going to have to go. And there's the signal, and Luxembourg, will they breathe again? Well, I thought they could get that wicket that they wanted there with the catch. He got through Harpal, but in the end, they pull a wicket out of the fire. Anyway, so 1 and a wicket as this game tightens even further. 107 for 7.
Oh, this is sensational stuff. Who would have thought at 5 overs when it was 84 for 1, chasing 119 for victory, that this is where we're going to be at. And this is the beauty of what we got here. This is European cricket at its best. I always say it's a frenzy of action, entertainment, and also drama. And it's drama that we have here now. What a match we got on here. And you know what? I think in this situation, I think this is suiting Stars. Dare I say it, I think Stars are in the better position to pull this out the hat.
Hold your horses. I won't say that just yet. I'd say it's in the balance. I mean, it's 12 off 9. And one skewed boundary, 1-6. It'll change things very quickly. It's Madden.
Oh, that's unlucky. That is really unlucky.
Is it smart, though, to bang it in? I mean, you risk a lot of things, and this is one of them. I know the lower order don't like the short stuff, but this is the kind of thing that might happen. Adnan Saeed gets a bit lucky, but I think for me, that's on the bowler. I think that's the kind of length where you can create that kind of result. And it might get a wicket, but the risk is high. And now that takes it back down to run a ball, 8 off 8.
Who bowls the last over, Vinny? Who bowls the last? Do you give it back to Gil? Gil's only bowled one, I believe.
Go to my notes. See if they got it at their disposal.
That was a big stroke of luck there. The Nelson. And you know what they say about the Nelson? Anybody standing on one leg? Ooh, top ball, gold dust.
It's really handy. So that's where I think he should have been. That's where he should have been. The poor fork. Uh-oh. I've got the tingle. Anybody? Golden ball tiebreak. Got two quite new batters at the crease. And so if we do have a tie at the end of regulation time, there will be a golden ball unique to the ECN. 2 runs will be required by the batting team for 1 additional delivery.
And it's another. Oh, Star Cricket Club from Luxembourg yet to win a match, finishing bottom of the round robin. Are they going to pull off an amazing shock here?
No way. Sure, they can't do this, can they? I mean, I told you in Sweden we saw a team lose 8 wickets for 4 runs to lose a match where they were cruising with 8 wickets in hand. I mean, this is an epic collapse, isn't it? I mean, they were 84 for 1, and so now they've lost 7 wickets for 27. But more specifically, they were 98 for 2. So that means they've lost 6 wickets for just 13 runs here.
Yeah, and you know the other thing, I think the man that they've just gotten out, Saeed, I think if there was anybody in that lower end order that could get them there, I think it was him. Because I know he's a nice stroke player. Yeah. You can see what he's trying to do there. I think he's probably gone for the right shot, just hasn't got it right. And look at that. That bench tells you a story. They're concerned.
Yeah, rightly so.
They are really concerned.
Rightly so, because, you know, we're going to the last over now. It's 111 for 8, and 8 runs are required off the last over. And, well, thankfully, that's the end of the over, so the new batter won't have to face Bhatia, who I bet that he wasn't expecting to strap the pads on at all. So 8 to win, and they are going for Ritvik Thumar to bowl the 10th over. Swing and a miss. Well, this really tightens up now. Woo. Because if you chew up a dot ball or two, then suddenly singles don't become enough, and you find yourself going for big shots. And if you don't make contact, it's big trouble. This is Zaki Kamal out there.
8.
You can either go for glory. You can either go for glory and hope for a good result, or you can chip away at it, chip away at it, chip away at it, take it down to the last ball. What would you do? Let us know in the chat.
The chat has gone crazy. They've gone crazy. Everybody's saying this is why they love this format of the game.
And you've only got 2 wickets to play with as well, so you can't give away runouts, you know? Wow, this is really tight. Thumar, it's been a revelation, 1 for 7. Oh, that hurts.
Well, that's all the good of that first ball being a dot.
This is tense.
7 off 5.
Shout out to Madapali. He's kept really well. It's again good take, good footwork from him behind the stumps. So effectively that's a single off the first ball.
This is why you never give up, no matter what sport you play.
Just got to score, I think.
Could be another wide.
My instinct was it was okay. I'll get a better look. This is what the umpire sees.
But, I mean, do you...
Oh, wow.
No. My arms are being... Look, I think that's a wide, but the batter's got to play it. That could be out. If it's straight, it could be gone.
Not out.
Not out, but no run. Dot ball.
That non-wide call hurts the Titans a lot. Because now we're looking at 7 off 3. It would be 6 off 4 otherwise. That's not out. I think it's missing. Just little things. Little things. 7 off 3. Now they need something to happen, the Titans.
Oh, no. No way. Oh, that is cruel. That is so cruel. That's the second time you saw 4 from Madden that went over the keeper, and now that one. Does that change it? This is really cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just shows you the luck element of it. I mean, in my opinion, I think that there should have been a wide call, but then they get the luck back. I mean, that's luck of the draw. The umpire, I guess, was 50-50 call, but at this time, they get a lucky 4. Now 3 runs will win it. 2 balls remaining. Golden ball, Tingle. Oh, dear.
Held on to it. So I wanted to scream, hold on to
Tory
it.
Rutgers, he called this. He said that Star could pull off an upset, and I know he wants the golden ball. So now if there's 2 off this ball, we're going to a tiebreaker.
Oh,
In an elimination match, a single isn't good enough for Helsinki. To at least stay alive in the game, they need 2. They can win it with a boundary.
great thinking there. Wicketkeeper goes back.
Yeah,
Good
why not?
thinking.
Why
Good
not?
thinking.
Yeah, smart play from Adipati, smart cricketer. All right, 2 for the golden ball, 3 to win.
Hits it hard.
They
They're
gotta
going to
go
run. We could be going to a golden ball here. It's going to be a golden ball, is it? Who's going to make it real? Oh, we got a golden ball. We go to a golden ball. Unbelievable. This is sensational. They're still alive. Both teams are still alive. We go to the golden ball, the first one in the Champions League of European cricket. The better ball, European Cricket League, golden ball coming to you live from the Cardamom Oval. Vinny.
Unbelievable scenes. Our first ever golden ball, and it comes in match 113 at this venue. That's a long time without a golden ball. Well, you knew that Aaron Bhatia, he wasn't expected to be out there, but he knew he had to get his skates on. They need 2 to tie. Had to be a perfect piece of fielding, and it wasn't a bad piece of fielding. Just took the ball away from the stumps. And so we're going to the golden ball. So let me take you through the golden ball tiebreaker. It's the first time we've had it in the European Cricket League. Now, in the event of a tie, which is what's happened here, the scores are locked at 118, 118. Then the batting team stays on, and they have to face one more delivery. Now, anyone can face that's not out. And there's not that many options because they've lost 8 wickets. So it's only going to be, I don't think it'll be number 11. It'll be either Zaki Kamal or Aaron Bhatia. Kamal is the man who's faced 6 deliveries. Bhatia hasn't faced it all. So I'm sure it'll be Zaki Kamal. Anyone can bowl it. And this is the question as well. Who's going to bowl it for Star CC? I think maybe Mudden is an option. The other thing is that with 8 wickets down, I think in this sense, it actually favours the bowling team quite significantly because you've run out of batters, and that's the reward you get for taking 8 wickets during the innings. And whoever the bowler is, they're going to be nervous. Basically, there's now 1 wicket in hand for the batters, and umpires and the tournament referee Rob Kemming coming together, just explaining. So there can't be a tie now. If it's 1, it's not good enough. 2 or more wins it for Helsinki.
Listen, a golden ball to decide an eliminator. I mean, it could not be. It's just 1 ball to decide whether you stay in or you go out, and they're loving it over there. Yeah. And well, look, they've got to be favourites. And who would you go for? Come on, who's going to bowl it?
Madden.
And I don't look at that. Who's going to Madden? Yeah, Madden. You've got
only
to go with
6
Madden.
came off the night. I think Rupert Tumar's bowled very well too. But I think Madden is their draw card, isn't he? He's their draw card. And I think you're hoping. I think your best result is a swing and a miss. I think my field is a 3rd man. I think I'm protecting behind the wickets. Yeah. And I think I'm trying to jam in a Yorker. I'm going to make them earn it. So the golden ball, how it works out. It's our 3rd golden ball, by the way. And we're only into week 2 of the season. But it's locked at 1-1 this year. We had 2 last week, I should say, in Gibraltar. And all time, there's been 26 golden balls. 11 have been won by the batting team, 15 by the fielding team. But the fielding team has come back a long way because the batting team won most of the first 10. I think it was 7-3 at one point. And they are going for Jatin Madan to bowl the golden ball. And it will be a very nervous Zaki Kamal that's trying to keep Helsinki Titans in the tournament. And he's going to need 2 runs to keep them alive in ECL 22.
Look where 3rd man is. Surely he's got to be back to a pace of Madden. Madden, 1 ball decides it. Who's going to go through? Who's going to be eliminated? Here's the ball. He plays and misses. It looks like Star are going to do it. This is unbelievable. Madden, he fist pumps the air. Star Cricket Club from Luxembourg. They have not won a match in this round robin stage. They finished bottom of Group A, but they have eliminated the Helsinki Titans in the most unbelievable of matches. Look at them. They're running onto the pitch. It's like they've won the final. It's like they're going to be lifting up the cup just now, but they haven't. But they've survived. They keep going. They survive. They're going to stay here. The Titans, they've entertained us. They've been good. They've been great, but they're going home.
Well, I said that Helsinki would have to fall over to lose, and they absolutely fell off a cliff in that chase. That is an incredible comeback from the men from Luxembourg. It's their first win in ECL cricket, and it comes, and look at the emotion as well. Oh, from the managers, that means so much, and they've played in great spirits. You know, they said it's about time we stopped winning hearts, and about time that we start winning matches, and this is the most dramatic of comebacks that you'll ever see in a cricket match, and we saw something quite amazing yesterday with Dreux, but this is another kind of highlight. It's a team that was dead. They were almost on the plane home, weren't they? And, well, you got to feel for Helsinki Titans as well. You know, their tournament comes to an end in disastrous circumstances. They will be feeling numb right now, but it's the men from Luxembourg. Stars, well, they are stars, aren't they? And we thought they were shooting out of the tournament. But they are very much alive. They'll take on Svanholm. And look, when you get a win like that, you just feel like anything is possible.
And look, this is... The scenes you saw there are so emotional and so touching. It just shows you what it means. And I'm just going to add to that. And I know we have a lot of young people watching here. And you've got to learn something from this. And that is you never give up. Never give up, not just in sport, but also in life. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what is thrown at you. Always keep your chin up and keep fighting. And if you do, you will have days like this. That's amazing. And my man, I said Madden is going to be key. He scores a run. He does the job with the ball, and then when it comes to the golden ball, he bowls the right delivery and take nothing away from Manipali as well. I think he was brilliant behind the stumps. And when you get matches like this, there are so many things that you can look back on. So many little things to say, was that the moment? Was this the moment? And I think for Star, the one moment for me, for them, is that they always believed they are a team. Doesn't matter what happens, rain or shine, they stay together, they always work hard, and they, well, on this occasion, they got the result. This was the golden ball.
That's what I thought they were going for, Martin, and hope that there's a swing and a miss, a little bit of an interruption in the middle of the pitch. Bit of a dangerous one, throwing the ball away as well, because, well, if you've been he's got a bit of pace about him. I think he is their draw card, and then I think that, well, you see the emotion, and Luxembourg, well, they have somehow done it. And, well, Corey Rutt, because he called an upset, and it's the best possible result for the Rutt, because he gets a golden ball win here in match 17, and it's Star CC that are going to go through.
Oh, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. European cricket at its best. Look, once again, congratulations to Star. They've survived. Look, they still got another huge match to come, because don't forget, that just means that they're going to go on and play another tough game that's going to be coming their way against Svanholm. So it doesn't get any easier for them, but they've done the first one. Who knows? Well, after that, they'll believe. And commiserations, of course, to Helsinki Titans. And everything was going their way, especially the halfway point. Well, at 6 overs, they were 97 for 2. But then it was that over from Desire where 4 wickets were taken. And they finished 98 for 4 at the end of 7. And, well, it was what I said, is when they lose those wickets at the top, they struggle, and they did struggle. Things didn't go their way. And, well, this is what it's all about. The emotions are just incredible.
I'm actually quite, I don't know what the word is, unsettled by that result. I mean, I didn't see it coming. And a bit like yesterday, where we didn't see the French just mauling the English in 3 overs, I didn't see this coming either. And yeah, when you see that they went 97 after 6 overs, then they'd only get 21 off the last 4. Yeah. And the wickets just kept tumbling. And look, even when it was going wrong, was going right. That was a run out, but not by much. You look at these, every single run was important at the end, wasn't it? Because the scores ended up tied. There was this one, and look, they held their catches, I think. I know they dropped plenty in the first couple of overs. 2 or 3. I think at one stage, Brother Subramanian was heading them over the boundary. But, in the end, they needed a bit of luck. They made 3 off 3. And then, well, they needed to get 2. Otherwise, they were going home at this stage. This is the last ball of regulation. And they snuck home. And so went to the first ever golden ball at the ECL. And it was a swing and a miss. Disappointment for Zaki Kamal. I think he knew as soon as that ball went past his bat. And it was going to be a long walk home for Helsinki Titans. But we've loved having him in the tournament. It's going to be really upsetting to say goodbye to some of their players like the Golden Butt, for example. But you'd have to say that these scenes are what the ECL is all about. It's the pinnacle of European club cricket. Very special, and very special for Star CC. Now they go through to eliminator number 2 later in the day. It's match 4. They'll have a couple of hours just to try and cool off and resettle. Svanholm will be taking them on in the second eliminator. Again, they will face another sudden death match, Star CC. So they need to try and control that emotion, try and channel it positively. Okay, deal with it, and then refocus for that match. But before then, we do have match 18, which is playoff number 2 between the top 2 teams.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of this day 2 of play and the last Group A action in this European Cricket Series in Finland. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And, well, it's going to be a dramatic finish because we do have a 3-over match. The rain stopped a little while ago, but then they were just assessing the field and both teams actually, to their credit, said, look, we want to play. You know, we've both got something to gain from this result and obviously plenty to lose if the result doesn't go their way or if the weather does intervene again. So let me just get you up to date with what's happening. This is match number 10. It's the last match of Group A with the BTCC Dark Knights taking on the Helsinki Titans. Now, the Titans batting first were 18 without loss after 4 balls when the rain came and forced the players off the field. We've had a break of around about, I'm going to say it was around about an hour or close to, and now we're going to get back on. It's a 3-over game, but remember, they've already played 4 balls of this first innings, and they're 18, the Titans. So they'll face the remaining 2.2 overs of their innings. Then there will be an adjustment with Duckworth Lewis. Now, why is that? It's because for the first 4 balls, they batted under the impression they had the whole 10 overs to bat. And so, yeah, mathematically, their score is going to get a little bit of a boost. I don't know how much. We'll find out at half-time. But then, of course, the BTCC Dark Knights will be chasing to stay alive in the tournament. And if they do, they actually go to top. But if they lose, they're out of the tournament because the winner of this game will progress to finals on Friday. If you've got any questions about that, I understand. Throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. So this is where we're at. The funny thing is, the theory of the added runs for the Duckworth Lewis is they would have batted more aggressively if they knew it was 3 overs. But you can't get too much more aggressive than 18 after 4 balls. Andrew Ryan joins me. We're in up for another 3-over thrash, Rhino, to finish day 2.
Sounds like an awkward disease, but either way, we'll go with it. I did mention at the after those 4 balls, Vinny, that actually their fast start would come in handy if this was a really, really reduced overs contest, and that is precisely what we've got.
Here we go.
Short ball. Ball goes high. Fielder coming in from the boundary, and it's actually a nice catch. Tonmoy Saha takes a grab, and so the first wicket down with the first ball following the intermission for rain. So the Titans now 18 for 1.
Yeah, Ton Moyne was the call as it went up straight off the top edge of the golden butt. And so, you know, his 18 that he makes in the first 4 balls can be pretty valuable. It doesn't actually matter how many wickets they lose from this point on for Duckworth Lewis calculations, as he goes for 16 off his bat, and the score is 18 for 1. And yeah, Tonmoy Kumar Saha has been a good addition to this Dark Knights lineup today. And took that very well in tough conditions. Yeah, the main area of concern, I think, was behind the striker, where some of that, the area near the keeper was quite churned up with some of the rain we've had. Qureshi, the new batter, last ball of the first over.
Kabir gets the false shot, but does get squeezed out of the leg side. They consider coming back for the second, but Qureshi and Kamal think better of it. That's the end of an action-packed first over. The Helsinki Titans 19 for 1. And quick look at what's coming up tomorrow, Vinny, as we welcome some new teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking forward to seeing Greater Helsinki Markers once again on the network. They played back in 2020. Also looking forward to Oulu CC being out there playing their first ever match on ECN. KCC Lions are here. FinCC Gladiators and the Vanta Vipers will make up Group B. Same kind of scenario for those 5 teams. They'll play tomorrow and Thursday. The top 2 will go through to finals on Friday to join the Hadley's Empire 11 and whoever wins this game.
Here's a question.
Go.
Do you know what a markor is?
Yeah.
You do?
It's not a horned goat.
There you go. I genuinely had never heard of it before, but from a quick check, apparently the national animal of Pakistan. As Islam comes in to bowl, and it's an edge through to the keeper. So 2 wickets in the matter of 3 balls for the BTCC Dark Knights, and they've reasserted themselves in this contest.
It's an interesting one, actually. We were talking about this off air, but for the Dark Knights, by playing here, they're going to finish either first with the double chance or completely out of the finals. Versus if it was a washout, they're guaranteed second, which is they're in the knockout game on Friday. So we were trying to debate, and I'll throw that open in the chat. Is it worth risking missing the finals for the chance to finish top and having that double chance? How would you weigh that up? And to be honest, there's no simple answer. Matter of opinion.
Well, it's the right answer gets determined at the end of the game, doesn't it? As Islam steams in second ball and Puste pushes it to the offside.
I just wonder if we just showed a little bit of a capitulation in the classic game from 2022 from the Helsinki Titans. Is it a coincidence or not that they haven't restarted very well?
Do you think they've been sitting in the canteen or watching that?
Knocked their confidence. I know they'd hate to watch that, but it was an ECN classic, no doubt about it.
Plenty of emotion, and it would be from the wicket keeper. So it's not a bad effort from Bayezid. Islam has thrown his body to the right-hand side, but hasn't been able to get near the Grizzly as it sprays away down for a much-needed boundary.
I love that he goes at this. I mean, this will be a good view of it, actually. He's in pretty good position. And see how he's not wrong-footed? Okay, he's nowhere near it in the end. But he had it. If it was slightly close to him, he would have a play on it.
Considering some of the ones that he hasn't gotten near over the last 2 days, that's actually a really good effort. And particularly, he's probably hedging towards his left foot, given he's got the left armour coming around.
But he wasn't too wrong-footed. That's why he actually got a good jump at it.
Speared onto the stumps. Not hitting, but not shockingly far away.
No, I mean, that's
I've
why I was
seen
talking
much worse appeals than...
That's true. That was Golden Ball 27, by that. Look, we've had over 50 Golden Balls since then, which is crazy.
Absolute flurry.
3 years. Going back to the keeping, I don't have too much time to dwell on it, but I talked yesterday about trying not to be wrong-footed and have that weight on the left foot, and he did that pretty well that time. That's why he got a good jump at it rather than just kind of collapsing. Oh, Islam's bowling some sort of over here. Only 5 conceded.
Great Yorker, just jammed out. Fairly unnatural setting for Puste, isn't it? He likes to get himself worked into his innings by flicking a few singles to start with. He simply doesn't have the resources to work with in this occasion. There's only 7 balls left in this innings, and BTCC, they might want finals day to be a bunch of 3-over shootouts. Big swing across the line, the ball held back, and you know that Bayezid is not going to hit the stumps from 10 metres.
Puste basically goes very close to pushing Zahid off the edge of the cliff here, doesn't he? Sneaks up behind him. That would have been out. Can't believe how many we've seen missed from the keeper. That will be the end of the over. It's 26 for 2 after 2. So here's the situation. This will be a 3-1 result, assuming it's not a washout, which, by the way, is still possible if the rain was to come back, because any more interruptions, that'll be the end of the day. So Helsinki Titans, if they win, it'll be 10-10, but they've got a better net run rate, and that means that Dark Knights are out. If Dark Knights win, we'll actually go past Empire as well, finish top, and Helsinki Titans are out. Empire in second. Last over to come, it's Tonmoy.
Oh, Tonmoy gets the flying edge, and it's not taken. Big moon! Wow, the ball came in towards him through with some amazing gravitational force, but he hasn't been able to complete the catch.
Oh, the moon impact. The
How
crater.
many times has he been on his backside in the last 2 days?
Yeah, we didn't have Bappy to help him out that time. 2 runs scored. Look, Kamal's off with the pitch here as well. 5 balls remain.
Nice slower ball called wide though, and that's about his 17th crack at throwing down the stump.
This is one you got to go to the bowler. I think you got to recognise it's come to you so slowly. You can still save a run. Let's go round the batter. And in the end, they're able to sneak through.
Good desperation though. It's nice to see the 2 batters out there desperately scrapping together every run possible.
2 wide, so that's basically 4 off this first ball. Remember, this will get a bump, this score. I just got a feeling it'll be about 4 to maybe 4 runs, or maybe 4 or 5. That's just a total ballpark guess, but I think it's worth a little bit more. Now, it looks like, is there a moon injury? Let's pan to the left, please. We'll have a look. I always wondered, does a supercomputer know, like, the duck? Is it calculating even the Duckworth-Lewis bump in these percentages?
Oh, this is the biggest story.
Well,
we're a bit concerned that more for the ground than Moon himself, but
he's presenting the nails as if he's about to get a manicure, and that's a genuine sign that There's trouble afoot.
I mean, I get the feeling he just doesn't really like fielding full
Oh,
stop, so he
doesn't
might just be
surprise me.
asking to come off.
That was the end of the finger job. Went down. Oh, that's the old 9.8 metres per second working against you right there. Moon's still out there, though. Still 5 to
He's
come.
going to be in the action again. That ball's gone high, but actually it's his good mate, Bappy. He's got his hand wrapped up, but still completes the catch.
Well, Bappy, more mummy than Bappy really out there.
Bappy went to get some congratulations from Moon, and he just turned his back to him.
Well, that's maybe returning the favour from yesterday. If you recall the closing moments of the 10th over in the Golden Ball game, Titans have certainly given up the ascendancy since the resumption. I suppose they know it's a resumption they had to have if they were to potentially stay alive in the competition. 30 for 3.
That's the second time we've had Court Bappy bowled Tonmoy this afternoon. It's a stellar combination.
Fingerless gloves, basically, that Bappy's sporting. Grey area.
Oh, nice little
Run.
kick off the pitch.
Oh, gee whiz. Go on. Oh, he's not happy either. There's the glove. Shoelace blow. Maybe that was a distraction for Bazard.
He's going to hit. Remember, the only time he's hit the stumps from about his 18 attempts now.
To be honest, he had an extra step to give. They probably didn't even cross, by the way, if that would
Probably
hit.
not. Do you remember the one time he hit was when he was simply trying to just get the ball back to
That's
the
right.
bowler?
Can I tell you a genuine story? When we started playing more short form cricket, I went back and I asked the bowlers to bowl at me on the genuine practice pitch so I could practice throwing at the stumps because, you know.
It's not something you necessarily do in 40 or 50
But
over
I'll tell you
cricket,
how
is
that
it?
went. Push they on strike.
Oh, he's swung high. It's going to take some catching in the outfield, but it's actually a very well taken grab by Saiful Islam. Ball hung in the air for a long, long time, and fortunately Puste, who doesn't like to be pressed in his scoring rate, has been unable to find the boundary. It's a nice grab.
Good catch, actually, in the circumstances. I don't have much time, so I'll just tell you. So I had proper, guys that played for Australia, even bowling. I was 20 metres back. We had the kind of the plastic Kanga cricket style stumps, kid stumps. But I was just saying, look, bowl to me. I want to practice underarming at the stumps. They bowled 3 balls. I hit middle stump every time, and I walked off and said, this is a waste of time. How could anyone ever miss? And since then, I've seen plenty. Anyway, this is well fielded again. Saiful will cut off 2. They do get 2. But yeah, it's like I said, they are going to get a bump here. And these wickets don't really matter because the Duckworth-Lewis is giving you a bump because for the first 4 balls, you thought you had 10 overs to bat with, and you did that well considering. And here's the last ball coming up from Tonmoy.
Well, it's a shocking slower ball. But Mangal's only just gotten a thread of willow on it. Bumps it into the deck and they scoot through for 1. So after a good start, that's actually a pretty disappointing conclusion to their 3 over innings for the Helsinki Titans. 34 for 4.
Yeah, well, that's the one computer I don't have access to is the DLS because it runs on Windows 95 and the ICC haven't updated it. So I can't give you the updated figure just yet, but I'll look out for it. But they do score 34 in the end off the 3 overs. And remarkably, they don't even score as many in the 2.2 overs in the resumption. They only scored 16 compared to the 18 they scored in the first 4 balls of the game. I think you got to hand it to the Dark Knights. So they held the catches that mattered, I suppose, and just kept moving the line along, and no one could get going. I suppose it mattered that they got rid of Butt pretty quickly. Their first ball, actually, after play resumed.
Have to say, the BTCC Dark Knights bowling attack is looking a lot more threatening. Not quite as threatening as a rolling moon, but they have got some extra pizzazz, I'd say, in their bowling attack today that I think will help them come finals day if they can get this group together again.
This just in, they've added 2 runs for Duckworth-Lewis. So not quite as many as I thought, but they've added 2 runs. So that 34 gets a bump to 36, and it means the target for the Dark Knights is 37 in 3 overs. If they can score 37 in the next 3, then they are surviving in the tournament. Otherwise, the Titans will make it to finals Friday.
So having a look at the scorecard, it was Abbas Butt who got them rolling with a couple of boundaries early on, but he was out after the resumption for 16 off 6, and the rest of the team just really struggled to find the boundary full stop, chewed up a lot of balls in the context of an 18-ball innings, and henceforth they've ended up 34 for 4, so you'd have to say the BTCC Dark Knights are favourites to not only take this game, but also rock and roll their way to the top of the table here in Group A of ECS Finland 2025. The three bowlers, Kabir going for 19 in the first, but he did manage to get butt on the resumption, and then Islam and Tomoy bowled excellent overs for the second and the third, so they can be very happy with how the bowling unit is operating today and have given their batters every chance of hauling in this total for their second up win in these 3 over bashes to conclude day 2 here out at the Karava Cricket Ground in Helsinki. So 37 to win with the DLS adjustment. That's only 12.33 runs and over. So as I said, BTC will go in as favourites for this chase, but plenty of action still to go. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network with Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the conclusion of this game.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back as we get ready for the final innings of day number 2, match number 10. And this is a live game. It's a short game though, just 3 overs per side, 1 over power play, 1 over per bowler. The Titans scoring 34 off their 3 overs, but because 4 balls of it came before the rain, they've got a Duckworth-Lewis-Stern bump of 2 runs, so their score's been adjusted from 34 to 36. The BTCC Dark Knights need 37 then the target to take them to top spot of Group A. Of course, they've won every single game so far. And of course, if the Dark Knights lose though, believe it or not, the Titans will get past them. They'll be tied on points, and Titans have a better net run rate. So it's all to play for. 3 overs will decide it. Andrew Ryan with me, and we're almost ready to get going. Adnan Saeed's going to bowl, and Rhino, if there's a light rain comes down, that's another possibility. But if it rains, then the Dark Knights will finish in second. The Titans, they'll still be out.
It's an incredible number of permutations we've still got in play here, Vinny, for an 18 ball contest. We've already had DLS readjustment for a first 3 over innings. We've now got these 2, potentially with the rain in play. So he comes bowls an absolute pie to get us underway.
I threw this to you at the start of the first innings, or the resumption actually. But if you said right now, say it was 50-50 to stay on or go off and your BTCC, are you happy staying on chasing 37 in 3 for top spot, knowing that if you don't do it, you're out?
I'm certainly happy, yes. With this target, I think BTCC have made the right decision.
Because it changes. So we said at the start of the game, do you risk it to get the biscuit, to use the kind of term? Because, to risk missing out for top spot. But remember, top spot gets the double chance. Another wide to 3. The Devils' hat-trick to start the innings.
He's a man who likes bustling in off a long run-up, Saeed, and I don't think coming off the short run is doing him much good. Had a wander out near the pitch before this game, Vinny, as I want to do, and it is still a little bit sluggish around the actual artificial pitch area, and Saeed has dragged his first 4 attempted deliveries wide.
Got it. When you're missing consistently in line, it's actually your angle of your approach you need to change. And so, I know he's not super comfortable. That's clear so far, but there's 4 runs leaked, and the Titans, well, they needed to get on the park to have any chance of qualifying. So that's, you could sense that, I suppose they've got only downside if there's another bout of rain, maybe a bit of drizzle. That's it falling right now.
Tight call.
I don't think that's wide, if I'm honest. But it's very hard pinpointing when it passes the crease when you get this angular. But
to be fair, they are much tougher calls for the umpires.
Definitely.
Right arm around the wicket.
I don't think that's wide. It's 5 in a row.
I have a wicket here. Not a great view from us where the fielders are, but it has actually gone flying to the boundary. And it's actually a Maximo who got a good piece of bat in the end. And full rotation on the strike.
It's an accidental Maximo, and it ends up the covers have had a pretty busy day. It's an 11-run first ball. And
probably wasn't in the team strategy when the Titans left the pavilion.
But the thing is, 3 over games are funny. Just take someone to bowl the over of their lives and you're right back in it. But it's a 6 wide of the over. Just cannot control it from over the stumps.
See with Saeed, he's such a rhythm bowler. I mentioned day 1 we saw him striding in with a good 25-metre run-up, hair billowing in the wind. He just feels like this short run-up's completely taken him out of whack. This is turning into an absolute nightmare.
7 wides and a 6 so far. Yeah, there we go. 13. my maths didn't add up then, but yeah, 7 wides and a 6, 13, not 18.
Yep. Well, 13, unlucky number for some. Let's hope that it changes the fortune of Saeed. There we go. Well, he gets 1 on the deck, but it's annihilated. In fact, that's one of the biggest 6s we've seen in the tournament to date.
There's only 2 balls gone in this chase, and the score's 19, and they are basically over halfway there now.
I think we can safely say it's it's been a good decision from the BTCC Dark Knights.
If I'm Saeed now, I'm going to go the old Trump defence and claim bone spurs or
I'll
something.
open this
I'm
up.
out.
Is it possible that they could actually win this in the first over?
It is possible.
I know it's possible,
It is
but
possible.
do you think it's likely?
I've been saying I'm going down with a pinky toe injury, and I'm saying someone else can sort the rest of the over out, because that's one of the things about cricket.
He's coming off an even shorter run now.
Less can go wrong.
Well, it was in the slot and it's been bashed again. That's been completely annihilated over the leg side. What hitting from Hussain.
Well, it's captain asking to bowl the first over at sliding doors moment. If you could get in the DeLorean, go back about 5 minutes, I think he's saying, you know what, Skip? Maybe give it to someone else. He has 25. This is actually big bang pace, 50 and over pace at the moment. Corey says when we get a 50 run over, the ECN universe will implode and cease to exist. But luckily it won't happen here because the target's only 37.
What remind me, and I know you will know this off your top of your head, what is the worst over in ECN
45.
history?
It's happened 3 times. I think he'll be saved from it. Shorten it again. Attempted umpire clothesline. Good
Pretty
comeback.
good ball, actually.
Better.
Well, I was actually just waiting for the fielder butt to stand over the top of that, because that's how
The
luck
only
has gone for Saeed.
downside for Dark Knights is we may not see Moon if things go to plan.
Well,
No, we
Moon
might.
did injure himself in the
Yeah,
field.
but I mean, we still want to see him. Looks like we might be seeing more of him come finals Friday on the physio's table for a couple of days.
One was in the slot again, just slightly wider, and it swung out to fielder out there at deep cover. Given the fielding positions, one has to question the line. I mean, I know that Saeed's line has been a bit out of whack for this over, full stop, but deep cover, you'd suspect that he probably has been trying to aim about a foot outside off stump. Well, that one was a foot outside off stump, but it's been lofted, cleanly hit, and yet another Maximo. So only 4 runs remaining of this target, and that will not go down as one of the more enjoyable overs in Adnan Saeed's career.
Yeah, for sure. 33 off it. Ouch. 4 to win off the last 2 overs now. I suppose all you can say, Helsinki Titans, if they stayed in the dugout, there's no way they were going to qualify, so they gave themselves a fighting chance. To be honest, I don't think they've necessarily lost this in that over. I think they lost it by their resumption of play. 2.2 overs, 14 balls for 16, and losing wickets along the way. So you got to give credit to BTCC.
Have you got the golden ball tingle for this contest?
I may have had it at the halftime break, but I'd say it's definitely gone now.
Well, Abbas Butt being brought on for the second over here. He's got quite a job in front of him. Only 4 runs required. Oh, clean ball, first ball. Somehow Alam has managed to drag that from about a metre outside off stump. Ricochets onto his pegs, and he's walking back for a golden duck.
Yeah, this ECN is so predictable. I mean, the weather's unpredictable too. I mean, to think the Dark Knights looked gone for all money in that first game. You remember they were 3 for 5. He's hit on the back of his heel and got back on the
That's
stumps.
incredible.
He couldn't write about it really.
Sorry, not a golden duck. He did actually face a ball in the last over, but
just remember they were 3 for 5, chasing 130 to win. They end up getting up and getting up in the golden ball, if you remember that. Then you contrast that with and they've won every game since. Then you contrast it with the Titans. In the Titans' first game, they won against the Gladiators in 2.3 overs in a 10-over game. Haven't won a game since. They had a washout in there, to be fair, against SKK, but that'll be a wide as well. It's been a bit of a
rocks
shocker.
and diamonds for Butt in his first 2 deliveries.
I mean, I was hoping we might see the Butt versus Moon battle, but obviously we won't.
Oh, big swing. It's gone high and cleared the boundary by quite some distance. So the umpire has an easy call to Maximo, and that is all she wrote for the group stages of a Group 1 here. And as far as 3-over contests go, that is a pretty comprehensive victory for the BTCC Dark Knights, winning it in 1.2 overs.
Yeah, 8-ball chase. Although there were plenty more balls than that weren't legal in the first over. But hey, Helsinki Titans, that's a huge story. They're out of the competition against an unforgiving competition structure with just 2 qualifying out of the 5. I mean, say in most competitions they deserve to go further and press their case, but they won't. And that means the Dark Knights will finish undefeated on the top of the ladder. Hadley's Empire 11 in second. Coming up tomorrow, same time, same place. We start with Group B and 5 new teams to this competition, at least in 2025. But yeah, 1 or 2 teams we have seen back when we were here in 2020. Let's look at the replay, and you don't want to see it if you're a Titans fan. The radar was all off. Saeed just couldn't get it right. There were no less than 7 wides in that over, a 13 ball over that went for 33, and it was pretty much done despite the consolation wicket. All the geometry experts will be triangulating how that was even possible right off the sponsor's badge of the left sneaker.
Tell you what I would love to see, Maximo, is Hossein's individual Maximo rate. It feels like he is on an absolute heater over the last couple of innings, but he's almost exclusively dealing in Maximos, and I'm sure you will have that sorted out sooner rather than later. But
I should be able to have it. Yeah, but he scored 4. I mean, there were actually 5 sixes in that 40 and not a single 4. There were 5 sixes and 8 extras, 8 wides in that. And
wasn't the tidiest bowling performance.
And 2 singles, yeah. So, I mean, Afzal Hussain, hey, like I said, he's been on a bit of a heater. Doesn't waste any time. That's the thing. I suppose the 3-over game is your perfect opener. And I think that's where he should stay. But yeah, BTCC Knights, the Bengali Tigers side, certainly with a brilliant run here. And they will earn the double chance to go on finals day. Syed had 1 to forget, went for 33, and the Golden Butt will have to make an exit in this European Cricket Series. They did come up with the 1 wicket that fell. So yeah, what a really interesting way to finish things, Rhino. And hey, we've got Group B still to come. Let's hope for some better weather tomorrow as well.
I am sure the rain gods here in Helsinki will cooperate with us tomorrow. We've got some fantastic cricket coming up from all what this should be a really tightly contested group. We've seen some cracking cricket over the last 2 days when we have managed to get on the field, and Finland delivering for its first ECS, first visit from the ECN since 2020. And at the end of the day, Vinny, I think we've seen some 2 genuine challenges in the form of Empire and BTCC qualifying for finals day on Friday.
Yeah, no doubt. So let's have one more look at what's coming up tomorrow with Greater Helsinki Markors, as well as Oulu, KCC Lions, FinCC Gladiators, and the Vanta Vipers. So some pretty cool names in there. We're starting the same time, same place, 6:15 a.m. GMT, which is 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:45 in India. I'm going to do a quick weather forecast, hoping for the best, although I know there is expected to be more overnight rain. But I will say that the actual forecast from tomorrow, when play is meant to start, or even just before play, is for no more rain. So I think the weather forecast says there will be more rain overnight, but we know the ground that drains well. Hopefully everything's covered up tonight and we don't have too many interruptions tomorrow. Hey, just before we go, I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat for your patience. At least you got to see some real ECN classics today. Let's not forget about that. But and remind all of you to like this video if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media, there it is, at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. You might want to read up about some of the other teams that we'll get to see in action tomorrow. And of course, the ECSW featuring 4 teams this weekend. But for now, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo on a tough old date. The rain has just come down and it is horning down right now. So we've got a wet walk back to the pavilion, Rhino. Big thanks to you once again for joining me. Big thanks to all of you out there, all the Blue crew, everyone here at Cricket Finland, the players and all the helpers today that were able to get us on the park whenever possible. For now, we'll wish you goodbye. Enjoy these highlights of day number 2. With 2 teams surviving from Group A and 5 fresh ones to hit the park tomorrow. Good night and see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
My body back and forth. 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 My body.